think we're absolutely certain that some random guy will win the presidency. No, hey, sorry. So it looks like we ran into some technical difficulties, but it looks like we are also back up and running again. Plus, in the meantime, I managed to get a new son on the podcast. Luke, lean over into the camera so people know that you exist. All right. So look, before we get into too much here with respect to politics, I really need to get him married off. So he's going off to the military. He's in reasonably good shape. We were working out and doing MMA together, and so ladies, send in your sourdough recipes and
ignore the Amish beard. It's okay.
Yeah.
Also, he loves Legos.
But not in a weird way. Okay, so we just had Christian give us an update right here. Obviously, we're going to have results coming in kind of throughout the night, and we're going to be showing you the maps as that takes place. What Christian was talking about earlier there with respect to Virginia and how it's a microcosm of the country. That's not because Virginia is the place that you're going to go in order to determine whether or not Trump's going to win or lose, because almost every piece of political analysis is showing that Trump is probably going to lose Virginia if he has a really good night by about 2 points. 2 points if he has a bad night, probably closer to about 7 to 8 points. But that's still better than what happened in 2020. And as we look at races like the 7th District in Virginia, Derek Anderson running against Eugene Vindman, if Trump has a good night in Virginia, that helps with the down ballot. And so that's what we're hoping for. But Christian's given analysis based off of when you look at the demographics of Virginia, right? You have urban, you have rural, and we're trying to look at some of these rural counties and we're trying to determine what sort of election day outcomes did we have? Because across the country, Republicans, I would argue, outperformed on early voting. Early voting has always been a problem for Republicans. It's always been something that we're not very comfortable with. It's always been difficult in order to get people to show up and do early voting. The other thing that has been interesting is low propensity voters. So when I say a low propensity voter, this is someone that maybe votes once every 4 years, right? When it's a presidential year election, they show up and vote. Other than that, they don't really care. They're not there for the state elections. They're not there for the local elections. When you start to look at a state like Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and you look at the 0 out of 4, so a 4 voter in Virginia is someone that votes every single election cycle. A 0 out of 4 or a 1 out of 4 is someone that barely ever votes, right? They're either a first-time voter. A lot of your 0 out of 4 are first-time voters, or maybe somebody that's just registered, or someone that only votes maybe, certain presidential years. On the 0 out of 4, 1 out of 4, Republicans were either keeping pace or actually ahead of the Democrats. So that's the sort of analysis that Christian has been looking at, not only in Virginia, but in other states as well, in order to provide us some sort of indication on whether or not the Republicans have been doing a pretty good job on early voting. And the indication across the board right now seems to be that they are. Now, in places like Pennsylvania, we saw some information that was coming out from Cliff Maloney over with CAA, and they were talking about how Democrats were actually down by tens of thousands of votes when it came to early voters, whereas Republicans were only off by about, I think it was 33 the last time I checked. So you could say that things are down on the early voting side. And part of that is because we're no longer dealing with COVID, right? 2020, height of COVID, a lot of people were engaging in early voting. We have more people that are going to vote in person. But historically, Republicans always outperform Democrats when it comes to election day voting. So one of the big questions that we've had throughout this entire race are the Republicans just cannibalizing their election day vote by convincing more people to vote early, or are they actually encouraging new voters or low propensity voters to vote with early voting, to vote with mail-in, to vote with early absentee, all of that, while still maintaining their election day presence? And what Christian was talking about is when you look at rural counties in places like Pennsylvania, which is going to be a deciding swing state, you are seeing rural Pennsylvania counties showing up with a lot of voters, a lot of Republican participation in the way that you would expect if we're still going to maintain those election day numbers. So that's one of the things that's, again, it's one of the things that we're looking at right now is potentially an indication of whether or not we're doing as well as we hoped we would. All right. Is Christian still on? Christian, are you still on, brother?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Anything you want to add to that? Was that a fairly decent overview?
I can tell you that we've got some precinct results in for Spotsylvania County. Battlefield Precinct in Spotsylvania County has voted, I think, about 10 points for Trump over Harris. And to give you an idea, this is a precinct that voted 53-46 for Vega over Spamberger in 2022. So he's doing better in the 7th district than Yesley Vega did 2 years ago. And Vega ended up losing that race by, I think, like about 5 points. So, you know, I mean, it's only one precinct, right? But the fact that he's doing better, you know, hopefully is going to be indicative of something, especially because, let's be honest, Republicans really stress the early vote. And so I think a lot of people had an expectation that we would be doing worse on election day than we were 2 years ago. And if he's doing stronger, then that would be a good sign. But, you know, we need more data in before we can draw some hard conclusions. That's just one precinct. So,
yeah. Well, look, where are some other places? Like we already said this on our last episode, where Pennsylvania is one of those. The idea is that if Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's a really good indication that he's going to win the election. However, there was some concern about what would happen in places like Georgia and North Carolina. Obviously, you know, Trump did not get Georgia's electoral votes in 2020. However, the polling was indicating that Georgia was actually doing a lot better this year. North Carolina, however, was narrowing. So what do you see with respect to numbers in places like Georgia, North Carolina that give you hope that Trump's going to perform better than he did in 2020?
I think that the biggest thing that gives hope is the fact that, you know, the polling has always underestimated Trump, and yet it's much tighter. And when we look at look at these things from like a 30,000 foot level, like ask some really basic questions. Is Trump in a stronger or weaker position than he was 4 years ago? I think the answer to that is absolutely he is, without question, right? You know, 4 years ago, half the country was on fire. The economy was in shambles. You know, everything was locked down. There were riots everywhere. And for better or for worse, he was getting all the blame for it. But now, I mean, he is the one that's running as the outsider rather than defending a record in the White House. The Dems don't have any sort of closing message. Their closing message is, you know, to young men, it's do better.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, when you look at it from that sort of perspective, like, I don't know, it's pretty hard to just look at it from a meta perspective, again, from 30,000 feet up, and not see that, like, no, this is going to be better than 4 years ago. And all that it takes is just a minor change on the margins, and he flips like 3 or 4 swing states.
So let me ask you this. This is a question a lot of people are asking is the Amish seem to be showing up and voting in numbers that we didn't anticipate, right? We don't generally associate the Amish with a pretty powerful voting demographic, but when you're talking about an election that might be decided by less than 1% in a place like Pennsylvania, and the Amish representing potentially tens of thousands of votes, What are you guys seeing with the Amish community in Pennsylvania right now? And does it give you any hope that they're going to have a much larger presence than they have in the future or in the past?
So they've definitely shown up in force. And look, they're a small community in the grand scheme of things, right? There's only a few 100,000 of them in the country, but you know, they're rapidly growing, and they do show up in force. And when they do, they usually vote in block. And we know that they're certainly not voting for Kamala Harris this year.
Wait. You're telling me that abortion was not the number one concern with the Amish?
I figured it would be transing the kids. The Amish, wouldn't they be cool with transing the kids?
I figured it'd be either abortion or transing the kids. That would be like the primary driving, force for the Amish.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, okay. Well, I feel silly. You
know, I tweeted this meme about Nate Silver, like picking up the phone and being like, "Hello, can you tell me who you're voting for?" And then, you know, the Amish, there's just nothing. It's just a blank canvas.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, it's true that it's hard to pull them because, you know, who are you going to call? There's nobody to call. So I expect them to show up. And look, if this comes down to like 500 votes in Pennsylvania, it's going to be because of them. Hopefully it won't come down to 500 votes in Pennsylvania. I'm cautiously optimistic that it won't, but no, it's good for us that they exist in such large numbers in Pennsylvania. It's also good for us that there's a lot of other groups that have moved towards the right. I mean, I'm thinking of like the white working class and you know, like Lehigh and Erie and Lackawanna and Luzerne. And then there's also like Bucks County, which just recently flipped from Democrat to Republican in terms of registration. That's in the Philadelphia collar counties, but it's the most working class and middle class of the collar counties. And then there's also like the, you know, potentially total Dem implosion in the city of Philadelphia with their inability to get their base out to vote. I think that the story of this election, if Trump wins, is going to really be that Democrats have lost the ability to speak to anybody other than what we call the awfuls, the affluent white female liberals.
Yes.
Like they don't know how to articulate a message to anybody other than them. This coddled class, the managerial class that we talk about on the podcast, they have hijacked everything to the point that they are incapable of seeing anything else around the world through any other lens than their own. And that makes it really hard for you to talk to other people on a level that they can understand and sympathize with. And if they lose this election, I really think it's going to be because of this, this bubble mentality that the left is currently living in.
Hey, we have a question in the live stream that I'd like to ask real quick because it's a good question. What the EGAD said, Nick, my mother was asking why there was a huge push to vote early rather than later. Any reason for that? And I figure that you, Christian, and Nick could both give good answers for that.
Let me.
My quick reason is that we need to push early voting because we need to get low propensity voters to vote. And if you have a longer runway of weeks to get those people out, you can target them over and over and over again. And yes, you can bug them and annoy them until eventually they cast a vote. And this is hugely important because we are literally becoming the silent majority. We are becoming the party of the average everyday American that historically wasn't necessarily aligned with the Republican Party, but they are now. And if we take advantage of the rules that the Dems have set, and we say, great, we didn't agree with them, but if that's what they're going to be, then we will create the most efficient early vote machine in the history of elections. Then that's a game changer because then you can use election day to get your high propensity people out to vote, the people that listen to our podcast or people like Nick and myself.
Well, and can I say another thing too for those people that are worried about voter integrity? When you vote early, so I'll just use Virginia for an example, but most states operate very similarly. When you vote early, you have an ID number that is you have a voter ID number that is specific to you. So whether you go in early and vote, where you return your absentee, whatever it is, that number then gets taken out of the mix. And so there's a couple things that happen there. One, nobody can now order an absentee in your name, or nobody can send out an absentee to you that you didn't request for. That's important, right? That helps guard against fraud. The other thing it does from a practical standpoint, and I say this as someone that is a sitting member of the Virginia House of Delegates, I run for re-election every 2 years. If we already know you voted, then I don't got to send you mail. I don't got to send you text, because I know we all love the text messages that we've been receiving 12 times a day for the last 2 weeks. In fact, my daughters here, who are single, or excuse me, one single female, one married female, we're gonna read off some of the texts they've been receiving from the Harris campaign, because they are delightful. All right, but the point is that when all of a sudden I know you've already voted, I don't got to keep sending you stuff. And what that does for you is it means you don't have your dinner regularly interrupted for about 2 weeks before the election. And it helps me to be able to save and conserve money, so I'm not spending money trying to convince someone to vote that has already voted. And I'm telling you, when you're running races where these are like, I've been in races that were more than $10 million. Right. So whenever you can conserve money by not continually trying to re-engage with people that have already voted, that's a huge advantage. So look, I'm not saying I like 45 days of early voting in Virginia. I don't. I'm not saying I like that you can just order absentees and send them out to people that haven't requested. I don't. I sure as heck don't like ballot drop-off boxes that are not even being monitored by video. I don't like any of this. But you know what? I can't change any of it unless we have a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican governor that will sign that legislation. So in the meantime, if these are the rules of the game, let's get out there. Let's use those rules of the game. Let's get low propensity voters out there. And again, there's been a number of people, from Cliff Maloney and CAA to Scott Pressler to others, that have just done an excellent job this year of convincing people to do that. So there's benefits with respect to increasing the number. To answer the question, there are benefits with respect to increasing the number of people that actually vote. There's also benefits with respect to election integrity, right? So that would be my answer to that question.
I wanted to bring up one thing real quick because I'm looking at some of these returns right now. Like in Virginia, you've got Trump up by 20 points,
Well,
but only 2.5% of the vote is in.
Yeah.
And so one thing to remind people, because when Nick ran for Congress in 2020, everybody went to bed. Nick was ahead by 20 points. And when they woke up, he had lost. And so I just want everyone to remember conservative areas get their numbers in before the liberal areas, because the liberal areas need more time to drum up those votes. You know, they're looking under rugs, they're looking in closets, they're
Mislabeled thumb drives.
mislabeling thumb drives, all pretty standard. And so you're going to see the Republican votes coming in a lot quicker than the Democrat votes. Don't let it fool you into thinking Virginia's up 20 for Trump. We still probably are not quite going to take Virginia. We should all just assume that, so we're not disappointed when that probably happens.
They like to lull us into a false sense of security.
That's right. That's right. James Halliday, thank you for the super chat. He says, dude, I pray for your country. Get Trump in or end up like Canada. James, I got to tell you this. You're absolutely right. I think Trudeau has done a horrible job up in Canada, but I have a lot of hope for Pierre. I think Pierre Poilievre, I probably butchered that, but I think he would do a very good job. All right, so I want to jump to something real quick as we're waiting for election results to come in. My daughter Lily, my eldest child, had some. So again, by virtue of the fact that my oldest daughter is a 21-year-old female,
she's almost 26. She'll be 26 next week on Monday.
She will be 22 next
22
week.
on Monday.
That's wow.
Sorry.
That math don't math. Yeah.
She'll be 22 on Monday. Sorry. I
Women
don't know why
should
I
not
said
vote.
6.
Women should not vote.
Dang.
it's
That
a
was
leap
Nate.
year.
That was Nate. That was not us. All right. So listen, real quick. So throughout the whole day, Lily was telling us like, "Oh, I got another tweet from Kamala Harris."
Text.
I got another text from Kamala Harris. So Lily, could you maybe take it from earlier in the day? What are some of the texts?
Well, this is over.
This has been over
months.
the whole time.
Well, okay, over months, but all right,
this is over the entire.
You pick. I don't want to be
election.
a mean part of the patriarchy.
I did pick out the best ones, but
All right,
do you
go
want
ahead.
me to limit it to only like a couple?
No, you pick what you think is best.
Okay.
You go, girl.
Okay.
Slay.
Just make sure that
Slay
you
queen.
say it the way that you imagine they're texting it to you. And
This is the closest I've ever had to text from a narcissistic ex. So I'm gonna go ahead and look straight into the camera and reenact these for you.
Okay.
49% of voters disapprove of Kamala Harris. We can't let her fail. That's the first one.
That's pretty mild.
Yeah. See, that's pretty mild.
That's pretty mild. Come on,
Pleading
theater
with
kid.
you.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Pleading with you.
Oh.
Please confirm that you support Kamala.
Oh, okay. It's a little bit more.
Despite us texting you many times,
Ooh.
you haven't committed to vote for Kamala? If Kamala loses Pennsylvania, it's over. So rush $10.
Oh, wow, now they're asking for money. This is the narcissistic boyfriend without a job.
Please donate anything, and we will match it 400%. Vote Kamala. Final notice. We need to confirm your status as a Kamala Harris voter.
Wow.
Taylor Swift says, I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Inspiring. So we're 6 times matching donations to stop Trump.
Can I just say something real quick on this? Like Taylor Swift, I am more than willing to acknowledge that she has a great deal of singing prowess, right? Like I'm not questioning that. However, I do notice that most of her songs are about her inability to pick good men.
yeah.
And I'm not sure that I should.
Well, that's why she's picking a woman this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
see, that's
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal.
That's always how they become lesbians.
Yeah. It all starts with Kamala Harris.
All right, so it elevates from here. So we've slowly moved into narcissistic X category with the Kamala
Now.
campaign text.
Begging.
Oh,
Begging. We're inches from beating Ted Cruz and saving Kamala's Senate. Goodbye. This is the hardest text we've sent.
wow.
No one donated to help Kamala win Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, stop
No
right there.
one
Stop right there real
donated.
quick. It is one thing to say like We are desperate to make our numbers, but why would you text out to somebody? No one gave us money. Like, well, then why would I?
Yeah, good.
Like,
good
no one
good
gave
news,
us money.
everyone.
Can you send $10?
No
Like,
one supports the Democrat Party in Pennsylvania. So, okay. Choking back tears.
Oh,
Sherrod Brown could win Ohio, but no one's donating.
No one's
$20
donating.
No one.
to stop Trump.
wow. No one's donating, but if you
No one.
spend $20,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
all right.
Nothing left to say, which is a lie, by the way. If Kamala loses PA, Trump wins. Donate.
Wow.
Yep. Begging on my hands and knees,
Ooh.
which
Oh,
Kamala does well, but
Yeah, now we're doing Kamala's way of getting places.
Oh man.
We're getting on the knees here.
Stop Trump only needs one more gift to increase Pennsylvania turnout for Kamala. So, yeah, it only needed one more gift,
One
guys.
more. That was all it
Maybe
took.
if Kamala
fault,
had
really.
been on her hands and knees across the whole country,
gosh,
you know,
baby.
in order to get her presidency the same way she got every other job she got,
Queen of the Bees is
maybe
officially
she would
canceled.
have won the male vote.
Oh my God.
But apparently she's doing pretty bad with the male vote.
This is what I'm looking over at my boys here, my son-in-law and my son Luke, and it's like, yeah, this is what every episode,
Every time.
episode, I'm like, all right, we're gonna keep a certain level of civility, and then my wife Tina, Queen of the Bees, like from the top rope, like, nope, we're gonna go there, there.
Okay,
Wow.
now the Democrats are packing up and leaving Ohio.
Uh-oh.
If Sherrod Brown loses, Kamala's Senate is done.
Thank God.
But no one is donating.
No one is donating.
Okay, now everyone excuse my French.
Oh.
Damn it. Kamala will lose in Pennsylvania if we can't afford voter turnouts. Rush $20 now.
Okay, again, just to catch everybody up who maybe just joined. This is my eldest daughter. She's 21 and she is reading out texts from the Harris campaign that look like it was written by really, really bad AI.
Yes.
All right, but go ahead. Sorry.
Embarrassed, which they should be. Kamala's CNN town hall is tonight and no one is donating. They seem to have quite the donation problem
They
here.
do, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Really painful tears. What the New York Times just announced about Kamala, no one was ready. We don't know what they said. They didn't send that part.
They didn't send that part. They omitted that part.
We are yet again begging on my hands and knees.
Uh-oh.
We need one gift to boost Miami turnout
Hands and
for
knees
Kamala.
again. It seems to be sort of a theme.
It's kind of the theme for Kamala Harris. Anyway.
So many.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kamala sinking in Pennsylvania. We need your help. Rush $20 to defeat Donald Trump. See, all it takes is $20.
$20.
That's it.
$20.
Yep. These are mostly from the pro-choice women, by the way.
Oh, pro-choice women.
Yes.
So that's the
Did you
going
get it-
the
did-
going rate on the hands and knees is $20.
Oh my gosh, baby.
well, it says
Well,
20 to
because of
150.
inflation.
So it's $20 to 150. So
Oh
okay.
my gosh.
This
okay.
is one of my favorite ones.
Yeah.
We're reaching the end here.
Okay.
Okay. There was a lot more, but I picked out the best ones just for you.
Okay.
Okay. Jon Stewart, Barack Obama, Bernie Sanders, Rachel Maddow, Mark Cuban. They all warned that another Trump presidency is a huge threat to our democracy. So when top donors agreed to 600% match all donations to boost voter turnout to defeat Trump, we thought good Democrats would donate. We begged. We pleaded. We lost. Almost
Oh my gosh,
no one from your state donated. And we're about to miss our deadline to send our voter turnout teams to the battleground states. Kamala needs to win.
Hold on. Can you go back?
We desperately need a donation in the next 30 minutes to turn this around. We're on our hands and knees.
Again. Oh my God.
Can we count on you to chip in to stop Trump? Fund our voter turnout teams in the battleground states that Kamala needs to win. Okay, and they
Wait.
included a nice little GIF here with all the people they mentioned, saying we begged, we pleaded, we failed. At least they admit it.
Oh, we
So-
lost. Well, I think that
That was my
needs
that
to-
was my that
we
was my
need to
theater
make
kid
that-
right there.
We need to make that into a meme.
Yeah.
We begged, we pleaded, we lost.
Harris,
That's gonna be
Harris Walls
Harris.
2020.
All right, so
And
Carter,
yeah.
Carter Engelbrecht, thank you for the super chat. Hey Nick, 20-year-old guy who just cast his first vote in supposedly deep blue Iowa, walked over a mile through the rain to make it happen. Trump 2024. Thank you very much, Carter. And I'll tell you right now, I'm impressed. I like it when I hear a 20-year-old saying that they had to walk somewhere, in the rain. This is. You right there are setting yourself up to be a very good father one day, so you can tell your kids, back when I was your age, I walked a mile in the rain.
Uphill both ways.
Yeah, uphill both ways. You need to say you need to increase the mileage though, just a little bit. They're not going to know.
people
They're not
are kind of making fun of you for saying GIF. I knew they
GIF.
were going to do it as
I
soon
knew
as
it.
as soon as she
It's-
said GIF.
it's called GIF.
It's GIF.
Okay, all right,
It's
go ahead.
GIF.
All right,
All right.
Nick, get in here.
Listen here, people. All right. The creator, okay,
Ooh.
fact check me. I think I'm wrong, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. So listen, the creator wanted it to be called GIF. So
Okay.
if you just look at the words and you're like, oh, I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's GIF.
See,
All right.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Dang.
See?
Dang, and he's
right.
a school counselor too, because he hangs out with the young people, so he will know. He will know. Brian Hennessy, $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Had a girl that looked like the Democrat starter pack, and she was humming Red Nation as she voted. I got to tell you right now, like my daughter, my oldest daughter, so she loves to change her hair color.
I like going incognito.
Lily has had
Incognito.
blue hair, green hair, orange hair.
I haven't had green hair.
You haven't had green? I thought
Not
you had
on
green.
purpose.
Okay, well, blue. She's had blue hair.
Yeah.
She's had purple hair.
Yes.
She's had red. Obviously, she's got red right now. Her natural color is actually more like Allie's over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do back when we used to like go to the events where there would be the different booths and stuff
Yes.
when I had the blue hair, I would go to the Democrat like booth and I would like pretend to be interested. And they'll be like, "Oh, hello, would you like some of our pamphlets?"
Yeah.
It's like, "Would you like to meet this person?"
Did-
Guy who's running against my father. And I'd be like, "Oh, it's so nice to meet you." Yeah.
And of course he would say something like, if you vote for me, I'll protect your right to abort your father's grandchildren.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, never underestimate what women will do to continue having the right to rip their children apart in the womb.
Yeah, 2002 Star Custom. Here's the 20 I didn't send Kamala. You're welcome, and I appreciate it.
Yes,
and
we
I will
all
tell you
do.
what, we will never use that $20 to either trans or turn your children into communists. So money well spent, I would say. Newbie Fresh things, $20 is $20. Yes, it is, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and go over to the screen here real quick, because what I want to do is I want to give everybody some indication on where we were on the podcast. So if we can go ahead and project my screen, are we doing that? All right. Nate, I am the DJ, has it done. So as you see right now, this is a map that has the forecast of all of the battleground states with the exception of Arizona, because when we did our podcast last week, Arizona was still a swing state. Now it's showing up as lean red. But I want to show you where, based off of Christian's analysis, we were at and what he was predicting. Now, to give you an idea, he actually thought we might win Michigan, but he changed it. So I'm going to start off with Georgia. Uh-oh, what happened there? No, that's not what I wanted. I hate it when it does that. Okay. Georgia keeps doing this. This is why we can't have nice things. Anyways, all right. So it's not letting me do it right now. So here's what I'm going to do. Oh, live results. Okay. No, that's not what I want. Okay. So he had us winning Georgia by about 2 points. He had us winning North Carolina by 1 to 2 points. He had us winning Pennsylvania by about a point. Michigan, his pessimistic side said we're probably going to lose Michigan, but not by very much. Wisconsin, he anticipated that we would win. Arizona, he anticipated we would win. And Nevada, he thought we would win. So obviously that would be a really good night. That'd be like over 300 electoral votes for Trump. But the other thing that Christian predicted was if PA comes in, if we get Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, there's probably no scenario where Trump loses. So the real question is going to be is how quick do we get these results? And look, I've had a lot of people come and talk to me about this idea of, Nick, why can't we just have paper ballots and count them? Look, I'm not the guy you got to convince. I think it's a great idea. I think you're starting to see this in places all over the country where in order to maintain voter integrity, people are saying, look, we just need to get back to kind of old school stuff. It shouldn't take that long. And we've seen in places like Argentina where lo and behold, they knew on election night who had won the election. It's not that difficult to count them, right? It's not that difficult to count them. The whole purpose of having the electronic voting systems is that you're supposed to make this poll process easier. You're supposed to know the results sooner. You're supposed to be able to tabulate everything quicker. And yet, that doesn't seem to be what has happened in the United States. So even though we should be able to say, look, anytime you use electronic voting machines, there's going to be some level of concern over things potentially getting hacked or whatever else it might be. And paper ballots kind of eliminates some of that. And the end result, but again, they argue for convenience, right? It's going to be more convenient if we do it this way. Well, when it's taking us days to tabulate results, right? And in other countries that are not using the same technology, that are just using paper ballots or getting the results out quicker, then I think it kind of strips away that argument. But again, if you want to be able to affect that, you have to actually win your state elections. This is another reason why we hammered it home so hard to people that, look, it's great that you showed up and voted for Donald Trump, but if you weren't voting for the down ballot, because the vast majority of states, there's only like 3 states, I think it's Virginia, New Jersey, and Louisiana, that do off-year elections, which is to say that our state houses are elected, either the following year from the federal elections, right? Every other state, they're deciding governor races. They're deciding who's going to control the state legislature. It's important to know who controls what, so that when you're voting that down ballot, you're actually providing them the support that they need. Same thing with the U.S. Congress. Right now, it's projected that the Republicans are going to take the Senate. That's great news. But it's also projected that we're going to lose the House. You lose the House and you have the Senate and you have a Trump-Vance presidency. The end result is that everything you want done dies in the House, right? Like you need to have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Now, I honestly think that this president is going to do everything he possibly can with that executive power, and I think that's going to be a good thing. But ultimately, it's so important to vote the down ballot. So that's one of the things I'm looking at this night. It's not just whether or not Trump wins. I'm trying to identify whether or not people showed up and didn't just vote for maybe the guy at the top of the ticket that they liked, but did they vote the down ballot? Even if you had imperfect candidates, right? Like Larry Hogan in Maryland is not my ideal Republican senator, but he's certainly a lot better than the alternative. And so I think that's really important to be able to take into consideration. All right, we got some other super chats here. Better Built Dog says Republicans don't have to get on their hands and knees to get $20 when I am building Tina when am I building Tina a German Shepherd? Wow, Tina, did you want a custom-made German Shepherd?
I mean, yeah.
Where's Lagatha?
She's in my lap.
Lagatha right here. Lagatha right now is our teacup Yorkie version of a German Shepherd.
She's actually terrified of other dogs, and I brought her to a game of mahjong the other night.
Oh my God.
Okay, stop. Don't be
you know how many
making fun of me.
stereotypes right now are like in play?
Whatever.
So I brought my little tiny dog to a game of mahjong.
Okay, but anyway, a friend of ours had a service. We had a friend with a service dog there, and this German Shepherd was just gorgeous, and she was so well behaved. And she was so kind to our little teacup Yorkie, but this poor girl thought that her life was very much in danger. And so she kept barking. I had to take her home.
That's because she looks like a Triscuit to that dog.
Yeah.
No, I got to tell you, though, I have a lot of admiration for the guys that do the... I got to tell you right now, for those of you, too, that are actually interested in like supporting a lot of veterans organizations and whatnot, there have been some great groups out there with kind of like the Canines for Veterans and some of the other groups. My gosh, it is amazing what these dogs can do. North Arrow Coffee Company. Nick, in addition to this super chat, can we send you some coffee? # coffee for life. North Arrow Coffee Company. Hey,
I will always take coffee.
I
love coffee.
True. We do a lot of coffee around here.
I drink a lot of coffee.
Warning, she's picky.
I am.
Jeez.
I don't like bitter coffee. I like medium roasts that kind of have like a nutty, toasty sort of undertone, like toffee undertones. I don't like flavored coffee, but like the undertones. You know what I mean?
Comment below if you want my mom to start her own channel where she rates coffees.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Mommy was talking about starting a podcast. The Call Her Daddy podcast that Kamala Harris went on.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Mommy is going to start one that says Call Her Mommy.
Oh,
Yeah.
There you go.
And I'll talk about being a wife, mother, and,
How much about being a wife?
plenty.
Okay.
I will tell them all your secrets.
Uh-oh. You're welcome. Hey, look, I know what I'm doing. 3 of them are here. So anyway, this is where we embarrass our kids.
He's at least done it right 3 times.
All right, Kanye Baker, thank you for the super chat. Currently at work, but I'll watch the stream later. Just dropped in to say hi and let you know you're all legends. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. We do look forward to seeing you later. All right, what else we got here? Okay, dude. Okay, Nerd Gamer, dude. I'm gonna tell you right now. I saw that name and I wasn't sure what the acronym was. Faith, Family, Freedom, Trump 2024. Couldn't agree more. What do we got here? Oh wait, start that channel. Oh, Whitfield,
Yeah, they
Whitfield's
want
one
the
of our
channel.
OGs, right? He's in the community. He wants you to start that channel. And along with mentioning one of our OGs, one of the things I do have to mention right now that I need to mention, because the bottom line is we couldn't do what we do. I couldn't feed my family if it wasn't for people like Good Ranchers. That's right, because Good Ranchers, as Tina said in the last ad we did for Good Ranchers, she requires a lot of meat.
I do. I require an ample amount of meat because I'm on carnivore.
She's on the carnivore diet. Wow, these jokes with our kids there.
I know.
too.
I'm making
All
them
right.
so uncomfortable over here.
Subscribe to any Good Ranchers box and use promo code Nick, and you're going to get a free Thanksgiving ham. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you something right now, right? You go to the grocery store, you see stuff that you think is raised, processed, packaged, sent to you in America, and you find out that it was raised on some sort of random feedlot getting injected with all sorts of crap you don't want to ingest, but not with Good Ranchers. Good Ranchers is not only a company that has incredible morals, they have an incredible product. Because we don't do business with people on this channel that just simply try to trade off of patriotism. We expect a good product and service. You want to tell us you're patriotic, you want to tell us you're American, then we expect the best. And that's what Good Ranchers delivers. And we know it because we eat Good Ranchers beef, poultry, pork all the time. They have just great deals right now. And again, if you sign up for one of those boxes, you use promo code Nick, they're going to send you a free Thanksgiving ham just because America. That's why.
It's good meat, you guys.
America.
Trust me. I know what good meat is. It's good meat.
Oh my gosh, she's just leaning into it.
I know she does. She does all the time. Like it is what it is. It is what it is.
Owning it. It's fine.
Okay, what do we got to say? All right, Clear Sky says, Nick, son of a 160th SOAR member, and just want to say as a VA guy, definitely proud of what you've done for us and the lessons you share. Prayers to all and be safe out there. Thank you very much. I got to say, I got a lot of respect for the 160th Special Operations Aviation guys. They do an excellent job, but I got a beef with one of their units. I was with 1st Special Forces Group, and we were doing a training mission in Korea, and we had 160th SOAR with over in Korea, and they were dropping us off. So we're fast roping onto this little postage stamp, LZ, and they drop our rucksacks down. Well, they dropped our rucksacks down right at the edge of the mountain, and those things plummeted like another 150, 200 feet. And in the snow, I'm kind of a delicate flower, right? In the snow, we're having to go down there to get our bags. But
We know.
those guys are absolutely spot on. 160th SOAR does some absolutely excellent work. Whitfield, Jill Stein won a county in South Carolina. Did she, though? We'll see. In South America, we are obligated to vote. Well, I would say it depends on where you're in South America and whether or not I think that's a good idea. I will say that Argentina and Javier Milei, that guy is one of my favorite politicians on the world stage right now. Nick, I've been watching the show for about a year now. Just got hired into law enforcement after losing just over 100 pounds with some tips from the improvement section of the MTA Circle. God bless.
Yay.
Hey, that's awesome. We love
That's
that.
cool.
We're thinking about doing some more 90-day challenges as well on that side. But hey, thank you very much. That's great news, man, and thank you for your service.
West Virginia Jim Justice has been called for. That's what Whitfield just said.
Oh, okay. So, all right, let's go back. Let's go back to the screen here and see if we can figure this out. All right, so I got the map up right now. If you're on my screen, and here's what we got. So, you can start to see the map starting to develop right now. You got Vermont, New Hampshire. Now, one of the things that always happens during election night is people start to get very frustrated. They're like, why are they calling states when only 3% of the vote is in? A lot of the times when they do that, it's because they have, first of all, it's a state where pretty much nobody is, confused about who's going to win. And what they do is they look at turnout results, they look at modeling, they look at exit poll results. And so if you have a state like Massachusetts that everybody is predicting is going to go for Kamala Harris anyways, and the polls close and they start to get the numbers back, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, with this amount of people in, we're anticipating that they win, and we call it for Massachusetts. So don't get upset when they're calling Massachusetts with only like 4 or 5% of the vote in, right? A lot of times it's because we've already predicted that. We already know what's going to happen. So that's what happens. The same thing happens in places like Wyoming, right? There's not a single person alive, except maybe for Liz Cheney, that thinks Wyoming is in play, right? It's not. And so what happens is when the early vote gets back and you start to take a look at it, you look at those exit polls, it becomes very obvious who's going to win what. But when it comes to the issue of the Senate, because like we said
have
before,
gained a seat, they lost a
we've
seat.
gained a seat. So you had an open seat in West Virginia. West Virginia used to be a very, very reliable Democratic state. It was coal country.
It was held by Manchin for ages.
Yeah, it was old school, like working class union people that affiliated with the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party just doesn't really care about working people anymore. In fact, they seem to kind of despise them.
Well, they can call blue states quicker because they don't have to like find dead bodies to vote. Or
That's true.
That's
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't got to find pets or dead bodies.
Yeah.
and
You don't have
is
to
a
go
good
to the
point.
nursing homes.
Yeah, that is a good point. Because-
I don't
So-
know what's going on in North Carolina, but their numbers look weird.
Well, that's because 3% is reporting. So here's another thing to take a look at, right? When you have a state like North Carolina that typically votes Republican, right? But we know is also going to be close. Don't get concerned what's going on when it says like, 62% Kamala Harris, 3% voting. That probably means that you got voting precincts coming back within urban areas. In fact, let's just click on it right here.
If you
Look
click
at that.
on it
Raleigh.
and you look at all the blue
I'm
areas,
doing it right now.
yeah.
Yeah. So you where do you got reporting coming in? You got reporting coming in from Raleigh, Charlotte, places like that. We already anticipated to be heavy blue turnout. So again, don't get upset just yet. There's a long way to go on all of this, right? But that gives you an idea of what happened.
Yeah, that's all the bluer areas and everything. And then you got Fayetteville down there, which I guess is kind of blue. But the thing is you've got a huge military population there. But typically what happens with the military is they stay registered wherever they're originally from.
Yeah, that's true. I was stationed in Fort Bragg for, 4 years and never voted in a North Carolina election. So I was there. We were stationed in Fort Bragg when I was in the 82nd Airborne Division, and then we came back and we were stationed there when I was going through the Special Forces qualification course. Fayetteville, I think Fort Bragg, which they don't call Fort Bragg anymore. I think it's called Fort Liberty.
Do they really?
Yeah,
They
they changed it. And any base that had was named after a Confederate general got changed. But anyways, what happened is that if you look at places like that, oftentimes what you have is a high degree of veteran. Just what Tina explained. You have a high concentration of veterans that just quite frankly don't vote in the place that they're stationed. They vote in their home state. So we'll be looking at all of that here in a second. I got to bring up this map again.
While he's looking for that, this just in. I received another.
Another text
Another
from
text.
Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So Kamala Harris is very concerned about you
Yes.
doing something after the polls have closed in Virginia.
Yes, she
Okay.
is. So Kamala Harris would like to ask the following. Please be honest.
Ooh.
Did you vote for Kamala Harris? Yes or no? The pro-choice women want to know.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
the pro-choice.
And let me just say, I get this message after their previous message, which stated which begins with goodbye, ...
Yeah.
This is the last time we'll text you today.
How many times have they told you that?
This is actually the only time they said that. They've said that this is all we have to say multiple times
Okay.
and stuff like that. But yeah, they admit themselves that Kamala Harris is about to lose her shot to beat Trump in Texas. Almost no one, literally no one, is donating to help us boost Democratic votes in Texas.
This has been like the weirdest. Let's do some honest analysis here, right? In 2020, Trump had a very aggressive like donor campaign, and it was irritating. It was obnoxious. And one of the things that a lot of the feedback that came toward organizations like Red Wind and the Trump campaign was, don't do this. It doesn't work. And I feel like the Harris campaign picked it right up. Amy just said, I'm pretty sure I donated, but I'm Canadian, so this might be accurate. Love you guys. We've been praying and we will keep praying. Thank you for speaking up boldly. Yes, Tina, please start your own podcast. Apparently everyone thinks you would be better without me.
No.
That is true.
The thing is, here's the deal. Here's the deal is I don't think I could come up with interesting things to say all the time. I heavily rely on Nick to carry like the entire show, and then I just pop in and say whatever snarky thing pops into my head. And so
I want
like
you
the
to
whole
imagine-
show with that, I don't know.
Imagine an entire episode of you just saying snarky things.
I
It'd be
had,
awesome.
okay, there was a point where I had the idea of starting a podcast, and the first topic that really raised my interest was when in 2016, when all of the women were wearing the vagina hats, they were wearing these, and I wanted to start a podcast and talk about how concerned I was for the health of these women's,
Girly parts.
vaginas because of the way that
That was
they
literally going to be all the podcast
the
was
way
about.
that they no
Nothing
that was
else.
just going to be the first episode, but the way they decorated these things, I was a little concerned about their anatomy, and maybe that was part of the problem. Maybe they were just
The glitter.
depressed. I don't know, but anyway,
That's
yeah.
not glitter. That's gonorrhea.
Yeah,
Anyway.
and so when I realized I wasn't going to be able to be quite as, I don't know, I was going to have to be like careful. I kind of lost interest if I have to be too careful.
Wow.
Okay, it looks like they just called like Alabama and Mississippi for Trump. Go figure.
Yeah,
Florida,
that was the right one.
Florida is going 10 points, almost 11 points for Trump right now.
That was one that kind of surprised me is when when Christian was saying, so originally Florida used to be a swing state. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when we sat there on pins and needles for weeks determining whether or not George Bush
Hanging
was going to win
chads.
it. Right?
Do you
Like
guys remember the hanging chads?
Hanging chads. Like it came down to the Supreme Court making a decision with respect to how the vote was going to be considered in Florida, and that determined whether or not George Bush beat Al Gore. And now Florida is going Republican by 10 plus points, right? And look, I think there's a couple things. When we look at use cases for how states go from either being swing states to like dominated by a particular political party, there's two states that come to mind for me. One is Colorado and the other is Florida, right? Colorado used to be a kind of a red state, or at least a swing state, maybe leaning a little bit conservative, and the Democrats completely took it over. And they had this thing called the Blue Book, where they talked about the various ways that they would take over a state by running for local offices. It could be school board, it could be planning and zoning, it could be the water and soil concert, whatever it was. They would get into positions, and then they would use that as a stepping stone. They would become the bench for the next level, right? And then go. Nobody in Colorado in 2001 was talking about transing kids, right? Mm-hmm. But they would get into these positions, and then all of a sudden they just dominated the state. Now in Florida, the question is okay, what happened there? And this is something where I think every governor in the country needs to take a hard look at what Ron DeSantis has done there. Because Ron DeSantis barely won as governor, but he governed as a staunch conservative. And the end result is that he's winning overwhelmingly. Like this state has become a solid, like it's not a toss-up anymore. Nobody was anticipating what was going to happen in Florida. They always knew that Trump was going to win. It was about how much. And I think the important thing to realize here is that there is a model in Florida to follow.
Yes.
And we need to be looking at what Ron DeSantis
and that
did
is
down
to
there.
make the environment hostile to their way of thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, don't let them cut perfectly healthy body parts off of kids, whether they're in the womb or outside the womb.
That's controversial.
I know it
dude.
sounds crazy.
Shocking.
Yeah.
It's like
Controversial stuff.
if it's not the environment they want to live in, then they won't bring their bad policies with them. So I'm all about it. Thank you very much, Ron DeSantis. Now we need a bunch more to do the same type of thing. Also, by the way, in other news, Pennsylvania has a little bit reporting, and it says 72% for Kamala. Imagine that. Pittsburgh is reporting.
So this is, again, I would just remind everyone, it's not a bad thing when the cities come in early. In fact, I prefer it. I'm not very happy when all of a sudden we get results coming in from estates, and it's all the rural counties. Like I like it when the urban areas come in first. So that's not a bad thing. All right, we got some super chats here from Thomas Salata. Thank you very much. Thank you for the content, Nick and team. You've been a positive influence on my life here in Minnesota. Well, thank you very much, Thomas. We appreciate it, and thank you for fighting the good fight in the land of 10,000 lakes. So Uncivilized said, Nick, thanks for everything you do and the lessons you share. When are you going to go down to Texas and join Brandon Herrera, Donut Operator, and Eli on the Unsubscribed podcast? Funny you should say that. We are actually going to be going down there in March. That's right. I actually reached out to the fat electrician because I think he has one of the best. He has one of the best history YouTubes out there. And so I reached out to him and I said, hey, if you could just do some history podcasts with slightly fewer F-bombs, it would be perfect for homeschooling. And he messages me back on Instagram and he goes, you're not the first person to tell me that. And again, love his channel. He's like, hey, you want to come on and subscribe? I said, I would absolutely love to. Love you guys. So in March, we should be doing that. And the only reason why we're having to wait so long is because I go into legislative session because, again, I am still a member of the Virginia General Assembly representing James Madison's district in the Virginia House of Delegates. And when we go into session starting in January, February, I'm going to be down there. David Harley says, Nick, so according to my cousin, I'm the reason you got invited to Liberty University. My cousin is Maggie from the Freedom Center at Liberty. Anyway, love you guys. Keep doing what you all are doing. David,
Awesome.
well, thank you very much. And Maggie was wonderful. They did a great job. Love the Freedom Center over at Liberty University. I got a chance to speak with, so there's I think 5 of us. It was me. I was by far the least cool person that was there.
I believe it.
You had Seth. Look at this one, right?
Wow.
You had Seth Dillon from Babylon Bee, Isabella Brown, Allie Beth Stuckey, Reverend John. Reverend John is the guy that has gone around and does the excellent work at the school board meetings. He's just really roughed it up on the whole why are you putting this crap in our kids' public school libraries? And then of course Michael Knowles. And here's what I'm going to tell you. One of the things they always tell people is never meet your heroes. They're always jerks in person. None of them were. All of them were really, really great people. So, David, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Whitfield from Christian himself.
Hold on. One thing I just want to chime in real quick is that Florida has been called for Trump. He, with 83% reporting, he's got 55.2% of the vote right now. That makes it, and she's got 43% of the vote. So Yeah.
This is
12% point.
The fact that you can call Florida at 8:07, that's ridiculous. We have not been able to call Florida that early for well over a decade, probably 20 years. So that's incredible. And again, it just goes to show what's going on in Florida right now.
And in other news, Illinois, big shocker has been called for Harris. Maryland's been called for Harris.
Yeah.
DC's called for Harris. Shocker, shocker. New Jersey, Harris. Connecticut, Harris.
Well, we can see where the begging went.
Yeah, and then Massachusetts and Vermont, all
right.
for Harris.
So the other thing too, okay, so
and
Whitfield
Rhode
says,
Island.
Christian Whitfield said us, hey, from Christian himself, Loudoun County has shifted 9 points Republican.
What?
That's huge. That's huge. Again, we're probably not going to win Loudoun County, but the fact that it's shifted 9 points is a big deal.
I mean, the fact that Kentucky and Indiana are both at the 65% mark for Trump having been called. And I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling like it's going to be a pretty good night tonight.
I think it is still a little bit too early to tell. In fact, let's go ahead and go back to my screen right here if we can, and we'll kind of take a look at where we're currently at.
Currently with Georgia, Trump is up. Oh, shoot. I lost it. Where did it go?
Oh, no. What
Wow,
happened?
you had one job.
I lost it.
I'm sorry. I don't know why
Okay.
I'm mean tonight.
Let me try to find it. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, so are we over on my screen now, Nate? All right, thank you, Nate. All right, so if you look over here again, no shockers right now so far. What they're actually looking at, what they're calling so far is you got 72 for Harris, 105 electoral votes for Trump Vance. So you got one district in Maine that has been called. Nate, you're from Maine. Can you get your districts under control up there?
I've lived here longer than I've lived in Maine.
Okay, well, that's that sounds like an excuse. Anyways, so we're seeing that again, Vermont's been called for Harris, no surprise there. Massachusetts called for Harris. Again, this is the part where people get furious, right? They look at a map like this on Fox News results. I've got it up right now. It says Massachusetts 0% for Harris, 0% for Trump, and they've called it for Harris. That's because they're already looking at exit polls. They already have data. It's not like the no fixes in right there. It's just something that's obvious, right? Just like we know Alabama's going for Trump, regardless of how many votes have been cast. You go to Rhode Island again. You've got not a whole lot in right now, but they're calling that for Harris. Not a big surprise. Connecticut, same thing. New Jersey. Now New Jersey again. I think everyone anticipated Harris to win New Jersey. The difference is going to be, here's where New Jersey is interesting. If Trump can outperform in places like New Jersey, right, California, Oregon, Washington State, it's going to have no impact on the Electoral College, but it will have an impact on the popular vote. And while the popular vote doesn't, for very good reason, by the way, regardless of what Democrats tell you, doesn't ultimately decide who the president is, that's the Electoral College, the popular vote still has cultural relevance. And Republicans have not won the popular vote since 2004. Now, for the people to say, well, that seems undemocratic. Well, I got news for you. We don't live in a pure democracy. We live in a constitutional republic of constitutional republics. Each state is its own constitutional republic. Now, do we use democratic processes? Absolutely. We use them to select our representatives. Our representatives use them in order to determine which laws are going to go forward. So it's not like we're anti-democratic processes, but it's important to make that distinction, and it is significant. So if he actually gets a higher turnout in some place like New Jersey, that's going to impact the popular vote. So
I was going to mention that the one I was looking for was Georgia with 36% reporting. Donald Trump is currently at 56.8% of the vote.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, and there are still some counties due to come in that are larger counties.
Yeah,
but not very many. Most of those are pretty
Well, yeah, looking at Georgia.
most of Atlanta's precincts are in. There's only like 2 more Atlanta precincts to come in.
Well, and yeah, I mean, when you look at the Democrat stronghold over there, it's always going to be the Atlanta suburbs. I mean, that's kind of.
But then we've got a whole bunch along the Georgia-Florida line, the line along Alabama. There's a bunch of other precincts to come on in, and so we're not quite there yet on that one.
Yeah. So we got
but it's looking good.
Yeah, more work to go on there. Did you just get another text?
Oh, I did get another text, but that wasn't from the Democratic Party. It was from a friend of mine, Lainey, who saw me on the TV apparently and was very excited. So
Okay.
shout
All
out
right.
to Lainey. We love you.
Jared Harbaugh says civil engineer, father of 8 in Utah. Wait, father of 8 in Utah? I gotta say, if you're a father of 8, Utah is probably the place you're at. I'm not profiling. I'm just saying. Nick, you are an inspiration of fatherhood. I hope I can emulate. Jared, thank you. One of the best compliments you can possibly give me. My children are all here, and they would totally agree, right?
No.
Oh my gosh, that's so horrible. Gamma said, "Snarky women rock." I assume that's the women at the table, both the woman I married and the women I helped produce. Rachel Eddington.
Wow,
so
that's
what will
an interesting way to say that.
So what will it take for you to
Very
all become
interesting.
our future first family?
No.
A lot.
Look, as soon
A
as
lot
Tina
of
wants
money.
to run for president, I'm all about that. Whitfield, he is saying that Christian says that Virginia could flip. Again, I'm going to remind everyone right now.
Wait, where is he hearing Christian
He's hearing it from
saying
Christian.
this?
Christian, once again, commonly referred to as the Oracle
Is Christian
of Virginia.
still on right now?
No, he's not on right now.
Oh, dang
We'll
it.
try to get him back on. We'll try to get Christian back on for an update, because if he's going to start making outlandish comments like this, we need to get his analysis on here. All right, but he says the VA could flip. All right, what's some of the other ones we got here right now? Okay, Skylar Tang, hi from Colorado. Thank you, Nick, for your content and messages. Also saw the short on my Aunt Lily in New Hampshire. Hope her election goes well. Skylar Tang. Oh, I can't believe it. Your aunt is Lily. Guys, if you have not
She
seen
is so based. I
Lily
could not
Tang
believe.
Williams. Oh my gosh, she did the single best debate takedown I have seen in years.
She destroyed
Oh
her
my
opponent.
Gosh. Skylar,
I
you
hope
gotta be
she
so
destroys
proud.
her opponent in the race.
Oh, it was epic. That was epic. So no, Skylar, hey, we're big fans of you and your family, and I hope it goes well for Lily tonight. Okay, I'm trying. Gosh, it
We
keeps
like
jumping in.
lilies. We actually have
We
a
have a
lily
lily.
right here.
We have
Hello.
a lily.
I'm
Keena
Lily.
Moon said, Nick and Tina, your channel has been impactful in mine and my husband's lives, from political to family. We're grateful for what you're doing. God bless. No, hey, thank you very much. Again, we really appreciate
Whitfield
it.
says Christian's posting all of this on his X.
All right.
We need to pull Christian's
Let's
X
go ahead and
up.
bring. I'm pulling it up right now. Go ahead and go back to my screen, Nate. We're gonna
I
pull
feel
up.
like we're trying to do this with one hand and a leg tied behind our back without Christian. This just
Okay,
not
here
the
we go.
same.
So from Christian Hines on his Twitter, I can't believe. You know what? You know we've come full circle when I'm reading Christian's tweets. Usually on the podcast, Christian's reading Christian's tweets. Now I'm reading Christian's tweets. This is where Christian.
like
I
in
can't
all
believe you did
fairness,
this.
Christian has been gaining over 1,000 followers a day because
Yeah.
of how good he is at breaking all this stuff down.
I
So
know. As soon as he gets home, we're gonna have to like really tank his self-esteem.
he's going to
as
be like,
quickly
I
as
need a
possible.
raise, you guys.
I know, right? Gosh, dang it. All right, so according to Christian Hines, the Oracle of Virginia, and our podcast, our resident historian and political prognosticator, Virginia is sitting on a knife's edge. Total Democrat collapse in Loudoun County spells utter disaster for the Harris campaign. The real battleground was Virginia all along. Unreal. Nobody predicted that. I will tell you that right now. Nobody predicted that. Also, Donald Trump could flip Virginia outright if this holds, and nearly a 9-point shift to the right in Loudoun County. Virginia means this election is over. Wow. Is he really calling it that early? Wow.
Wait.
Okay, so here's
You've
what he's
got to be
doing.
kidding me.
We're going to go ahead and take a look at this right now in Loudoun County. Yeah, this is wow, this is not going well for Harris.
I'm
at
a little
all.
concerned because I'm not used to Christian being so optimistic.
I know,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
It's
like his
insane.
optimism is actually making me very nervous right now.
Yeah. Christian
Who are
is
you
usually,
and what have you done with Christian?
Christian is usually gloom and doom. So Christian just posted, he goes, I was mocked for making this prediction. Final crystal ball model for Virginia, Donald Trump 47, Harris 52. But now as we look at it, my gosh. Wow. Wow. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
Pretty incredible.
this is going to be a good night if
Yeah.
this holds.
I think it is.
Like I
Again,
will say, I told Nick, I said, in all of my adult years, in every presidential election we've ever had, I am the most optimistic about this one than I've ever been about any of them. Now, keep in mind, I lived through having to vote for freaking McCain and Romney, and gosh, I mean, they were terrible candidates.
Yeah, I do remember. So when we moved out to Virginia, when Mitt Romney is not who we voted for in the Virginia primary.
No,
But when
I
he-
voted for Ron Paul.
I did too. I did too. But when Mitt Romney won, right? Like we got on board and we're like, all right, we want to defeat Obama, and we actually ended up on the stage behind Mitt Romney.
That was
and
because we
it
had
Trace
cute
Atkins?
little kids.
We did.
All three of our kids were so little in 2012, and they were adorable. And Allie's piggy tails definitely
Yeah.
knew how to. They could melt your
Allie
heart.
was the cute one.
Lily,
Yeah.
this is when Lily was still like super
won-
interested in politics.
I won an award
You
during that
did.
campaign for most phone calls made in Culpeper.
Yeah.
And
you were 11?
and she was
I was
11.
11. Yeah, 11 or 12.
Well, here was the funny part is that Lily would be like, hey, Daddy, can I go to the headquarters with you? I'm like, well, I don't know. Have you cleaned your room? Like, I honestly.
No. Okay, this is the most homeschooler crud ever. Okay, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. I used to make phone calls and volunteer with my dad with the Republican Party. And I used to love to do it, and I would have like 4 phones out, like making phone calls. And one day my dad's like, in order to, come with me today, you're going to have to copy the U.S. Constitution. In order to go and volunteer at the Republican Party. And I did it.
Yeah.
That's the kicker right there. I did
did.
it. I hand copied the entire U.S. Constitution so I could have the privilege to volunteer with the Republican
Oh, yeah.
Party.
And you made well over 1,000 calls. That
I made
which
like
is
2,000.
2,000. And you were
Yeah.
11.
Yeah.
I remember the first time we went in, I had to drop something off. And Lily walks over, and I'm talking to somebody in the back, and I've like dropped off a bunch of signs or something like that. And all of a sudden I come out, and Lily's making phone calls. And I'm looking around going, whoa, is it cool that she does that? And,
I just started picking up phones.
right. And the girl's like, oh, no, I taught her how to do it. She's doing a great job. And the next thing I know, I'm watching, and Lily is not like by like week 4, Lily's got like 3 phones in front of her, and she's
was
dialing
5, but
all.
who's counting?
She's dialing all of them at once, and the first one that picks up, she picks that one up, sends the other to voicemail, and then like does her little
I
shtick.
did sometimes where I picked up both phones at the same time, just because there was a very high probability people would hang up. So it made it to where like I could pick up 2 phones at the same time. One or both of them would hang up, and I just put them down and make another phone call. But
Yeah.
it was pretty crazy.
All right,
A lot of
HC
people were upset.
No, you did a great job. HC Magic says, I see Nick for Prez 2028. Let's go. Nick Anderson, they're asking you to run for president in 2028. Will you accept the challenge?
I can confirm nor deny that statement.
Wow.
Yeah, that, I
Whether or not you'll do it?
like to leave my fans in suspense.
Oh, that's good. That makes sense. That's a smart move. Get those donors like, ooh, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it?
You know,
Start
he could
custom.
take my last name
That's right.
and be Nick Freitas 2.0.
No, I will continue to keep Nick Anderson. That is totally fine with me.
I have always wanted to be that tall. That's right. 2002 Start Custom. We can see which states are on their knees and drooling for Harris. There's just
I
no
laughed
way.
so hard when I saw that.
Oh, Michael, our good friend Michael Fuse. Nick,
Mike
fishing for a
Fuse.
shout out, but haven't given you and Tina an update recently. Tell that father of 8 in Utah, I am coming for him. We have a baby number 6 on the way. This is a fight right now going down between the Catholics and the Mormons. We're gonna see who can produce more. We're gonna see who can produce more patriotic Americans.
Heck yeah.
All right. I
Let's
shouldn't have assumed that if you're in Utah, you're a Mormon. But let's face it, it is a fairly good assumption.
Mike
right?
Fuse, thank you for doing your part to keep the birth rate up.
Yeah, Mike is like single-handedly. Mike's like, look, the Pope said more kids, and I'm delivering more kids.
There you go.
We can
You know what, though?
outbreed the Democrats.
Okay, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. The dads get to be there for the fun part. The moms got a lot more thing on this. All right. John says, hoping Trump carries Carrie Lake across the finish line. I think she got robbed in the past. Carrie Lake is running for Senate in Arizona, and that is definitely a seat that we could potentially pick up. PA here voting, praying for family. Love you guys. Yeah, PA is so critical. So critical this year.
Not if we get Virginia.
That's true. Much love from Australia, everyone. I hope common sense prevails this election. Let's go, Trump. Same thing with Australia, man. What has happened out there? Because Australia was one of those, British Commonwealth countries that I could usually rely on. Every time America would go to war, right? Australia would be right there. And I love serving with Australians. Great guys. Absolutely great guys. I missed one in here. What is it? The Star Custom, man. That was just crazy.
You guys, with all the Richmond suburbs in, and Norfolk and Alexandria in. Okay, let's see. No, I guess it's not all the precincts, but 32% reporting. With all of them in, Harris is only up by 3 in Virginia right now.
Yeah, that's great. All right, so if we go to my screen right now, I want to do this. I want to look at.
She's she's up by 3.
Okay, so here's what we got to take into consideration, right? So, like Culpeper County, that's where we are sitting right now. You got 34% of the vote in, with Trump up at 66%. Let's go ahead and.
How are we only at 34% of the vote in Culpeper?
No, 34% reported.
Okay.
We'll see what I'm trying. Let me do this. You're on my screen, right? Okay, cool. I'm going to bring up Virginia Department of Elections. All right, here we go.
Yeah, because Christian's probably digging into these numbers and knows exactly what he's looking at. But
yeah, I want to dig in a little bit to Culpeper, because Culpeper I know. And so what we can do is we can take a look at how they're doing in Culpeper. All right, so right off the bat, you see Donald Trump was 65.7% of the vote in, 64.3 for Hung Cao. He's running for Senate, 66.2. Okay, so that's great. Whenever you have your down ballot candidates performing better than your top of ballot candidates, that's a good indication. That's a very good indication. And so what I want to do right here is I want to take a look at let me see here. Yeah, no surprise on the okay, let's do this. I'm going to go to Trump, and we're going to look at results by precinct. because again, all right, so West Fairfax. So West Fairfax is one of our more liberal precincts in Culpeper, right? We've got about 4 precincts that are either swing precincts or can potentially swing left. If you're doing 53% in West Fairfax, that's pretty good.
West Fairfax is blue normally.
No, it isn't.
Oh,
West
okay.
Fairfax.
East Fairfax.
No, here's what's incredible, right? And I'm assuming these are all in. Donald Trump won East Fairfax. East Fairfax always goes Democrat. Let me give you an idea. I win this district. I win this district by about 62%, 62 to like 64, or excuse me, 62 to 64% in the House of Delegates and off your elections. All right, I've lost East Fairfax before, and I live here, right? We're not far from East Fairfax. I live here. The fact that Donald Trump not only won East Fairfax, I'm looking at this going, is all the, I think all the votes are in.
Now Harris is only up by 1 point in Virginia.
Okay, wait, everyone, I want everyone to understand what's going on here and why this is important and why Christian is saying things like, oh my gosh, Virginia's actually in play. You should not win in West Fairfax precinct in Culpeper County, Virginia by, oh my gosh, it's like 9 points. You should not win by that much. You're happy to win by like 3 or 4. You're happy to win by 3 or 4. East Fairfax, you're happy to win. You're happy to win East Fairfax. And yeah, when you look at 51%, you're like, okay, he didn't win by much. But Kamala Harris only got 46%. So what that means is when you look at these down ballot people like Jill Stein, Oliver, LaCruz.
Here's an update from Christian. It said, we're almost certainly winning Pennsylvania. Mail-in is a disaster for Democrats in Pittsburgh. Nearly 20% shift to the right from 2020. He said Donald Trump is doing better with mail-in vote in Allegheny County and than he did the entire state of Pennsylvania in 2020.
So here we
So
go.
he did better in that one county than he did in the entire state in 2020. He is currently losing it by 46 points. He lost it by over 60 points in 2020.
Yeah.
So the shift is real.
No, I'm looking at this in Culpeper. This is nuts. If you would have told me that Donald Trump was going to win East Fairfax, I would have said, yeah, probably not. That's a little bit optimistic. East Fairfax is our most liberal precinct. But if you were to tell me he was going to win it by over 5 points, I would have said you're nuts. He's not going to win it by 5 points. If he wins it, he'll win it by 1 or 2, not by 5. But that's what's going on right now because every other, I'll look at it a couple. Southridge. Okay, Cordova. Okay, Cordova's were, Cordova is in the north portion of the county. That one he won by 72. That makes
one's
sense.
my
Willow
voting
Shade.
district.
Willow Shade is one of the other more
Left leaning.
It's a swing one, right? It looks like he's won it by 6.
Whoa.
El Dorado by 70. Yep. Brown Store by 71, 72. Jeffersonton by 70.
All of these numbers are way better than average, though. Like even in our precincts that usually are carried by the Republican by like 60% are higher now.
This is nuts. Southridge. Southridge is one you're happy to win by 5 points. As it stands right now, Southridge was 38% for Kamala Harris, 59% for Donald Trump. That's nuts.
It's for Peanut.
It's
all
for
for Peanut.
This is all for Peanut.
Shout out to all the people who are asking justice for Peanut.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah. R.I.P. brother. Rest in power. All right. All right.
Yeah, and somebody said even if states like Virginia and New Hampshire, this was John S., if they don't go red, at least the red wave contributes to the popular vote. And that's absolutely true. That's why we're telling people in the blue states, you still need to vote. I want Trump to win the popular vote to silence the shills. Unfortunately, they will never be silenced because they cannot be reasoned with. We just need to tune them out and mock them.
Yeah, oh, that's probably true. H.E. Magic says, has there been any vote weirdness yet? Yeah, there was actually some vote weirdness early on. We saw this in Pennsylvania where they had voting machines going down and a judge like immediately ordered that they had to stay open until 10. We saw it some other places as well. The difference is that from this election cycle as opposed to 2020, there was more poll watchers. Those are volunteers, by the way. There was more people that signed up and got trained to be poll watchers.
Sorry.
There was, wait a second. There was
Virginia
more,
just flipped 49 to 49.2 Trump, 49.1 Harris.
Okay, let me
I'm
look at
just
the
saying.
let me look at the overall results before
I
we
still
start
need
getting
to
too
we got to
excited.
shout out the numbers. People want to get
Okay.
excited.
I get it.
This
I
is
get
our
it.
Super Bowl.
But I need to answer this question.
Okay, go ahead.
Somebody did a super chat to get a question answered. Queen of the Bees.
All right, go
All right.
ahead.
So yeah, there has been some voting weirdness. The difference is we've never had this many trained poll watchers, and we've never had this many attorneys that were ready to actually show up on scene. And that does two things. One, if you do have an issue and you can catch it right away, that's far more advantageous, because if you don't and votes get cast or polls close, you can't do much about it. Most judges are not going to overturn something. But if you can catch it as it happens, that helps prevent fraud. The other thing it does is it keeps honest people honest. So if you have more people standing around, if you have more people observing, if you have more attorneys available, people are less likely to do stupid things that they wouldn't otherwise do. All right. We got another one here from Trenton Modal. Just got orders to ship out of Norfolk. Wish I could commute from Culpeper. I know it's the job, but I'd rather not go to war for her. Hey, Trent, I hear you, man. Like my son, he's not up here right now. He just left the room, but my son's actually shipping off to the military, and we kind of struggle with that, right? And here's what I will say though: is regardless of who the commander in chief is, service to the military is honorable. So thank you very much for being willing to serve your country. So I get that it's frustrating, and believe me, I share the concerns, but that never let anything take it away from the fact that you serving your country is honorable. Wood, Metal, Leather, and Moto. Fairfax voter here. Nick, your character, integrity, and genuine charismatic nature has me looking into Culpeper for relocation. Thank you and your family for everything you do. Well, first of all, thank you very much for voting in Fairfax, and thank you for considering moving down here. Look, we would love all the conservative voters that we can get, and this is a beautiful county. It is outstanding. Is it not?
Beautiful, although I love Culpeper County, but Madison County.
Madison
I
County
love
is gorgeous
Madison
as
County.
well. Madison
Yeah,
County
it's
is
right
gorgeous as
next
well.
door.
My whole district.
Shout out
Culpeper.
to Unionville, where
Oh,
my
yeah.
husband and I live. We love Unionville.
Oh, Unionville's
Oh,
and
yes.
Unionville Brewery. Oh my gosh.
Yes, Unionville Brewery. If you want like a family-friendly place that has really good pizza and karaoke, but also a bar.
It's also
there's
owned
a-
by
Okay.
it was a Ranger. Wait a second. It was a Ranger Battalion guy that owns it. Great dude, great place. If you're gonna go down and visit like Montpelier, stop by Unionville Brewery. Check out those guys because they are awesome.
When Christian is posting things to his ex, Nick, go
Okay,
on X.
Here we go. All right, I'm refreshing right
Look
now.
at his ex account. When Christian is posting things like this. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Why do I feel like I'm missing a reference here?
I don't know. It's just
Is this a Minecraft thing with Donald Trump
I don't
holding a
know.
crystal?
He has all these crystals in his hands. It kind of reminds me of the Ron Paul meme where he's like, "It's happening."
Wait, Donald Trump is holding a crystal. Does that mean he's winning the single female vote?
I don't know. Like, look at that.
Okay, real quick, since I've got two young ladies here, what is the deal with like crystals and zodiacs making a comeback within the?
You
Female
are
population.
asking quite possibly the two worst
That's
people.
probably true. Okay, here we
Wait,
go.
no, Sheena's the young one.
Lack of smarts.
There you go.
Lack of smarts.
There you go. Lack of smarts.
That's the best way to say it.
Behavioral issues.
When I was in cosmetology school, I did have a group of girls talking about their zodiac signs, and I only know what sign I am because it was part of the questions for like the icebreakers.
Yeah.
And she was sitting there like, in fact, I just forgot what my sign was. I think it's What is it for November?
Scorpio, honey.
Scorpio, yeah.
Scorpio?
She was like, I hate Scorpios. I can't stand them. Like, I just will never be friend with a Scorpio. And I started laughing. And she's like a really good friend of mine in cosmetology school. And she was like, wait, are you a Scorpio? I was like, yes. She was like, you are the only Scorpio I like.
We're a little spicy, a
I'm
Scorpio
a
types.
Virgo. I'm a Virgo. You know what that means?
No.
Nothing. It means nothing.
means
That's
I
what it means.
actually don't.
Yeah. All right, Joe Bunding, thank you very much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to go back over here because I want to look at this real quick. And I'm back in Culpeper County, Virginia. So for those of you who are wondering, why are we looking at this? It's because Virginia is not supposed to be in play for Donald Trump. And yet, I'm looking at a place like Culpeper County where we have 73% of precincts reporting, but all of the left-wing precincts have already reported, and Donald Trump is at 66%. So in Culpeper County, Donald Trump should realistically be winning this county by about 61 to 62.5%. That would be kind of like a good night based off of everything that we've seen in Virginia over the last several years. He's at 66.5%. And some of the this is the part where I want people to understand something. Like, looking at this,
His lead is growing in Virginia, by the way.
I'm going to go by results by precinct right here. Okay. West Fairfax, left-wing precinct. East Fairfax, left-wing precinct. Egg Burnsville, very conservative precinct, not in yet. Cordova, very conservative. You can see 72%. Willow Shade, more of a swing district. El Dorado, very conservative. Brown Store, very conservative. Jeffersonton, very conservative. Rixieville, very conservative. Jeffersonton used to be even more conservative, but we've actually had we just had a big subdivision move in there. Mitchell's is definitely conservative, not in yet. Pearl Sample, very conservative, not in yet. So, guys, this lead is going to increase. Like, Richardsville is a conservative district. The provisionals usually break for Democrats, but we're actually looking at something where the proposition of Donald Trump winning Culpeper County by 67 or even 68%, that would be the highest victory any Republican presidential candidate has had in Virginia in this county in a long time. And if it's happening here, it is happening in other rural counties as well. And this isn't just an increase in voting, like Republican votes. This is an overall decrease for Democrat voters. So again, I don't know. I'm shocked so far. I keep waiting for the other shoe to fall, right? I keep waiting for all the early voting to come in. One of the biggest problems that we had in Virginia is that they would post early voting as an entirely separate voting portion. And we've been pushing them to make it part of the individual precincts as opposed to just like absentee. And if you do that the way they've done it in the past, that's when all of a sudden people are looking at something going, wait a second, it looks like we're doing really good. And then all of a sudden all the early votes get counted. And now we're not doing anywhere near as well as we were before. And that's where people start to get frustrated. They start to wonder, like, is there something shady going on? This is one of the reasons why we've tried to change the law in Virginia in order to require them to report this differently so that we don't have this unreasonable expectation of what's going on.
Well, and don't forget the extra hard drives and
the
the envelopes in the back cupboard. And, yeah.
Got to do that stuff. Got
to find those too.
All right,
listen, with in Florida, I know they already called it, but with 91% reporting, Trump 56.1, Kamala Harris 43.
Whoa,
that's nuts.
That's insane. That's like a
Like,
lot.
we were kind of excited at the thought that he might win it by 10.
Yeah.
And now it looks like, oh, holy crap, this is kind of incredible.
So John said, I called a few weeks ago, VA went to paper ballots under Youngkin. I said then that Trump would win VA. John, the one thing to keep in mind there is that we still do electronic voting. You do have a paper ballot, but then you put the paper ballot into the machine, and that's what tabulates it. So it's not as if the election workers are then counting paper ballots after the fact. So it's a good thing, but it's not exactly, it's not as good as we would like. I'll just put it that way. Christopher said, what are your thoughts that most of the closures have happened in battlegrounds? The excuse are almost all bomb threats. Again, whenever you look at bomb threats and battlegrounds and whatnot, that's shady, right? That's just absolutely shady. And the question is who's more likely to call in a bomb threat? Mm-hmm. Now, the left would like us to believe that because of January 6th, the right is far more prone to be unruly or to use some sort of that's just not been the trend, right? That's not been the trend over time. Because of what happened on January 6th, people forget that when Trump was inaugurated in 2016, there was people out there throwing Molotov cocktails in Washington, D.C.
Well, and also if you were to look at like which side most of the assassination attempts happen.
Oh yeah.
Like how many Republicans were almost assassinated versus Democrats?
Yeah.
Like
I want to bring up another state here. North Carolina did finally flip over to red. Yep. And I am looking at the counties right now. Now I'm not looking at the precincts themselves, but everything around Raleigh looks like it looks like there's a lot reporting in Raleigh and surrounding Raleigh, in Charlotte and surrounding Charlotte, and there is a ton unreported all across the rest. And I think Asheville also over here. That's in the southwest portion, right, of North Carolina.
Yeah, there was,
And
yes.
and that, I believe, is that blue splooge right there. And sorry, that blue cancer right there.
So yeah,
And
Asheville
so
has a little.
all I'm saying is North Carolina right now, it did flip over to Trump territory, and there is still a lot to be reported that should be read.
Yeah. Space Cowboy says Army reservists in Washington hear lots of support for Trump on the east side. From what I hear, things might get rioty in Seattle if Trump wins. Thank you guys for everything, Nick. I hope to be a man like you one day. Hey, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, look, I have no doubt that if Trump wins, and I believe he's going to, we're definitely going to see civil unrest in places like Seattle, places like Portland, places like, Berkeley, maybe San Francisco, Chicago, New York. I think at certain college campuses, we're going to see that. One of the questions we got asked last night in our private chat, which, by the way, if you're interested in actually joining our community, you can go to the show links in the description. We have a community here, and one of the things that we do in that community is we actually do monthly meetups with Tina and I, where we just sit there and have a conversation with our community, answer questions. One of the questions we got answered was, should I pick my child up from college, on election day? Because who knows what's going to happen or what the result is going to be. And if Trump wins, are we going to see rioting? Are we going to see violence potentially directed toward people that, are not perceived as voting the right way or having the right opinions? And I said, look, I think there's certain campuses that you don't have to be all that concerned about, like Liberty, Regent, Grove City College, Hillsdale, among others. There's other campuses that, look, I don't want to spread fear or panic, because I don't think most campuses, I don't think most students are going to be in physical danger. But if you're asking me if, like, for instance, my daughter, like if my daughter was at a college campus that I thought that there might be rioting or violence, I would say, you know what, why don't we just come home for a couple of days? If it was my son, I would be like, no, you stay there and fight. That's what you do. Like, what are you doing? Right. I have 2 daughters, not 3. So.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Where's
Canceled.
Luke?
You're canceled.
Yeah. I don't care.
Dad.
I got told the other day that I give a lot of toxically male advice. This is from a college professor in Canada. And
he
I
honestly
noticed.
does. It's been a hard job.
Has it been hard? Do you guys
with all the toxic masculinity?
Do you guys feel oppressed by
Yes.
my toxic?
I feel
fatherly
very
masculinity?
oppressed
Yeah.
by toxic masculinity.
No, actually, just this morning we were saying, up with the patriarchy.
Yeah, the women.
I
of my
want
life.
more toxic masculinity.
Christopher Jordan said, "What are your thoughts that most?" Oh wait, we already answered that one. Sorry, let me see. I'm trying to keep up with all of these because we appreciate when people do super chats, but I'm also trying to keep.
You can go
with,
up where it says top chat and switch it to fan funding, and it will show you just the super chats.
Everybody loves Queen of the Bees. Do you know how many times I will
Or
go
they
places?
hate me. There's some people that are like, I wish that lady would just let Nick talk.
No.
Who
That's-
says that?
No,
honestly.
What's interesting is the number of times I will get stopped, like at an event or an airport, and be like, "Oh, we love your podcast." Oh, thank you so much. Honest question: who's your favorite? And they always kind of look at me and as soon as they hesitate, I'm like, "It's Tina. Tina's their favorite
course it is.
because Tina says the things."
Who are they
Tina
gonna
says
think?
the
Like
things.
the hot
Is that
woman?
Laura?
or-
Lady Briar Rose? Is that Laura?
She is watching. I
Oh.
did. Shout out to Laura.
We have Laura.
Love of my life.
Laura is one of my adopted daughters. And yeah, so again, for all the guys out there, just so you know, I don't just threaten people that try to date my daughters. I also threaten people that try to date my adopted daughters. Having said that, if you're a good man of God and you love Jesus, I will
Laura
consider
is
your
single.
application. I will
She's
consider-
operatically trained, loves
Yeah.
the theater, and is drop dead gorgeous.
I will
so.
consider your application.
I mean, listen, people. Mr. Freitas, or AKA my father-in-law, accepted me, a young public school man, to be her daughter's husband. I mean, geez, I was at the low of my life until I met her. So if I can make it, don't get your hopes up. But just understand, it's okay.
No, I got to tell you, this is okay, this is a funny story real quick. We're going to do a quick diversion to give you a little bit more insight into the Freitas family and now the Anderson family by extension here. So Lily, my oldest daughter, has only dated 2 people. Both of them were Nicks.
Yeah, both of them were named Nick. And they
first-
probably look exactly the opposite.
Oh, yeah,
as
they
well.
do. They
yeah,
do.
Yeah.
exactly. Like, look at my husband and like the exact opposite, which I do. Like, he was a really good guy. There was nothing
Really
like
good guy.
very
Yeah.
amicable breakup. Great guy, just not the one.
Yeah. Good,
but
good,
yeah,
good
it was,
kid, great family.
It was funny because he, like looked nothing like my husband, but they had the same exact name. He
Yeah.
had a Portuguese last name too.
Yeah. But
yeah.
Nick Anderson comes along, and I've known Nick because we've been going to church with our families have been going to church for like almost 12 years now.
No, longer than that.
I said
Like 14 years.
okay, 14 years now, and loved his family, loved his parents. But now this guy shows up wanting to date my little girl, and the thing is Nick's 6'6".
Yeah,
Right,
if he were to
he's-
stand up, you'd like only see his torso in the
Nick's
camera.
6'6".
It's pretty
Like,
big.
do you know how hard I had to work when they started dating? I immediately into the gym. What does he weigh? I got to be able to bench that. I got to be able to bench that, right? I got to still be able to assert dominance, right? But yeah, no, great guy.
Toxic masculinity.
There's that toxic.
Yeah, there's that toxic masculinity.
I want to say something because Christian's doing more updates on his Twitter or on his X account. And let me just say this before I say, in order for Christian to get excited about
Holy
something and post it on X, he has to believe things will hold. So
Yeah.
he knows all the back end numbers. Christian always just combs through everything. He's looking at the precincts. He's gauging what's going to come in, what's already come in, what we still have outstanding. And when he takes that into account, usually Christian is the one where he's like, no, I mean, I know it looks good right now, but it's not. It's bad. We're losing because look, this is not in yet. That's not in yet. And he never posts and is like, holy crap, Virginia's flipping. But he did another post on X saying Donald Trump just took the lead in Virginia, which I actually said that to you guys a few minutes ago. But he posted a map showing everywhere that it's happening and what the percentages are. And so if you're not already following Christian's Twitter account, please do so. It's Christian Hines. And that's just his handle.
I'm
And
still
he looks
not-
like some kind of crazy anime picture. And I don't know why he does that,
Habsburg
but that's
Empire.
Christian, and you should follow him.
So
I'm
let's
still convinced that the real Christian was abducted by aliens and replaced with this strangely optimistic Christian.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this.
Because usually Christian is doomer. All right, so let's look at the. I want to look at this real quick. This is the. So if are we back on my screen? All right, cool. So we're looking at my screen right now, and this is the Senate projection. So as you can see right now, it has been projected before the election day. It's been projected that Republicans would actually retake the Senate. Now, again, one of those seats that were already taken was West Virginia, which they've already called for justice. And the nice thing about this is that it's one thing to take a Senate seat in a race that is very, very close, and it will probably be close for many years to come. Taking the seat in West Virginia, that probably transfers over to a semi-permanent Republican Senate seat unless the person does something stupid. And I don't think Justice will. So don't do something stupid, Justice. One of the big ones we got to watch here is Ohio. Ohio is one where if we can win this one, and right now Sherrod Brown, who's the incumbent, is ahead. And let me see, what do we got? We got 43% reporting. This is the part where, again, you got to dive into some of the heavy urban areas to see which precincts are outstanding. You can see some of these other counties that are outstanding. These are most likely more, these are more conservative ones. Suburb of Akron, maybe not quite as much, but some of these other ones probably more conservative. So it's going to be close. It's going to be close there. Donald Trump right now is ahead with 51% of the vote. Again, it's looking like we're still waiting on some more conservative districts, conservative ones to come in, and the overall consensus there is likely Republicans. So we weren't too concerned about that one. There's another thing I wanted to look at. Let me go and take
I
a
don't
look
know
here.
why people are concerned about Ohio. Everyone knows it doesn't exist.
If you're in our generation, everybody knows it doesn't exist.
Why?
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
It's because of Skibbity Toilet Ohio Riz.
Brain rot.
This is
I hear it in
this.
school all the time. It's brain
No,
rot.
it's not brain rot. It's
brain
too
rot.
old to understand.
Oh my gosh! All right, we're gonna go. I'm looking right now at still on my screen, right? Okay, cool. We're also looking at the House. So the House was one. This is what was frustrating, is that the idea that we were probably going to take the Senate, but due to redistricting, we were probably going to lose the House. And again, can't emphasize this enough. If you get your president, but you don't get the Congress to support him, you don't get much done. You just don't. And this isn't. Every once in a while, we'll see people, especially with low propensity voters, that will come in and be like, well, I voted and it didn't make any difference. Well, okay. If you only voted for the president, but you didn't vote for the down ballot, or you didn't get involved in your state elections, well, then you can't be shocked when you can't achieve what, again, don't tell me you love the Constitution. Don't tell me you love your country without doing some basic understanding of how the actual political process in this country works. And so we need the down ballot. Now, the good thing is that as we're looking at places like Virginia, if Trump is overperforming there, right? Trump can lose Virginia by 2 points, and we can pick up a congressional seat that was projected to go to the Democrats. That would be the 7th district. That's the one I ran for in 2020. That's the sort of thing that we need in a lot of these other states. We need Trump to overperform and help carry people across. Now, look, Derek Anderson did a good job in places like Culpeper County, and he's actually outperforming Trump, which is exactly what you want your down ballot candidates to do. They've been able to focus on that district more specifically than obviously the president can. So the president gets more large scale, national level news, national level attention, but your candidates running for U.S. Senate, your candidates running for Congress, if you're in a state where you're doing state elections, maybe your state house, your state senate, these are the people that should be actually helping to not only help the top of the ticket, but the top of the ticket also helping them as well. And that's where you can kind of shift it and take Congress, despite the fact that you have projections going in a direction that we don't necessarily want to see right now. But this is where we're at. These are the live results coming in. This was the forecast. So as you can see right here, the overall forecast had the Democrats, potentially taking back the House. But again, they're showing, like, you look at Virginia 7 right here, right? They were calling this for or they thought that Vindman. Oh, that's Rob Whitman. Let me go and scroll down here. Okay, here we go. So right now in the 7th district with 62% reporting, we've got Vindman at 52%, Derek Anderson at 47%. So let's do this. I'm going to go in here and we're going to look at the congressional races. So we got Tim Kaine and Cal. I will say this, with 94 of 133 districts reporting and Hung Cal being this close to Tim Kaine, that is a good sign. We knew Rob Whitman was going to run. We were pretty sure Jen Kagan's was going to win, but that's actually a really, really good performance right now. Yeah, Bobby Scott, Jennifer McClellan. Wow. Jennifer McClellan should be doing a lot better than that against William Moore. John McGuire is going to win. We kind of knew that. Ben Klein going to crush it. Knew that. Okay, so let's look at this view results by locality, because I want to see what's in and what's not. So right now, when we look at Albemarle County, that's more of a blue county, but there isn't a whole lot there for that. When we look at King George, that's definitely going to break for Derek Anderson. When we look at Prince William, let's look at Prince William here. Prince William is 54% in. I wish they would show me a map. Let me see. View status for each precinct. Okay, so partially reported, not reported. Okay, so Nokesville is going to be more conservative. Unity Reed, I think the same thing. The ones that are, oh man, I wish I had a better map for this.
I wish Christian was here.
Yeah.
He'd be telling us all the things.
Yeah, but the bottom line is that with Prince County, we don't win in Prince County. The question is are we outperforming? That's what we need to see. And right now, let me see, Mike Clancy. So Derek Anderson is doing, let me see.
He's not doing bad. It just depends on what else is coming in.
Yeah.
And this also begs the question of, I know we were trying to get some transparency with our voting systems here in Virginia. Didn't we set it up to where they had to report early votes and all of that with their precincts?
Yeah, that was the thing they were pushing. Okay, here we go. I'm going on to VPAP right now. Virginia Public Access Project. They've actually, this is far better, I think, than the state-run system. But this will give you an idea of where they're at. So 32 of 61 precincts reporting, with Derek at 33%. Doing well in Caroline. He's actually doing really well in Stafford. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, he did really well in Stafford. King George is going to do well there. Fredericksburg City did about right. 67% in Culpeper with 13 of 15. He's only going to do better. That's huge.
67% in Culpeper is really high.
Yeah, that is
like we
really
haven't
high.
been seeing those numbers for probably a decade in Culpeper.
62% in Orange is about what you'd expect. Spotsy's at 60%. That's really good. So yeah, these are really positive numbers. The real question is it'll come down to places like Prince William. I'm trying to see if I can.
Christian says,
Look into this.
hold on. Virginia has been called for Harris. So we didn't skip. How was it already called for Harris? But anyway, he said, while I'm sad my home state didn't flip, increasingly it looks like my prediction will be spot on, he says. So I guess they've called it. They've called it for Harris.
Yeah, part of again here we'll go up here and
it's based on what precincts have not come in yet and whether or not they have counted those early votes and absentee ballots or not.
Yeah. So they've called it right now. That's interesting. But yeah, a lot of that has to do with exit polling that they see and outstanding precincts. But
Was it close though?
Oh yeah, no. With
It's a lot
48%,
closer than expected.
With 48% vote reporting, and again, I'm looking at the map right here, and you're still going to have stuff coming in Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax, Prince William. These are big Democrat areas. Richmond, Henrico area. These are all going to go Democrat. But keep in mind, Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points.
Yeah.
And Kamala Harris looks like she's going to be able to eke out maybe a win by 3 points. But that puts things like the 7th district in play, right? Because Kamala has to do better than that in order to win a district like that. So 7th district goes, and again, races like that are really important for determining who's actually going to take Congress. So let me see here. All righty.
I do want to mention, I think you touched on it a little bit earlier, but please remember to vote in other elections as well. I know there are some people who only vote in the presidential, and although the presidential is very important, you can have a good boss, but then terrible employees. So, and so you need both in order to make it work. So please remember to vote in other elections as well and to pay attention to other offices.
Yeah.
I don't see Virginia being called yet. Where is he seeing that it's called?
It was called. I'm looking at it.
I saw
right
it in
now.
some of the comments too, where certain places weren't calling it yet.
I don't know that's been called, but let's look at Fox News here. So I'm going to refresh on Fox News and see what they've done.
They haven't called it yet.
They haven't called it yet. I don't know. I don't know why they're.
I mean, it is really close, and not all the votes have been counted.
I mean,
yet.
it could just be what's still outstanding causing that.
But again, the important thing is that at no point going into Election Day did any of us think to ourselves, "Oh, we got to really watch Virginia to see what's going to happen."
No, we all thought we'll lose it, but maybe we won't lose it like by 10 like we did last time. We might lose it more like by 5.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're expecting and hoping for. And so for the idea that it could be even closer than 5 points, that's a really big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's
still a very good sign.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too that I'm looking at here is Donald Trump is outperforming Hung Cao, who's the Republican Senate candidate in Virginia. But some of the results that have yet to come in are in some of those Northern Virginia communities that I think actually Hung Cao is going to do well in. So yeah, watching some of these races. In fact, we're still on my screen, right? Okay. So to give you an idea, I'm right now what you're looking at is the Cook Political Report, and this happens to do with the very seats that are up. And you can see that, again, ideally what you want is your seats that are up for re-election to be solid, and you want to move the toss-up ones. So out of the Republican seats, all of them were in lean, likely, or solid Republican seats. But out of the Democrat ones, you had West Virginia, which was open, solid Republican. And again, that's already played out. So we picked up that seat. But then you also have Tester in Montana. The Montana seat, Navy SEAL running. Oh my gosh, I just forgot his name. See if I can figure this out here. Oh, crud. No. Sheehy, is it? Oh, gosh, I can't believe I just forgot that. And then the toss-up is Michigan, which is an open seat, Ohio with the Sherrod Brown, Pennsylvania Casey, and Wisconsin Baldwin. So the fact that the Democrats had so many seats up and that, 6 of them were either toss-up, lean Republican, or solid Republican, that puts them in a real bad spot. Now, when it comes to the House, and here we're looking at Cook Political Report, competitive races on the House side, you kind of see the opposite, right? So obviously you got this Michigan 7 seat that's open here. That's in a lean Republican. Then you have your Republican toss-up, your Democrat toss-ups. But then you see these Republican seats over here, Nebraska 2, New York 4, New York 22, Alabama 2, which is a new seat after redistricting. These are all ones. So we already knew going into this we were probably going to lose 4 seats, okay? Then it comes down to the question of the toss-ups. And that's really where this is all going to be decided. This is where it's going to decide on who. So right going in it with competitive, we thought we were going to lose 3 because we were going to lose 4. The Democrats are going to lose 1. So that's a net loss of 3 for Republicans. And it's very, very close in the House right now. So these toss-ups matter, right? So what's going on in places like North Carolina? What's going on in places like Pennsylvania? Again, we talked about Virginia 7. That's this one right here. Again, Anderson's got a real shot at winning this thing, but it's going to be a question of how well Trump performs and whether or not Anderson is able to outperform Trump in the same areas. He did that in Culpeper, right? So that's pretty good, and that's a good indication, but nothing's for sure yet. Okay, let me see here. Go ahead and by the way, the stuff that we're following tonight, you see us going to like Fox News, you see us going to like Virginia Department of Elections. I want to do a quick shout out for VPAP. That's Virginia Public Access Project. They do a really good job with their data visualization, and I always really appreciate that. I think it's nice when it makes it easy for people to see what's going on, easy to drop in. You can just click on something like this and get some additional data. You double click on it, and now boom, we're going in, and you can actually look at the individual precincts. Again, this is crazy. That Donald Trump won East Fairfax. I never would have bet that, especially winning it by that much. I just never would have anticipated that. But a lot of states have similar sites. And so we always encourage people, go in there, take a look at what resources are available for you to take a look at, because, again, when you find a good one, especially when you're not having to completely rely on like the New York Times, that's always nice. David Wood says, I live in Spokane, Washington. Emperor Inslee ordered National Guard to secure the Capitol. He never did that for Chop Chaz, BLM, or Free Palestine. Why? Yeah, that's a good point, right? Inslee's saying, all right, we're finally going to bring in the National Guard to secure the Capitol. When they're going into Seattle and they're setting it, when he refers to Chop and Chaz, if you want to talk about an insurrection, like an actual place where individuals came into a place like Seattle, and I have a good friend of mine that I served in Special Forces with who's a Seattle police officer now. He goes, yeah, Nick, they were able to come in, they were able to set up shop, and they essentially kicked the police out, and the mayor of Seattle let them get away with it. You saw similar things happen in Portland as well. When the left is going around and, committing acts of vandalism, rioting, burning buildings, they don't want to bring in the National Guard. But now all of a sudden they want to bring it in to protect themselves. And it is. It's incredibly frustrating. And there is a clear double standard. But at this point, we should be used to it, right? Ethan Shoemaker said, as a resident of Michigan, Ohio is a place, one that the Wright brothers invented the plane to escape from. So there you go, girls. By the way, you're making me look bad as a homeschool parent right now, saying that an entire state doesn't exist. Hunter Fawn says, if McGuire wins, are we going to have another state Senate race? Yeah, you are gonna have another state Senate race. That's gonna happen. There was no question that John was gonna win the 5th district. I endorsed Bob Good. Read from that.
I think that was the point all along, and that was kind of why for that Senate seat we were rooting for somebody else, because we knew McGuire was only going to sit there for a year.
Yeah, I supported Bob Good in that, but John got the nomination, and I hope he wins. I hope he wins that seat.
I'm seeing Texas mentioned a lot in the chat. Do we know anything about Texas?
No, we'll go into that in a second. Alexandria, was Boops allowed to have kittens? Janet Beckham.
We need boopins.
Yeah.
Everyone
so
in the chat, spam. We need
for
boopins.
those who don't know, Boop is our cat, the one that my youngest daughter here talked me into. And they want her to have kittens, and like we're like, no, there's enough stray cats out there. There's
no,
enough
not
cats.
kittens, boopins.
There's enough kittens. That
Everyone
need homes.
in
We
the
don't
chat.
No,
we
we are not.
need a poll. Who wants boopins?
We are not creating more kids.
We'll
that
put
or
them
kittens.
on the podcast.
I mean, Boop is the cutest, like prettiest cat ever.
She is pretty.
Back to Texas. Texas only has 56% reporting. I do see a lot of blue reporting around Austin and Houston, San Antonio,
well,
and
they've already
El
called
Paso.
Texas for Trump.
Was it already called?
Yeah. They've already called it. Like, not a big shock there. The question is going to be, let me see if we can.
I didn't
dive in
realize
here.
it was called.
Yeah, it was called, at least by Fox News. So based off of what they're seeing, Trump is it. So with, let me see. What do we got? 56% of the vote in, about 5 million votes remaining. Trump's at 53%, Harris at 45%. This is going to be good for Ted Cruz as well. He should probably pick up this fairly easy. Yeah, so based off of what they're seeing, they're just anticipating that Trump's going to win this. He won it by over 5 points in 2020. The left had this idea for a while that they were really gaining ground in Texas, and some of this had to do with races and again, races in like 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And they've never performed as well as they thought they would. Cruz looks like he's going to beat Aldred as well, or Allred.
Some of the texts I got from the Democrat Party said they just needed one more gift.
Just one
to
more
beat
gift. I think
Trump in Texas.
That's all they needed.
So if there's any Democrats watching,
yeah.
if you had given just one more gift,
This is all your fault.
we wouldn't have taken Texas.
Yeah.
But you didn't. So Texas is ours.
Isaac says, I discovered your show about a year ago. Listening has deepened my political beliefs, but more importantly, helped me rediscover my faith. Keep up the good work. Y'all are awesome. Isaac, telling me that our show did anything with impacting your faith is the greatest compliment you can give us. So
Yes.
thank you. Thank you very much for that.
I wanted to mention Michigan real quick.
Okay.
Since, I mean, it's going to be a while before Michigan has much coming in, but I do see some of the larger cities, like pretty much suburbs around Detroit.
Mhm.
And I think Detroit itself, some of them,
Well, here's
I don't know how many precincts are actually in Detroit, but I mean, I'm looking at this, and it kind of looks like more rural areas are still yet to come in, and so we're likely. I think we're still going to see it flip back and forth a couple of times before it finally lands on somebody.
the real question is this. I've watched a lot of Kamala Harris campaign ads, and are you even allowed to have an opinion without my approval first?
You know, I had suggested we go vote together, but
so I
we
could
were
keep an eye on you.
because, you know, I was seeing all these reports of women having their husbands hover over their shoulder
Yeah.
and like demand that she votes exactly how he says, which that's adorable.
Yeah.
But
Everyone
I think that's
knows that
hilarious
happens
that
every
they
day.
think that.
Yeah.
Every day.
I can't believe like the fact that yeah. Oh, look, Chris Boop, it says my wife and I support more Boopins.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys are
It's been
getting-
spammed in the chat.
Do you know how much I got in trouble for even suggesting that we would allow a cat to have kittens with all of the cats that currently need homes? But oh my gosh, no, you don't know. No,
Boop's
no.
kittens are the superior kittens.
All right.
They're hypoallergenic.
Okay, so here's what this really comes down to. Let's go ahead and take a look at some results from Pennsylvania right now. That's discouraging when it says Harris 61, Trump 37%.
On what?
What do we got in Pennsylvania? Expected votes in 17%. Let's see if we can't get Christian back on the call at some point, because I want to get an update with respect to Pennsylvania, because again, that's really
I know, because
Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are the three that I am desperately hoping. Look, at the minimum, I'd like to get North Carolina and Georgia in tonight. I'm really hoping if we could get Pennsylvania tonight, that would be awesome.
I mean, Georgia's looking pretty good. 66% reporting, 52% Trump, 46% Kamala, and like I'm just looking at what's still outstanding, and I think we've got Georgia.
Yeah. No, we should. We should. In fact, it's a little bit crazy that, we won North Carolina last time, lost Georgia, and this time Georgia was not really a concern, but North Carolina is. Also, I see on Twitter that Thomas Massey got reelected in Kentucky, which was expected, but also awesome. I love my boy. I love my boy Thomas. Thomas Massey is pretty cool. My son is over here crawling around the table like, hey, by the way, are you going to bring up that Thai food or what?
No.
My gosh, it's been sitting. It's probably cold now.
I know.
Was he being a good older brother?
Yes, he was helping me plug in my phone. So
Oh, look at
Aw. Hype
Look at
up
you being a
Luke in
good
the
guy.
chat, man. The silent sibling.
you. The silent sibling. Yeah. Gosh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we need. So this is the part of the night that gets a little slow while
Yeah.
you're waiting for everybody to get their acts together and bring everything in.
So far, things are kind of
Christian
going.
said what now?
Okay,
Okay,
Christian's going to be
cool.
coming in soon, so we're going to get in here. Okay, so here we go. I want to see this. Bill Hemmer shows how Trump is overperforming so far in deep blue Virginia country. Fox News voter analysis shows 70% of Americans believe country is on the wrong track. That's always a really bad indicator for anybody that is considered to be an incumbent. And while obviously Kamala Harris is not the president, and obviously the vice president doesn't have a whole lot to do, she's still considered part of the administration, especially since she went out of her way to talk about how important she was and all the
So
decisions being
important.
made. So
She's
yeah.
begging on her hands and knees.
It's interesting because like Fox News has already called some states. It has Trump at 178 already in
Yeah.
electoral votes, whereas some of these other sites aren't quite caught up with that. So good on Fox for actually being on top of things and showing us what's up. And so I'm trying to see like what did they just recently call? I mean, obviously they called South Carolina. They've called Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, of course, Nebraska, except for that one little thing. Isn't Nebraska the one that has like that extra little?
So Nebraska and Maine are the two states that apportion their electoral votes based off of their congressional districts. Unlike most states, which are winner take all, which is to say that if you win the state, you get all the electoral votes for that state. In Maine and Nebraska, they break it up. So if you win the congressional district, you get the electoral vote represented, because that is what the electoral college mirrors the number of like votes within like the House of
And
Representatives.
so some of the polls are starting to, they're getting ready to close down here in the next hour on the West Coast. So we should start seeing more come in after 10 p.m.
Yeah.
our time.
Let me refresh this because I got people in the
Okay,
chat going.
Christian's on.
All right, Christian, are you there? Can you hear us? All right, I don't hear Christian yet.
All right. Sorry, guys.
Also, I'll step up for my brother. He's not the youngest. He's actually the middle child.
Yeah, he is the middle child.
Ohio called for Trump. Who said that? Brian Hennessy? Why don't I?
I'm not surprised by that. We all anticipated him winning.
See, it does exist, you guys.
I will confirm it exists now that it voted for Trump. So
It earned existence.
it's earned its right to exist.
Yeah. So yeah, it's calling Ohio for. So here I am on the 270 to win on live results, and yeah, they've called Ohio for Trump, Texas for Trump, Florida for Trump. Okay, good. That's all good. All right, is Christian on yet? No, my gosh, Christian.
Oh, darn it.
He had a what?
He had to jump off. Something's
Oh.
going on.
Oh no. What
Okay.
happened?
Okay.
Dang, West Virginia, 70% for Trump. Oh my gosh.
West Virginia is like.
We need to move to West Virginia, I guess. I'm kidding. That's a joke.
No, baby. All right, Julia Mike said, greetings from the 1st of the 509th Parachute Infantry Regiment. Sad to say, but many guys here are making re-enlistment decisions based on who wins this. I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
honestly.
First of all, the 1st of the 509th is the Panthers. That's within the 82nd Airborne Division. I was with 2nd of the 325 AIR, little fun fact for you. PIR is Parachute Infantry Regiment. 325 AR is Airborne Infantry Regiment. Now, why are we airborne in their parachute when both of us
Tell us. We'd love to know.
exited airplanes the exact same way? Well, the reason why the 325th Regiment is airborne instead of parachute is because in World War II, the 325th was a glider infantry regiment. And so they glided into Normandy. Now, obviously, we don't utilize gliders anymore, so now we all
Why
use
not?
parachutes. But I will tell you what was super cool is that when I was in the 82nd Airborne Division, we would go to All American Week, which took place, I think it was like around May or June of each year. We would go in there, and you would have all of the old 82nd vets come back. And we still had a fair number of World War II vets, and you would have World War II vets that would show up with like 3 mustard stains on their jump wings, or like mustard stains on their glider wings. And what a mustard stain meant was like, it was like a little gold star. And that meant it was a jump into combat or a glide into combat. And so a lot of these guys had glided in on Normandy. And I'll tell you what, you think you are a strapping, young, bold paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division. And then you meet one of these guys that went into Normandy and you're like, whoa. So HC Magic said, Nick, why do some states split their electoral votes? So that's a good question. One of the reasons why states do it is because they want it to more closely reflect. So obviously it can be frustrating for a state to have a winner-take-all model where all of their electoral votes go to a particular candidate when that candidate maybe doesn't necessarily reflect significant portions of the state. And so they apportion them by the congressional districts, and it is kind of a more accurate regional reflection of the representation within that state. Now, here's an important thing to understand about what the Electoral College used to represent. Now, obviously, you vote for president, and your the electoral votes get assigned based off of either, again, you get that apportionment in places like Nebraska or Maine. Most states are winner take all. And it's just a foregone conclusion that your electors are going to cast their vote. And in a lot of states, it's legally required of them to cast their vote for whoever achieved the popular vote within that state. But early on, that was not how it was imagined by the founders. It was imagined that what you were electing were the actual electors. What you were voting for were the electors that would then go and then debate and vote on who the president would be. And if you want an interesting use case, or if you want an interesting historical case on how that kind of plays out, take a look at the election between Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. So John Adams essentially lost in the sense that he didn't have sufficient electors. But it wasn't a foregone conclusion. Like, Jefferson actually had to make some concessions, because the idea behind it is that you were selecting people that you trusted, that you thought represented the values for your state, that would go and then work with other electors in order to determine who the president should be. And again, you can debate all day long on whether you like that process. It's certainly less democratic in the pure sense of democracy. But it was this idea that, again, you were voting for people that would then make a decision with respect to who should run the executive branch. And at that point, and you see this with Washington, there was a much more reduced role for the executive branch. You didn't have this massive federal bureaucracy. And the real power is seen as lying more in Congress than it was the presidency. And so it's kind of an interesting use case and an interesting idea and process, the Electoral College. So the Electoral College has changed a great deal, obviously, from then to now. But that was one of the reasons why it existed. It wasn't just to make sure that smaller states would still have some sort of say with respect to who the chief executive would be. It was also about this concept of how you would go about selecting a chief executive for a country that all the founders anticipated would be much larger. Because, I get to represent James Madison's district. People like James Madison really looked at why was it that republics failed when they got to a particular size. Why was it when they grew to incorporate significant populations, especially significant populations spread out against wide geographical areas? Why did they fail? And the conclusion is that because it became very, very hard to properly govern a dispersed population, a diverse population. And so the idea behind the American Republic was that we would have state sovereignty, that we would have not only different powers within the respective branches, but that we would also have, we would respect power between the federal government and the states, and that we would try to set up processes that would allow a republic to be able to grow and to expand, to respect local jurisdictions with respect to dealing with the day-to-day issues that would affect their citizenry, and really relegating what the federal government did to a very narrow set of policies. And in fact, if you look at Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, there's a very narrow set of responsibilities that was supposed to fall within the federal jurisdiction. And at this point, we've grown way past that, and a large part of that has to do with things like the 16th Amendment, which is the federal income tax, the 17th Amendment, which is the popular election of senators, the creation of the Federal Reserve. All of that has led to a vastly expansive federal bureaucracy. And in fact, we've talked about this before. When people ask, why am I excited? I've never been this excited for a presidential election, and it's certainly not because Trump is my kind of guy in certain areas of his life. But it's because he's the first president in my lifetime that has truly recognized the problem of the ever expansive federal bureaucracy. And he's someone that I believe genuinely intends to do something about it. And so that's why I've been really excited about him.
Yeah, this whole thing has been very exciting. And I appreciated the history lesson on the elections and how it all goes. But I believe, okay,
Here it comes.
that I believe that we should change it all, okay, and decide our leader through like a Hunger Games style
Cage match.
gladiator
Cage
stadium, okay? I mean, you have, if you want to run, right, you can have your speeches and everything just like in the Hunger Games. Okay. And then it's ultimately determined by your strength and resilience and your survival skills.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me. Is it because Republicans would win almost all of the time?
Yes.
Maybe a little bit.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to say I was looking at Christian's Twitter, and he does these things sometimes that just drive me crazy. He'll go, "I cannot believe what I'm witnessing," and then it's crickets after that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
"What do you mean? What are you witnessing? You better tell us." And then finally, he has given a little update. It says, even if Democrats won 100% of the remaining mail-in ballots in Philly, Harris would still be down 116,123 votes from 4 years ago.
That's
In a
insane.
state Biden won by 80,000 votes. There's almost no mathematical path for Harris to win Pennsylvania.
Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible. Yeah, even if Democrats won 100% of the remaining mail-in ballots in Philly, Harris would still be down 116,123 from 4 years ago in a state Biden won by 80,000 votes.
Is there an echo in here? I think I just said, didn't
I'm-
I just say that?
I'm going to go ahead and call the election for Trump right now.
Wow.
Because according to the text messages I received earlier, if they lost Pennsylvania, they lost
It's
the
over.
election.
That's what
And
that's what
nobody
Harris herself-
donated.
Nobody.
Nobody
they
gave a gift.
begged. They pleaded.
They didn't rush
failed.
$10. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and call this election now.
Well, and that's the question: is that will they actually end up calling states like Pennsylvania based off of the sort of mathematical equations that Christian is pulling out right now? And the answer is probably no, which kind of tells you something. All right, so 15 out of 15 precincts. I just want to look at this out right here.
I mean,
15 out of-
oh gosh, it's so hard not having Christian in the room, you know, and he's
I will tell you this right now: the fact that Trump won Culpeper County by 67.6%.
that's insane.
Okay, wait a second. This map displays only votes cast on election day, does not include the 15,000 estimated early. Gosh, I hate it when they freaking do that. So you're gonna see a drastic change there. That's where I think you might see changes in places like East Fairfax. There's no way he won East Fairfax by that much. So we're gonna have to look. This is another thing that I'm just so furious about. It's like there is no reason for the early votes you already have. The early votes you could already count. You could count them first. But no, we don't do that, right? Why? Why didn't we not do that? It's certainly
And
because
they
there hasn't been
they
people
don't really
carrying
feel
legislation.
like it.
It certainly isn't because we haven't had people carrying legislation in Virginia to try to change that. And then you see stuff like that get voted down. You're like, why? What is the point? Well, all we're saying is that if you already have the early votes, right? if you already have the early votes and you're already tallying votes on election day, why is it that you tally the votes that have been cast that day and not the votes that have already been cast weeks ahead of time? Why would you not do that? Why? It's just, it's maddening. Absolutely maddening. There's no reason for that. I'm carrying legislation on this. I'm either carrying or I'm getting somebody else to carry. But one of us is carrying legislation to be like, this is crap. You've already got the early votes. Post the early votes. We should be able to see those like almost instantly. There's no reason why we want it. This is the sort of crap that even when something shady isn't happening, causes people to think something shady is happening. Because they're looking at it going, oh my gosh, we're ahead by 67. Oh, wait, no, we just dropped by 5 points. When it didn't have to be that way. You could have just shown us early on.
Christian said Harris is currently winning the early vote in Virginia by 17%, almost exactly what his early vote model predicted. Christian says, I'm feeling great about this night, both as an analyst and as a Trump supporter.
Yeah. Kane Baker says, hey, Nick, what's your thoughts if Harris does get in? Do you think World War III has a real chance of happening?
No.
Well, no. I mean, the problem is you're looking at things like what's going on in Ukraine, and are they going to double down on support for Ukraine in a way that could potentially cause Putin to use nuclear weapons? Right? What is it?
Yeah.
Okay. What does it do with respect to the Middle East? Because right now you have this connection between Russia, Iran, and China. Here's what we need to understand about the larger geopolitical situation. Iran has civil unrest that they're currently dealing with that is pretty bad for the Ayatollah. China is in a horrible situation right now, both economically and demographically. Anybody that thinks China is still like some major economic powerhouse needs to take a look at what's actually going on in that country with respect to their monetary policy. They're in a bad situation right now, which is probably going to lead Xi Jinping to be more aggressive. The United States is also in a vulnerable position at this point, in part because of how China has infiltrated our own networks, our own electronic grid and everything else with respect to software and hardware. That's a conversation we can go into later. But the real question becomes is this post-World War II kind of world order that we had is starting to fall apart. It's starting to crumble because people are starting to question the efficacy of it. And Harris is going to be the sort of person where I don't think she's making decisions exclusively based off of what she genuinely believes is best for the United States, but she's going to be making decisions based off of what people at the WEF think she should do. And the question is if you have enough people that are war hawks that believe we need to be engaging in larger scale conflicts, and all of a sudden a nuclear weapon goes off, you have to retaliate against something like that. And so the answer is, I don't know. The optimistic side of me would like to think that no, we would not get involved in a major like World War III style environment, even though I do think we would have greater destabilization in bad areas under a Harris administration. But there's no question in my mind that we find ourselves dragged into more conflicts under a Harris administration than we would under a Trump administration, for the very simple reason that Harris is still operating in this idea that, of course, the United States is going to spend more money, more military equipment, and then you get to a point where you overcommit, and then you have to send troops, and then the moment a soldier dies, all of a sudden you're now committed even further. Trump actually understood that you don't have to engage in like 20-year-long nation-building operations in order to project power. Right? You can utilize military supremacy in a way that was effective and in a way that targeted the people that were actually responsible for making decisions in other countries, as opposed to 19-year-old conscripts. Perfect example of this is in Iran. Right? When Iran targeted the U.S. embassy in Iraq, Trump didn't decide to invade Iran. He didn't decide to even bomb military targets that probably would have led to either civilian casualties or casualties of people that had nothing to do with the decision-making process. What did he do? He killed one of the leaders of the Islamic Republican Guard Corps. Well, I got news for you. When countries which are effective dictatorships engage in aggressive action toward us, and our response is not to invade their entire country and try to set up parliamentary democracies, when our response is to kill the people that were responsible for making those decisions, guess what? Lo and behold, they slow their roll because, well, they don't care. Like, Hamas doesn't care about how many civilian casualties they get. In fact, they want more because it's a great way to manipulate Western media. Right? Same thing for countries like Iran. But when you have a president like Trump that realizes this and then minimizes casualties and goes after decision makers, all of a sudden they stop doing it because they don't want to die. Because as much as they don't care about their citizens dying, they do care about them dying. And this is one of the things that Trump just got so right when it
It's a
came
really
to U.S.
good
foreign
incentive
policy. Yeah.
to not do bad things. Is
Yeah,
death.
Johnny says Ohio has always voted Trump, unlike Virginia. No, it's true. Like Virginia stopped voting for Republicans on the presidential ticket, unfortunately, during Obama, and a lot of that was because of George Bush. George Bush vastly increased the size of the federal bureaucracy. A lot of that federal bureaucracy is camped out in Northern Virginia. And yeah, Brian Hennessy, I meant to give you $20 earlier so that the Chameleon Harris voters can leave Ohio and PA like they said they would if they
did
lost our
promise.
states. Brian, that's awesome. Yeah, no, they always promise to leave and never seem to. I wish they'd go to Cuba or Venezuela. They're always going down there to talk about how great it is, but they never seem to want to move.
I want to
So
put all the
frustrating.
Democrats in like California and then just, cut them out of the United States. And, they can have their own United States of bureaucracy or something.
Somebody did. I posted this today. Tina found it. I posted it on X. Somebody did a AI version. They took a bunch of media reports. They took a bunch of political candidates, and they exchanged the word "my democracy" or "our democracy" for "our bureaucracy."
That was so funny.
And it works seamlessly, and all of a sudden everything made sense. Donald Trump is a huge threat to our bureaucracy. Like, yes,
Yes,
he
he
is.
is.
I'm Nick Freitas, and I support this
It's
message.
rather concerning.
Yeah, I'm Nick Freitas, and I support that message entirely.
Hey, there was a message that we missed on the chat here.
Okay.
It said it's from Sneaky Bird. Oh yeah, we've got Thai food here. Okay,
I know. I'm gonna start eating cold
it's your
pepper Thai.
editor, Cody. I'm paying you to say hello to me. Happily enjoying some Irish whiskey, watching the show. Also, yes, it is indeed Jif with a J. Okay, so
Why would you pay for that? Although I do appreciate your
loves
support.
us. He must love us.
Cody is awesome, by the way. If you've never seen our channel, The Y Minutes, go on there and check that out. Cody does all the video editing work on that, and oh my gosh, Cody's brilliant. He really is. I mean, don't get me wrong. When he's in here, we constantly keep his self-esteem low because we don't need him getting the idea that he could be doing great things somewhere else.
We don't want him to realize he could do better elsewhere.
No.
It's the
Yeah.
toxic masculinity.
It is. I go full on toxic masculinity. I'm like, no, Cody, you can't leave us. What we do, and then I cry, and then I threaten him.
Yeah. So
Typical
don't mind us.
Codyside.
We're on for so long that people are
I'm
eating
eating
now. And Nick's having, what
so
is that,
hungry.
pad thai?
Pad thai.
Allie's over here eating pad see-ew. And
I won't eat into the microphone.
yeah.
This has turned into an ASMR channel.
Yeah. I gotta say, yeah, I am gonna do an unsolicited shout out for cold pepper Thai though. Oh my gosh! So
If you're looking for amazing Thai food, I mean, I think Pinto Thai in Culpeper has the best Thai food I've ever had.
okay, well,
It's so good.
so here's what I'm gonna say.
Well, you've been to Thailand, so that's not fair.
So I was in before I became a filthy, no good politician. I was in First Special Forces Group, and in Special Forces, everybody goes through language school. So my language was Thai. So what a cop kun sabai diru, pumpin tahan ropi said, and we've now just done all the Thai I remember.
What did you even say?
I just basically said, hello, how are you? I am a Special Forces soldier. Right? Like that was it.
the only thing you needed to know.
But one of the things that we learned is that when you went into a Thai restaurant, one of the first things that you look for in order to try to get some indication is this an authentic Thai place, is you look for a picture of the royal family. You look for a picture of the king. If they don't have a picture of the king up there, imposters. They may still have good food, but imposters, right? If you want authentic Thai food, they're going to have a picture of the king.
I
up
love
there.
Thai food. Thai
Oh,
food is
so
so good. My favorite is when I get pad see ew with the crispy duck as the meat. Oh my gosh, it's so good. And I can't have it right now because I'm on carnivore.
I'm a simple man. I like my chicken pad Thai. What's incredible is you actually go to Thailand and a meal that will cost you, well, first of all, a meal over here that you will pay $20 for with a smile on your face because it's going to be delicious and the portion sizes are great. That same meal is $6 in Thailand. $6 in
Poly
Thailand.
Market now gives Trump 78% chance of winning.
Wow.
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 Thanks for telling us.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
Yeah. I'm
checking Christian's
Kind of
Twitter
excited
now.
about this. Yeah, see, Bennett Family Homestead says
X?
Culpeper guy here
X,
can
sorry.
confirm Pinto Thai is fire.
Oh my
And that
gosh.
is true. And they deliver, you guys. So
Yeah.
if you're ever in Culpeper, we have such a cool downtown anyway. You definitely want to visit it. It's a beautiful little downtown. There's neat little shops. There's ice cream. There's chocolates. There's
and
a
Pinto-
honey shop. There's all kinds of food that you can go to. And but Pinto Thai is probably the one that I think it's like a must visit.
Oh
It is
yeah,
super
and
good.
Pinto Thai's about to open their ramen place too.
A ramen place across the street.
And some people who are off of Pinto Thai, I believe their family members opened a bubble tea shop.
Oh yeah,
It's
boba
so
tea.
good.
You are not selling me on
It's
boba
so
tea.
good. It's delicious.
Their place is called Galaxy.
Yes,
They're
it's so good.
amazing.
You gotta talk.
They can't hear you.
Their place is called Galaxy. They're absolutely amazing.
They're so good.
I've
And
not
the
tried all
people
things, but
are
very
so
amazing.
nice.
They are so
Super
sweet.
sweet.
And
And
here's
I
what
went
I
in there
remember-
once, and she remembered me every time.
Yeah.
They had an old location on Main Street next to the Culpeper Hotel, and we had our Republican committee in. What's wrong? We had our Republican committee next door to. It used to be Culpeper Thai, but they turned it into Pinto Thai and moved it to another location. But it's all the same people. Everything's the same. And they were so nice to us, and they were, I would say, pretty generous and accommodating to the Republican Party. It was pretty nice. They were super, super accommodating. That's all I'll say. I think they're conservatives. They haven't. I'm not sure they've said so much, but I'm
Oh my
pretty
God,
sure they
don't
are.
do that to them. They are a business, and they're just trying to do good time.
They're
Hey,
neutral
listen,
party.
if
And that's what they
people are
do.
watching
my
our
gosh.
live stream, they're probably conservatives or trolls, and I don't care what trolls think.
Okay, but trolls buy Thai food. Don't
No,
don't have a
trolls
good
don't
look at them.
deserve Thai food.
Trolls don't deserve the
Ray
Thai
Peterson
food.
says, "I love crab rangoon. It's delicious.
It
Yeah,
is,
of
it's
course.
It's delicious."
honestly
Robert H says,
so good.
Dimwitocrat anger at DNC explains tonight that's why Donald J. Trump is winning Virginia, but Captain Cow isn't. They hate the installation of Harris. Yeah, there were a lot of people that actually had a real problem. There were Democrats that had a real problem with Harris just essentially being, coronated as the candidate. And I do believe that there's Democrats that have actually kind of stayed home in protest or voted for third party as a result. HC Magic says, "Night all have a great evening. God bless and protect the United States of America. Amen." From your lips to God's ears.
Big update from Christian. He's super happy and patting himself on the back.
Oh no,
Not
because
Christian.
he
this
showed
isn't Christian.
he showed a text back and forth with a lobbyist friend of his, and they said, "I'm glad the secret lobbyist doesn't look like a fool. I always watch CNN on election day because I like to stay pessimistic. Those louder numbers are big, but still on par with our predictions. New York Times has Virginia Harris win by 4.7%. And that's pretty much exactly what Christian said just the other day. That was his prediction. So he's on point. His model is not failing him, which is awesome.
It isn't. It isn't.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see.
What else do we have more questions in?
I don't know. You check the questions. I'm gonna eat some more Thai food.
Okay. Did you already answer the Mr. Dr. Dank?
Let me see. I guess my
Nick, I've
computer's
been
freezing up.
following you for 2 years, and I'm a huge fan. Watching your election coverage tonight with my wife and newborn son feels like a nice end to a chapter. I'd leave a longer comment, but 250 word limit. Do you have a P.O. box for fan mail?
We do, but let me.
Let me find out what that is real quick, because we
let
do
me-
have a P.O. box.
We do have a P.O. box. I give that too. But thank you very much. Thank you very much, and congratulations on newborn son. That's
and thank you
awesome.
for the super chat. That was very generous.
Yeah. No, that's great. It's always having kids is awesome. Even sons, isn't that right, son? Yeah. My son is here, but he's been staying out of the cameras because he's going off to the military and he's protecting himself. Jacob Byer said, "I don't know how these work. Wanted to say God bless you and the family, Nick and Tina. Hey, thank you very much. Really, you did it perfectly. You did it perfectly. Yeah, gosh, it is going to be. What time is it? It's 9:38.
We're still waiting for all those polls to close on the West Coast.
Yeah. Jacob Wright says, not all of us are trolls. I love your channel and you have a beautiful family. Keep up the amazing work. No, thank you, Jake. And I appreciate it. We do. It's actually been fun to have the kids on tonight. We were sitting around talking about what we were going to do. And they were asking like, hey, are we doing anything for election night? Because, again, growing up in a family where I went to the General Assembly, I think Lily was 13 years old. When I went in, and so like our kids were used to having to go to a lot of events, going to a lot of things, parades, and like passing out candy and stuff like that. And we haven't done it as much lately, but obviously this was Lily's first election to vote for president, Luke's first election to vote for president.
Last time I missed it by 2 weeks. It was awful.
Yeah, yeah. Brad Morris, thank you very much for the super chats. Really appreciate it, brother. Really appreciate it. But yeah, so it's actually been fun to kind of like chill out with the fam tonight. Oh, look, Snake Pliskin on Twitter just said that Kamala Harris is the projected winner for Ukraine. That's
Ukraine. That's funny.
I gotta say, X is the best for kind of like political smart
I've always
allegory.
said X is the bar brawl of social media.
Yeah.
You kind of have, you've got like different levels of media, and X is definitely the bar brawl, and then you have like more upscale would be probably, well, not upscale, but like a little less hardcore political would be maybe Instagram. And then you just have like ad feed galore, which would be Facebook. Oh, look, Luke's joining us in Lily's seat.
The chat. Well then, yeah.
Can I just say, I'm a little offended that Luke got a microphone before I did. They were saying in the chat, I need one.
That's because he kicked his older sister out of her seat so she could eat. That's what happened there.
It's called being a good brother.
Give a shout out to everybody saying that they want boopins. I think we just need to.
We're not having
boopins.
This is not happening.
Christian is now saying we are about to experience the greatest mental health crisis in the history of Western civilization. I think that's actually an encouragement.
Yeah, he means that as a good thing.
He means that as a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Because we're going to watch those people melt down and scream again. It's like make liberals cry again. This is going to be actually very delicious.
Yeah.
Very fun. Yes, we will drink the liberal tears. What?
Where's the liberal tears mug?
Yeah, I don't have the liberal tears mug, but
So
we need to call. We need to get him back on the line.
Random Acts of Brickard said, question, I would like to get Luke's thought process on joining. I want to join right after high school, but they were rolling out the jab. And when I graduated, I didn't think it was wise at the time. So Luke, what was your reasoning for joining the United States Army, the best branch of the United States military? Nothing out of you, Nate. Nate was Navy. Go ahead, Luke. What is it? You gotta speak. You gotta speak into the mic.
Speak in.
Yeah.
This is why he's the silent.
You gotta actually talk into the mic.
I gotta.
Why'd you join the Army?
I don't know. Kind of felt like the right thing to do, honestly.
Okay.
Chicks, admit it.
What chicks am I picking up in the army?
Hey, there's women in the army
Women
too.
serve too.
I'm not sure if I want those women.
Oh my God! Dang!
Wow.
Whoa! That's okay. Well,
I'm
you just
going
got canceled.
infantry.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's true. All right.
I want
You
So
may
the real
have
reason-
some
You saved it.
dudes that
wanna
identify
fight.
as women.
Are they
You-
actually women?
He would probably prefer his woman without a penis, right?
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah.
Because those are the only kind.
But like in the army now, or military, they will pay for your sex change operation.
Yeah, but he's gonna get in trouble now because they're gonna look at his social media and be like, "Oh my gosh, did you make transphobic comments?" Like, no, that's my mom. My mom makes the transphobic comment.
I mean, I'll do it too if you want.
No, because Trump's going to be in office and he'll be fine with it.
Oh my gosh. Hunter said was also in First Special Forces Group. Indo was my language, and I remember less than you would Ty. I miss SF. Hunter, I do too, man. I will put it this way. I loved being in Special Forces. I thought it was the greatest place to serve within the military. Luke signed up for Airborne Ranger or Infantry contract,
Haven't
Ranger
quite signed
contract.
yet.
Yeah. but yeah, there was something about being an SF and the ODAs and the teams that was just great, and the mission set, man, it was a great mission. Although I got to say, I always had a bone to pick with the guys that were learning like Indonesian, especially the guys that were learning Tagalog, which is a Philippine dialect, because when you had to learn Thai, that's a language based off of Sanskrit, right? So Thai is a tonal language. So the word like ma, has like 5 different meanings. Everything from like mom to fire to like horse, based off of the tone and the context for which it appears within the conversation. Because the way that the writing works is they don't have punctuation like in English where you use like periods and stuff like that. A particular figure or a particular in Thai can have a different tone and a different meaning based off of the context and where it appears in the sentence. I can barely speak English, and now I'm having to learn this. And that was, I think, I forget what it was, like on the DLI score, like you got paid differently based off of how difficult the language was. But they put Thai and Tagalog in the same difficulty category, and Tagalog was basically Spanglish. I don't care what anybody says. It was not that difficult. And now all of a sudden they're getting paid the same. But yeah, Hunter, I'm with you, brother, man. I do miss SF. Jacob says, great to meet you all at Homesteaders of America. That's HOA. So much respect for all you do. God bless you. All hoping Trump. My home state of Michigan votes for Trump. Yeah, Jacob, great to meet everyone at Homesteaders of America. That's another site everyone should check out. If you're all even remotely interested in anything from food freedom to like health issues, and maybe doing a little bit of homesteading, a little bit of gardening, a little bit of raising some animals, check out homesteadersofamerica.com. They're awesome. Brian Boland says, your channel has helped cement my return to faith and securing my ideals of what it means to be a Christian man. I'm going on a mission trip to Guatemala at the end of the month. Prayers would be appreciated. Brian, you got it, man. We would be more than happy to pray for you in your mission trip to Guatemala. I remember my mother, my single mom, she was a nurse. And she took us me and my brother on mission trips. We went to the Philippines, we went to Okinawa, we went to Mexico, and just an absolutely incredible experience. And again, no, you can't give me a greater compliment than if we've helped with respect to your faith. So thank you very much on that, man. I appreciate it. Christopher Jordan Strong said, trust me, I know the feeling for tonal languages. When I learned mine, I got through intro to Mandarin, still don't use it. Yeah, dude, those ones are tough, man. Those ones are tough. There's no question. Zachary says, thank you guys so much for what you do here. Been watching for about an year now. I've learned a ton from all of you. Semper Fi from a Marine to a Green Beret. Well, hey, thank you very much for your service, man. I really appreciate it. Enjoyed serving alongside guys.
I'm sorry. Can
I? Go ahead.
I'm looking at the Senate. It shows that we have flipped one to our side. We already knew about that, and the Democrats lost one. Democrats held 28, and we held 38. So, and there's a few more on the table. So, hopefully,
we had
we
a lot of
flip
those
a few
weren't
more.
up. A lot of those weren't up. So, what do we need to take? I think we needed to take. Was it 2
says,
or 3?
It says 28 held -1 for the Democrats, and 38 held +1 for the Republicans. But there were 47 that we were going after for the Republicans and 38 that the Democrats were trying to keep.
Okay, I'm seeing that they've called North Carolina for Trump.
Did they?
Let me refresh the Fox News one. It's not on Fox News, but I'm looking at 270. So there's a site called 270 to Win. And on 270 to Win, let me go over here this real quick, see if I can find it. On 270 to Win, they're calling North Carolina for Trump. That's huge because the only one that I was really worried about it being like a big upset for us was North Carolina. Like if we lost North Carolina, we were in trouble. And part of the problem in North Carolina was we had a gubernatorial candidate down there, Robinson, who ran into some issues, right? Ran into some issues, personal life issues. I'm gonna pull this up right now. But it looks like they're calling North Carolina. It was 63% reporting. They're calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. He's at 51.9 to Kamala Harris is 47.1. When it comes to the gubernatorial race, again, Mark Robinson is way underperforming. They've called it for Josh Stein. Josh Stein was a fairly popular Democrat governor in North Carolina. Mark Robinson was the lieutenant governor, but again, had some issues come up and just lost a lot of support based off of things that came up with websites that he was associated with. Again, I don't want to judge that too much because I don't know what's real and what's like fake or potentially made up.
I've seen them lie about us enough times with just completely fabricated stories that had no basis in reality that I no longer believe something that just because it's outrageous about a candidate.
Yeah.
I won't believe it unless there's some actual proof.
But I will tell you right now, that is are we showing my screen right now? So on the presidential results, the fact that North Carolina is in and that North Carolina had actually been polling behind Georgia makes me feel fairly confident. I wonder why they haven't called Georgia yet. Let me see in there. What are we looking at in Georgia? Georgia, gosh, with 78% reporting, they must have a bunch of precincts in Atlanta that they're still waiting to come in on, because right now what we're seeing in Georgia is 52%, 52.5 to Kamala Harris, 46.8, with even more people coming in. So they've got some areas around Columbus. Man, I don't know. Like, I think we're going to call Georgia pretty soon. So here's the deal. Here's what's important about this. We thought we would win North Carolina and Georgia, but those were the two areas where the Democrats could have got a huge upset on us. If Georgia or North Carolina would have flipped, this probably would have been done, because there's very few scenarios where you lose Georgia or North Carolina, but you win Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. And so the fact that it looks like we're going to go on to win those fairly, and again, they're willing to call them tonight, right? Like that's a big part of this. It took forever to call Georgia before, but at 9:49 at night, they're already calling North Carolina. That's a good sign. So we'll just have to see.
And I'm sure as the polls, close on the West Coast, or we've got a lot of numbers coming in from the Midwest, and things are shaping up now. Because I was annoyed at Kansas, because I was like, what the heck, you guys? And then I realized that Kansas City and Topeka were the only ones showing for a little bit there. But it does look like we got most of Wichita and most of Topeka in, and then hardly any of the rest of the state is in. So I think, I'm sure they'll call that one tonight too. And what else do we got?
Christian tweeted out, Trump is going to go down in history as the man who stopped the first female president twice. All right, so ladies,
up with the patriarchy.
Are you guys pretty upset about the not having your first female president?
Why would I be when that is the option?
I am so upset. I'm so upset. Yeah,
it's
definitely
totally devastating.
Yeah,
that we won't be represented.
We just have
as
to suffer with
incompetent.
more patriarchy.
Oh,
so
sad.
Oh well.
In case you guys didn't understand, that was dripping sarcasm.
No, this is how we raised our girls. Just bow to the patriarchy. When Tina and I went in to vote today, she just looked over and she's like, I don't know what should I do, honey? I'm just kidding. That was me. Like, if Tina had caught me voting for anybody other than Trump, I would have been the one in trouble. And Kamala doesn't care. Kamala doesn't care about me. She doesn't care that I was intimidated by Queen of the Bees, who, threatened devastation and a pox on my family. All right, so here we got here. Presley Garcia says, what's up from New Orleans? Love what y'all do. Love Jesus, love America. Just putting it out there. Single also, 18, just messaging, prayers lifted. Hey, look, we're big fans of helping people to love America and love Jesus, find other people to love America, love Jesus, get married, and have babies. So hey, we're all about it. And thank you very much for watching.
Wait, was this a guy or a girl? I'm sorry, I missed that.
This was a girl.
Hey, Luke.
Oh, there we go.
No comment.
Hey, Jules Sands says, as a Ukrainian Jew, I was truly torn with vote, but anti-Semitism supported by the left made me see red. Certainly glad you did vote that way. And look, let me just clarify something. I want Ukraine to win. Right? Like, I want Ukraine to win. This has always been a question of what should the United States' commitment be to a country that we've never really had a firm relationship with. And in fact, in most, it's been kind of a problematic relationship. But one of my problems with the whole issue with Ukraine, and I talked about this with on a podcast that I did a while back, which is going to air after the election. But I said, part of my problem here is that I really expected Europe, because Germany has a higher GDP than Russia. France has a higher GDP than Russia. I believe the UK has a higher UK has a higher GDP than Russia. I'm like, why do you guys need the United States to do the bulk of this? Why shouldn't Europe be coming to Ukraine's aid at rates significantly higher than the United States. But again, so I appreciate you willing to look at this and because I can only imagine how this feels for someone that might have family over there and whatnot. But again, please don't misunderstand some of my skepticism with respect to U.S. foreign policy as in any way being something where I don't want the Ukrainian people to be able to preserve their own sovereignty. That certainly isn't the case. And you're right. It is just absolutely horrible to see what has been happening, especially within Western media and Western campuses, especially with respect to Israel. Okay. Let me see here. Another one. Fuzzy6262. Freitas and Company. I've been consuming your content for over a year now. Can't get enough. Wife and I are from Wisconsin and have a 3-month-old. She just told me if Trump wins, that's a green light for number 2. Whoa.
Ooh, let's go.
Wow. I know. I'll tell you what. That's a yeah. Hey, kids, they're fun to make. Am I right?
Well, the kids wouldn't know.
I'm not saying kids. Yeah.
They don't want to know that about their parents.
Gosh darn. Okay, Rebecca said, I'm in California. I know I'm trying to get out. Even Kern County is overrun with libs. You and your family are awesome. Keep speaking the truth. No, hey, thank you, Rebecca. And again, for those of you who don't know, Tina and I are originally from California. And California is an absolutely beautiful state. And again, there's so much to love about it. It's just it is an absolute shame that it is being run into the ground. Because that state has so many advantages, and unfortunately, I think it's gotten to a point where it's not going to correct until it actually hits rock bottom. And I hope it isn't that way, but it's kind of looking that. Hannah said, sadly, it is past my bedtime, and I have to get up for work tomorrow. Well, of course you do. You sound like a good, hardworking, conservative person. Thank you all for doing this. Keep doing what you're doing. Good night, all from Maryland. Hey, Hannah, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for the super chat. Let me see. Am I missing one here? I'm trying to keep up with all these.
I'm still so sad that Colorado has turned into this deep blue bastion. Like,
yeah.
What year did that happen? Because it wasn't always the
early
case.
2000s. I think it was early 2000s.
Do you think there's any way we get that back, or is it just totally gone at this point?
I just took a big bite of pad thai.
Somebody's.
That's the answer.
Yeah. No, I think here's what I would say on states that have become blue that very recently. Colorado, the Democrats actually wrote something, I think it was called the Little Blue Book, and it was talking about how they took a state that was kind of center-right and turned it into kind of a deep blue Democrat stronghold. And so I think it's important to take a look at what they did and study it because they talked a lot about getting involved in local politics and not going crazy up front, right? Just focusing on issues that were tabletop issues that people were concerned about, and trying to address those and establishing a reputation. And once they had built that reputation, being able to move into issues that were significantly more ideological in nature. And that's what they did in Colorado. Now, another reason why, again, I want to give Ron DeSantis props again, is when you are looking at you can't just create a good economic environment and expect it to remain conservative. Because as we've seen before, liberals will move from a state that has high taxes, high regulations, it's not friendly to their retirement, not friendly to their business. They'll move to a state that is more friendly to all those things and then bring their politics with them. One of the things that Ron DeSantis did in Florida was he didn't just look for positive economic results. He actually looked for good cultural results. And I think what ended up happening is that you have when you focus on not only creating an environment that supports economic progress, but actually supports the sort of cultural environment that leads to economic progress. Because let's face it, free market economics works in high trust environments. High trust environments requires things like commitments to objective truth, commitments to objective morality. It requires people that are capable of self-regulation, not just regulation through government power. And when you create that sort of environment, liberals don't want to move there, right? Liberals get very, very mad when you tell them that you can't trans the kids. And so more states need to be focused on not just providing good, tax incentives to move to their state, but they also need to be setting down like, look, we're not sitting here trying to run your life for you. But by the same token, there's certain things that are quite frankly evil, and we're not going to permit them in our state. We're not going to permit you to make tens of thousands of dollars mutilating gender confused teenagers. You don't get to do that in our state. And if you don't like that, feel free to go to a state that will allow you to do that. And that's, quite frankly, that's what needs to happen. Oh, Priscilla or Presley, I think it's Presley, came back and said, Tina, I can confirm I'm a female. This was the gal that was,
Right.
18. All right.
We got to marry these kids off. Like, this works for me.
Kyle Lynn, thank you very much for the super chat. Is it Ren Peterson? Ren Peterson, love you guys from Chicago City proper. Let's win, baby. Trump 2024, Vance or Gabbard 2028. I really do think that J.D. Vance, like most vice presidential. So first of all, there's this idea that vice presidential candidates are kind of like in a unique position to be able to run for president next.
I'm usually not all that impressed with him.
Doesn't typically happen. I do think that is the case with J.D. Vance, though.
Like, I'm super impressed with J.D. Vance and his performance, the way he can speak, how quick he can think on his feet. We've been desperately in need of that for a long time on our bench, and I'm happy to have him on the bench. And hopefully, the next presidential election primary doesn't get too nasty, because I hate it when our own people claw each other's eyes out and do half the work for the Democrats by the time they get to the general election. But man, I'm excited to see where J.D. Vance ends up going after his stint as VP.
Yeah. No, I am as well. I think he's, again, I think he's going places. I'll click on this here so I can go back to it a little bit later. I think he is someone that is actually being legitimately set up to be and kind of the next GOP candidate. And look, the concern there is, okay, what does that mean for people like Ron DeSantis, who have certainly been incredibly effective, in Congress, incredibly effective as governor. Kane Baker said, missed my last super chat, but wanted to say your words give me hope for no World War III. However, I have a feeling the Democrats might start a civil war or riot rampantly when Trump wins. Again, I do think there's going to be civil unrest in certain cities, certain colleges, and things of that nature. But I don't think it's going to rise to the level of civil war. I don't think they're organized enough. I don't think they have enough people that are actually willing to fight. One of the unique things about the modern left in America is that this is the first time that the left has actively worked to undermine and alienate young men, right? Young men are the enemy to progressive leftism. And what they're going to find out the hard way at some point is, you need young men to fight your wars, to police your streets and things like that. Not to say that women can't serve honorably not in law enforcement or in the military, but they don't provide the bulk.
Yeah, that's right, Luke. You're the enemy. Public enemy number one. Okay.
They don't provide the bulk of those sorts of forces. And so this is the first time that the left has really sought to alienate men in an attempt to win elections. But the problem is that if you then move into, okay, now we're going to fight, now we're going to secede. Now, if they're going to do all the things that they were kind of threatening to do, low-key threatening to do in 2016, well, good luck. Good luck winning a war with a bunch of gender-confused Antifa, members. That doesn't get you there. So anyways, I hope, but yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. Jedediah asked, mainstream media just claimed Trump posted claiming cheating in Pennsylvania. Can't find said post. Can you confirm? Let me go over here and see if Christian has said anything about it, since we're using Christian Hines. Go over and follow him on Twitter, or excuse me, on X. So I'm trying to be respectful. Christian Hines. Christian spelled just the way you expect it. Hines is spelled H-E-I-E-N-S. He's our go-to guy for this stuff. He goes, I'm tracking the returns in Pennsylvania, and I can tell you it is so over here in the Keystone State. Trump is crushing it in the mail-in vote across the entire state, 15 to 20% swings almost everywhere. Over half of Philly's mail-in vote is in. All of Allegany's mail-in is in. Harris is rapidly running out of votes to bank, and she's barely leading statewide with only 2 million votes cast. So what what Christian is saying here is, regardless of what might be going on or what people might have tweeted about something, and again, we can always check Trump's X on this, but again, Christian is the most pessimistic Republican analyst and modeler when it comes to elections, and he is just like confident that Pennsylvania is going for Trump this year.
I have tried to get him back on the stream a couple times.
The
now.
good Hamilton.
Yes. Somebody told me in our monthly meetup last night that it should be the best Hamilton, but we'll see. We'll see. But
I don't know. I need to meet more Hamiltons. We'll see.
right. Well, Christian is in the war room up in Pennsylvania, working with a team up there and having a good time. He's crunching numbers, working in spreadsheets, running formulas, and so hopefully we'll be able to get him here soon. But his Twitter's been interesting tonight.
X has been. We're being respectful of Elon's wishes.
That's okay.
Elon has done a lot to try to save the country.
He has. He's worth that.
He is our Tony Stark.
Francois says, "Love your stuff. YouTube wouldn't let me super chat sooner for some reason, but it's so nice hearing just genuine, nice, reasonable people. Even I only agree with like 70% of your stuff. Keep up the YouTube vids." Francois, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. I love it when we have people that. One of the things I've told people is that if I can agree with someone that there's such a thing as objective truth, right? Not just like your truth or my truth. Obviously, we might have different perspectives on the truth. But if we can agree that there's objective truth and that we can agree that the laws of logic apply and that we can use empiricism and things like that in order to come to conclusions, I can have great, wholesome civil conversations with people that disagree with me on a variety of topics. But gosh, there does need to be some basic commitment, not just to civility or kindness, but there has to be some commitment to this idea of objective truth and objective reasoning, objective morality. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I have to leave.
Oh.
And so I just wanted to say goodbye. I've got to make lunch for my husband tomorrow like a good trad wife. So but it was so nice to be here with everyone.
It was great.
I'm praying for a good result. So I'll probably continue to watch when I get home. But yeah.
We'll tell as you described him, tell Hot Chocolate.
Oh,
It was great having him on.
My tall hot mocha.
Yeah.
That is him.
No, tell Nick, great. You guys drive safe, sweetheart. Thank you for being on.
Absolutely. And I'm going to go ahead and give the seat to Allie. Everyone's been wanting her to get a microphone, and
That's right.
Now's the time.
All right.
So
Let's do it. All right, Ryan. Okay, thank you, Ryan Peterson, very much for saying it's pronounced Ryan like rhino. So, Ryan, thank you very much. The Thurrock, Vela, Virginia here. Sadly, have to leave you all tonight, but we'll be listening as I drive the big rig from PA to Michigan. Be safe, all. Hey, have a safe drive out there. Oh, you got to move that chair. Look at that. Look at the kids doing this. This is what happens when we let them on here.
why is it me?
But no, hey, thank you very much. Drive safe, man. Drive safe. Those long hauls, man. I can only imagine. Nobody cares. Would love the P.O. box so I can send some fire EMS and police patches to you all. Much love from your friendly neighborhood paramedic. Hey, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you very much for what you do. It is greatly appreciated, and we'll love to get that. And again, we will try to. I'll try to get that. I know we had an address that we had everybody sending to, and it just changed, and so I'm trying to get that so I get you the right one. Charles Thornburg said, "Our family loves your family. Thanks for your example." Hey, thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for watching, man. It means a lot. Really does. Really does. Okay, let's see if we can check in here a little bit and see what's going on in some of these other races. So again, as you can see right here, we're going back onto my screen. Cool, going back onto my screen. As you see right here, I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. And if anybody is wondering what we're looking at, this is 270towin.com. One of the reasons why I like this is because they have both forecast and live results. So the forecast was right here. This is what they were forecasting before Election Day, so you can kind of see what's going on. And so far, when we look at the live results, all right, we're kind of seeing that, right? Not a big surprise. Still waiting for Georgia to come in because, again, I think we're safe in Georgia, but it's still one of those ones where I'm not going to be comfortable until we see those votes come in. And then PA, I still want to see it, but I will tell you this: if Christian Hines, once again, I'm going to go to his Twitter here. If Christian Hines, let's refresh, see if he's got anything else here. If he is this confident, and you see this post from 7 minutes ago on X, if he's telling me that it's over in Pennsylvania, look.
Did you see that latest one?
Yeah,
did you
I
already read that?
I already read it
away?
off. Already read it off.
Okay.
That is super encouraging. I would also say that when it looks at the Senate race, and let me go ahead and go up there. I'm going to switch over to the Senate here real quick. Again, the forecast is that Republicans were going to pick up some seats, and that we were going to end up with 51 Republicans, 48 Democrats, and then you got some independents in there as well. The live results, I think right now it is looking like I think that's going to be the case, because we already picked up the seat in West Virginia. I think we're going to pick up the seat in Montana. It's always been crazy to me that John Tester has managed to keep that seat, especially as the Democratic Party has become more and more insane. Right? This is not the Democratic Party that was the party of like union labor or the party of the working person. That's not what the modern Democratic Party is. The modern Democratic Party is completely bought into leftism, to progressivism, to this woke ideology, and I just don't see that flying in Montana outside of a couple of urban areas with a high college student population. Right? Let's go over to the House real quick, take a look there, see if we got any new results coming in. So again, forecast was a little bit more dicey for us. It was forecasted that it might look like we could lose control of the House. Live results right here. I don't think, again, we're watching the Virginia 7th District with Derek Anderson, because Trump outperforming in Virginia could be enough to help get Derek over the finish line. And Derek has worked incredibly hard, done a good job. In fact, let's look at that race here real quick. I want to see kind of where we're at there. So in the 7th District, oh gosh, man, I feel your pain, brother. 7th District, let's look at this race. Alrighty. All right. With how much reporting? 9 of 11 localities reporting, 51% for Vindman and 48% for Derek Anderson. Let's look at the results by locality.
I need to say something here real quick, because there's a super chat from the Valley Tavern. It says Cody's fiance here. Cody, as you guys all learned earlier, is one of our video editors who is incredibly intelligent, very, very creative, and puts out some great stuff. Anyway, she said, "You're welcome to our cat if you would like to have kittens. He's really cute and really rude." And she says, "He just needs a good woman to make him behave." I have seen pictures of their cat, and he would match Boop
Just
very
to be clear,
well.
I think Boop is the perfect cat for him. Her
Oh my
criteria
gosh.
is that she is gorgeous. She has blue eyes. She is very, what we like to call spicy, which just means that she runs around and she gets very temperamental and wild.
But in a funny way.
But in a very funny way. She's a super sweet, cuddly cat. So I think she's the perfect cat for that cat.
Yeah, and their kitty has similar coloring. She's Balinese, and he looks. I've seen their kitty. He looks like he has some Siamese in him or something.
I think
something
it's the
with
perfect match.
Yeah.
You know, why keep
all
Boop
the
from her
people
right
that
to have
think that
kittens?
you should spay and neuter your pets are probably going to come into our comments and be like,
Oh,
"How
yeah,
dare
we're
you?"
going to get hammered.
They're
Amy
probably
made
going to
some-
come and execute our cat. I'm just saying.
Okay, the people have spoken on what they want, and they want boopins. Okay, and I think that we need to give the people what they want.
Oh, wow.
And that is
You're
Boopins.
a populist now. Okay. well,
See,
nice.
here's the thing: why would we take away Boop's biological right to have kittens?
Wow.
Okay,
Oh.
her
Wow.
God-given right to have kittens.
Yeah, well, I mean, life's better with kittens. It just is.
It is.
So,
Okay,
I mean,
great.
mom's
Well,
not going to do very well with saying no kittens.
When daddy's gone, you can get rid of me. All right, Amy Main, thank you very much for the super chat. Love following you, Nick. My husband and I want to be you and Tina when we grow up, trying to raise our kids to love Jesus and love our country. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. It's a huge compliment. Daryl said, fellow vet here, CB, go Navy, beat Army. Navy has to stick together. God bless. Nate, is this a friend of yours? Is this you?
Yes, we are everywhere.
Yeah. I
Hayes
figured.
Grain underway, brother.
No, my grandfather was Navy, so I have much respect for the Navy. Even though I'm so glad that the Army is actually winning football games again now that we're not busy fighting a war. I don't recall a whole lot of great naval battles with Al Qaeda. Just gonna throw that out there.
I remember,
Someone said it was.
wait a second, real quick. I remember when George Washington walked over the Delaware. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Was he on a naval craft?
No,
I'm sorry.
hey, remember the Army has more boats than the Navy. They're just little small ones.
We don't have
used
boats.
across the Delaware.
We don't have boats.
You have ships.
Thank you.
We have boats.
Okay, so Eric sent a super chat saying Trump is leading in Virginia, 60% reporting. How big of a deal is Trump Virginia win if it were to happen? Do we need to flip it? What's the history? No, we do not need to flip
No.
it. We don't even. I mean, we're going to be much closer than we were last election. We do not need Virginia in order to win. There's multiple paths to victory without it. It wasn't even one that we were considering. And so, no, not important to flip. But if it did flip, yeah, that would be catastrophic
it'd
to
be
the
huge.
left. It would
Yeah.
mean that we were going to win this entire thing in a massive landslide and probably also have the popular vote.
Yeah. No, that's a fair assessment. In fact, let's do this. So if you go to my screen real quick, Nate. So I just refreshed VPAP, which is, again, the Virginia Public Access Project. Is a great program. They take data from the Virginia Department of Elections. I just think they do a far better job of depicting it. So when you look at this right now, you have 1,967 precincts out of 2,536 reporting, right? So you've already had some people call Virginia for Harris. Now, I'm going to zoom in here a little bit so you can kind of see where the problem spots are. So there's Washington, D.C., right? And everything close to it tends to be a problem spot. Now, what you're going to see is there is no reporting for the city of Fairfax. When it comes to Prince William, now this is interesting. Prince William apparently has all of their votes in. And I mean, we expected Trump to lose, but it's interesting that Trump broke 40% in Loudoun, which is, again, far better than we anticipated. Fairfax, yeah, fairly close. They still have a lot of. Okay, so here's what it is: 154 out of 264 precincts reporting in Fairfax County, which means they're anticipating a lot more votes to come in there, and that would certainly make up whatever deficit Kamala Harris has right now. Arlington looks to be all the way in. Alexandria looks to be all the way in. So Fairfax County, it looks like probably what the people projecting Virginia for Harris are relying on. Let me check down here in Albemarle. 25 out of 30, but that just depends on which counties. Again, sorry, zooming back in. Let's look at Richmond, 28 of 72. So again, you still have a lot of outstanding precincts in Richmond. Those are going to go overwhelmingly for Harris. And then when you go down here to the Newport News area, especially like around Norfolk and Portsmouth, let's see what we got here. 24 of 48, 28 of 31. Yeah, that's why they're doing it. A lot of the outstanding precincts still left to go in Virginia are in some of the bluest areas. And so that's probably why they're calling it. And again, that always was the call as far as we were concerned. But the fact that it's this close, this far into it, I mean, my gosh, that's just surprising.
And now that we've got some polls closing, closed on the West Coast, we should start seeing more of those come through.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, New Mexico's showing like Trump's ahead, but that is not one we should expect to go for Trump. It should go for Kamala. And so just depending on the areas that you can see are in, it's not likely that we pick that one up. So I don't want anybody getting nervous when they see Colorado going solid blue and New Mexico is like, ooh, kind of blue or kind of red. Okay, now it just flipped to blue. But don't be upset when you see that because we're expecting it. Yeah. And same with Illinois, obviously. We expect that. And it looks like they're finally starting to solidify some of these blue ones. Michigan's still way up in the air because only 19% is reporting. And it's still very, very close. And so that one's probably going to be all night before we know. And Georgia is at 82% reporting. I don't know why they're not calling it just yet. There's got to be some reason for that. But we are currently 4 points ahead or 3.5 points ahead in Georgia with 83% showing. So hopefully they call that very soon.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up for some historic stuff right now. Let me see. Oops, I didn't want to do that. You know what? I'm probably going to switch over to VPAP. I want to check there. So I'm going to go over to VPAP right here. I'm going to try to look up two things. One is going to be the 7th Congressional. And again, the reason for that is because it's one of those states one of those districts that is going to determine who controls the House.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Decision Desk has retracted their call for Virginia, Kamala Harris. So Virginia is not called for Kamala Harris, and there's some reason why they retracted that.
Yeah. No, that's interesting.
So does that mean Virginia's still in play? It must.
Yeah. Wow, let me see here. Trying to find out. Okay, let me look at. So again, right now, why is this?
You have dead air, babe.
Yeah, I know.
You
I'm
got to
trying
say
I'm trying to find
interesting things for the people, or else they will leave us.
Let me look at U.S. House again. So try to look at this on VPAP. So 7th District again. Okay, so here we are on the 7th Congressional District. We have an updated numbers here. So right now, it's under 5,000 votes. So it's Vindman is out of 192 of 193 precincts reporting, and then there's 56,298 estimated early votes outstanding. Now, typically, we would need to be way ahead in order to overcome that. But
We
Republicans
were way ahead in
performed-
Virginia, though.
Well, Republicans performed much better in early voting than we have in the past. And so the question now will be is when these are counted, what does that do to these overall numbers? The other thing I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to look up previous election cycles. So let me see if I just look that up here again. And look up previous elections. I want to go to 20. Let me go to earlier. Okay. Oh, that's right. That was a different. Okay, that doesn't work anymore. So let's go to 2022 and see what those were. So in that year, Spanberger was 52.2%, to Vegas 47.56%. So we've outperformed that. What's interesting too is the numbers here: 143,000 to 130,000. Now let's look at these numbers. 170,000 to 165. Now that's to be expected because this is a presidential year, and in 2022 it was a midterm. I wanted to look at an earlier election, but
Up
that
North
was a different
Knowledge
district.
said, if Trump wins, can we change the name back to Fort Lee? Go Army, beat Navy.
Yeah, I remember when I ran. So I'm pulling up those numbers. When I ran, okay. So here's the part that's crazy, because I knew there was something there. So 170,000 to 165,000, but you have 56,000 outstanding votes. Okay, so very easy to anticipate maybe one candidate getting just over 2,000 and the other candidate getting, in the high, 190s, etc. In 2020, when I ran, it was 230,000 votes to 222,000 votes. The voter turnout was just insane. And a lot of that had to do with like high voter turnout because Trump was on the ballot again. But then it was also a question of like massive amounts of early voting, massive amounts of mail-in voting or early absentee and everything else. But like you can see, that's kind of strange. The actual total turnout in 2020 was higher than the turnout in 2024 in a presidential year election. That's really interesting to me.
Well, I think some of it had to do with, because I don't know that it was necessarily turnout at the polls. It was voter participation. And
well, that's what I mean.
I understand, but what I'm about to explain. In 2020, we had COVID, and they were pushing absentee and early voting like crazy. And there were areas like in Henrico County where they sent out absentee ballots and received them that were never requested. They were sending out absentee ballots and receiving them back at much higher volume than they are now. And I think it was shenanigans. Other people think it was just whatever. And so
yeah,
be that as it may.
High chicanery.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let me see here. Look, I'm just thrilled that they recalled their decision for Kamala Harris. I just did not see that coming. I did not expect to be sitting here at 10:30 at night, having people withdrawing a state
call
called
for Virginia that we expected to go to Harris.
Yeah. Another one, Warrior Aesthetics. Washington Guard soldier here in my unit is all voting red. God bless you. Mm-hmm. I actually, by the way, I did a year on the Washington National Guard with a 19th Special Forces Group. Douglas Grenade said, next time you have dead air, Nick, just compliment Tina. Greetings from your neighbors to the south in Louisa County. Thank you very much, Douglas, and that is always good advice. I've noticed when you don't know what to say, compliment your wife. Never seems to go sour for you. I mean, compliment my wife, not compliment your wife. I wasn't going to compliment, although I would compliment your wife. It's just, anyway.
Compliment your own wife.
Yeah. Stephen goes, I love that Nick is just eating. Dude, I am hungry right now. I am so hungry
Just
right
wait
now.
until the bourbon comes out, you guys.
It already came out, baby.
Oh,
you just didn't know it.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, once you start talking in cursive, then we know.
I mean, they were asking what was in the mug.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I am going to step away for a second here. Are you ready to? Okay.
I
right.
was not planning in here to take up some dead air. Tina, you're
Okay.
gonna have to come back in a second.
All right, go
But
ahead. Tell me
before
what
you
got.
leave,
Okay.
speaking of things that are being withdrawn, tonight is the last night that you can sign up to be a member of the IC and get a 60-day free trial.
Look at that.
And so if you are on YouTube, there are links in the description. Last night, Tina and Nick hosted their first official monthly meetup. We had about 40 folks join. We had conversations about marriage, homesteading, all different types of things. It was a great time. Not a whole lot of production involved, very intimate type of setup. And we want you all to go and join that membership. It helps us, helps the show, helps us do what we're doing right here, right now. And we would love to have you all join. There's 2 different tiers. The first tier is actually for our Making the Argument live streams. We are currently live streaming every episode on YouTube, but that actually ends tonight. We will be taking our live streams privately behind the community paywall so that the chat is good. It is fun and engaging for everybody to take part in. And we'll still be publishing the podcast on Nick's YouTube channels, Rumble, the Nick Freitas channel, audio platforms, but they're not going to be live. We definitely want our membership to be able to help drive the direction of the podcast and the topics that we talk about, the questions that we take during the show. And we want the folks that have that opportunity to also be invested in what we're doing. And then the second tier gives you access to Nick and Tina's monthly meetups, where we dive into some deeper topics. And last night I think Tina definitely said a few things that she probably would not have said on a YouTube live stream. So that was definitely good. So check out those links if you're on Twitter. Just go over to Nick's YouTube channel, click into the live stream. Those links will be right there. And right after I get up and give Tina her seat back, I'll post those links on Twitter as well. For you to make that easy, but I definitely wanted to do that. Tonight is the last night to sign up, so go ahead.
All righty. And Chelsea Grimsley asks, what bourbon do you drink? I'm going to be honest, I'm not picky. I drink the wet kind. No.
The answer is yes.
He does
The
not
answer
drink
is
scotch.
Yes.
He hates scotch.
I don't. Well, okay. So you need to be careful because Christian actually brought me back from Scotland a very good bottle of scotch. So scotch is not my preferred drink, but when you have a really good bottle of scotch, I do enjoy it.
Okay, so maybe you've only had bad scotch.
But what it really comes down to is like if I'm going to go out and I'm about, I like Uncle Nearest 1856. That's probably like my go-to for like a sipping whiskey. I like that one, which again, it's a good whiskey, but it's not like a super expensive one. You see people on here saying Bowman's. Bowman's a good one. Blanton's. It's hard to go wrong with Blanton's. Again, there's some too. Like if I'm mixing it with like a Coke or something like that, Jack or Rebel works for me. But yeah, if I'm gonna sit down and have like one of my favorite drinks is a smoked old fashioned, and in fact, Nate with his company called Hidden Labs. They do like a really handy like portable smoker, and this thing is awesome. Like they custom make
They're
it.
super
so
custom and it's engraved on top. And
Yeah.
you light it and it smokes the glass.
He did one for my
smells
dad
really
that was
good.
like his LAPD detective badge. He did one for me that was like a "Don't tread on me." And then
We should drop a link to their Instas.
yeah, we'll put that in there. But they're really cool. So a good smoked old fashioned with an Uncle Nearest 1856.
Can I share something real
that's
quick
really
now?
good. Yeah.
Poly Market
Yeah.
has Trump 90% 0.1. So the betters
Is
are
Young Turks flipping out yet?
the betters are super excited about Trump. It looks like.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's looking like a good night. It's been a long time coming. We're due for a good night.
Yeah. The Gathered Wolf said, it seems to me Ohio is going to flip blue once Intel imports employees. Advice. I will tell you what, that's a tough one. A lot of times you will see these governors. This is why I go back to this idea of, we have a good business environment. If you have a good business environment, which doesn't appreciate that you need a good cultural environment to foster a good business environment, then what you get is a bunch of liberal companies that move to your state, bring a bunch of people in, create jobs, usually through a whole bunch of like very specialized targeted tax cutouts and cronyism, and then they turn your state blue. And then all of a sudden, you don't have good tax policy. You don't have good regulatory policy. So one of the things I would really encourage you to do is push back against this whole idea of, oh, we're going to engage in cronyism economic policy because that is pro-business. I want policy that is pro-free market. I want policy that is pro-property rights, not policy which just, pushes toward giving special breaks for the people that have the best political connections. So that's part of what it is making sure that when you elect people and they're cutting these deals, that they're doing so because you can't stop them. You can stop them. And so that's what I would say. Valid course at Nick Freitas, please try Virginia-based Bowman's Bourbon Small Batch. Oh, no, I already said Bowman's I like Bowman's. Bowman's is good stuff. Bowman's is good stuff. There's no question. They're a really good one. There's also some really good distilleries. Belmont Farms in Culpeper County is one of my favorite distilleries in Virginia. Belmont Farms, go check that out. They're really cool too. They've done some stuff with Climax, Virginia. And you remember the show Moonshiners and Tim from Moonshiners. They've done some collaborations and things like that. But you want to meet some of just the nicest people. Take a drive out to Culpeper, visit around, visit Belmont Distillery. They have some really good stuff out there, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. And really good people.
Christian's putting more stuff up on his Twitter.
Okay, let me take this one
with
real
the
quick.
Red wave.
I'll do that in a second. Let me
All
take
right,
this other super
you
check.
do.
Hey, Nick, with the way the world is going, would it be the right time, smart to join the U.S. military, or should I wait for things to calm down after the election, or should I jump a possible draft? Kel, here's what I'll tell you. My own son, right here sitting next to me, he's leaving for the Army in January. So I think part of what it needs to be, like we had this talk because obviously I talked about being in the military and I talked about the things I loved and appreciated about the military. But I would say that I don't think Tina and I ever pushed our kids toward any particular career path. We put a lot of emphasis on, dude, where do you feel God's leading you? Because that's the only place you're going to find peace anyways, regardless of what's going on in the rest of the world. And so I would just tell you, like you're asking my advice, so I'm going to give it to you, and it's going to come from a Christian worldview, and I believe you got to pray about it, and you really got to feel like you're called or led into that particular position, because if you are, it doesn't matter who's president, and if you're not, it doesn't matter who's president. But having said that, I will always maintain that, like I look back on the Iraq War and have a lot of problems with the fact that we even went over there, but I don't for one second doubt the contribution that the guys that I served alongside with made over there. None of us got to choose what U.S. foreign policy was, but we did get to choose to target some really bad guys who were hurting some really innocent people. And a lot of them we put away, and one of them in particular we put down for good, and I sleep like a baby because that guy was a horrible human being doing horrible things to innocent people. And so I would say that even when you have situations where you might not like the foreign policy, you can still have an impact with respect to your own conduct. And there is nothing like the friendships that you make with serving in the military. And should you end up serving in combat, finding people that you trust, that you can depend on, you will have life-changing relationships with people that you might not talk to for 2 or 3 years. Then you call them up one day and say, hey, my oldest daughter's getting married. I'd love for you to come. And, that happened. A good buddy of mine, Mike Stewart, we went to Iraq together in 2006. And look, that guy could call me up tomorrow. Like, we haven't talked again in probably about 6 months. And he could call me up tomorrow and be like, man, I need you. And I'd be there. And if I did the same thing, he'd be there. And so still a lot of honor and service, man. Still a lot of honor and service. I'll put it that way. Hunter sipping on Lagavulin Scotch right now. Ron Swanson is my spirit alma. That is, I always Lagavulin. I always screw it up. I always screw up the pronunciation.
Christopher Strong. Oh, it's Jordan.
Just took Georgia. Let me see.
Yeah, says 270 to win. Just updated that GOP took Georgia.
Wow. Okay, so here's what that means. Again, it was already projected that it would happen. But do you remember how long it took to decide Georgia before? Do you know how long we were involved in like court battles and everything else? Didn't happen in North Carolina. Didn't happen in Georgia. So we are in good shape right now. Again, Christian is very, very confident that we take Pennsylvania. Let me click on Pennsylvania real quick and see where we're at right now. Their polls closed at 8. So that's also part of the delay here. Ours in Virginia closed at 7. So right now with 55%, with 55% reporting, Donald Trump is actually ahead in Pennsylvania right now, and it looks like some of the outstanding counties are ones that you probably expect to see a little bit more of a conservative bent. The other thing that's interesting here is Donald Trump is at 50.9%, and David McCormick, who's running against the incumbent Bob Casey Jr., is also ahead by 50.5%. So I think it's going to be late for Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think it's going to be late for Pennsylvania. We'll just have to see what happens. But right now, it's looking good. And like I said, when Christian gives an optimistic analysis for Republicans, I'm usually inclined to believe him because that is not his natural disposition. I can promise you that. Okay. There you go, Lagavulin. That's right, Lagavulin Scotch, and it's pretty tasty. Here's the thing I will say about Scotch versus whiskey. I can find a good whiskey for $30 a bottle. I can't find a Scotch I truly enjoy for like under $80. That kind of goes to part of my analysis with what I like better. Ryan says, last super chat, but I really don't like school, and I felt like God wants me to become a graphic novel series author with conservative social commentary, entrepreneur, despite feeling like I've strayed from him lately. Well, hey, look, the good thing, Ryan, is that you can always come back. I will say that, look, if you've got a talent anywhere in the arts and entertainment field, that is something that we desperately need more of, and I don't think there's ever been a better time to actually enter into that field and be highly competitive. Because we did a podcast once with Nerdrotic. I love Nerdrotic. He has great content, funny guy, and really spot on analysis. And one of the things that Nerdrotic and I talked about Hollywood was coming to the conclusion that at this point, most of it is not worth saving. It would be better for younger people upcoming that can make use of channels like YouTube, that can make use of just the phone on their camera, or can they make use of their artistic ability for them to come out there and actually compete in this space. And I think there's going to be I already know. Well, look, Luke, you like graphic novels, comics, and things like that. Yeah. I mean, are you more likely to go with the big stuff at this point, or to go with something like new?
Honestly, very much so on the leaning side of new. One of the ones that they have destroyed that I have a personal vendetta against Jeffrey Bezos now is the Rings of Power, which I don't need to go into that, but because we would be here hours. But
no, it's true. So I would just say, look, if you feel called in that direction, you have a talent for it, and you have a passion for it, my gosh, is it needed? And like I said, I don't think there's ever been a better time. Kane said, wanted to join the RAF, an Australian army, but couldn't because I have scoliosis, so I'd be a liability, but have massive respect for all those that serve their country. No, I understand that, man. I've run into some great people that really wanted to serve in the military, and for various reasons beyond their control, they couldn't. Here's what I would say, though, man. There's a ton of ways to serve. One of the things that I talked to Luke about when he was looking at joining the military, I said, look, I get the urge to want to test yourself, to want to serve your country. And there is something about it. It's not like you wish for war, but if a war happens, you want to be in the thick of it. And one thing I told Luke was, I'm getting more and more skeptical of the various missions that they end up sending the military on, the wars they get us involved in. And there's all kinds of ways to serve a noble mission. And, there's people like David Eubanks with the Free Burma Rangers. There's people like Victor Marks and All Things Possible, where these guys are going out and they're rescuing kids. They're helping people in danger. They're saving children from abuse and trafficking. And these people don't just need like physical on the ground support. Sometimes they need analysis. Sometimes they need, people to be able to help them to be able to get the message out of what they're doing. And so there's so many different ways that you can be used and your talents can be used to serve a noble mission that isn't just, relegated to the military. But no, again, I'll just leave it there. Yeah. Michael Bloom said, Wisconsin, where I live, is looking good. Trump outperforming his 2020 numbers by 3 to 5 points in dim strongholds, Dane and Milwaukee counties. Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. Because if you're, Wisconsin, I think Wisconsin had the best polling of anybody in the country, statewide polling. I think it was Wisconsin. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe it was Nevada. I can't remember. But the bottom line is that if Trump is overperforming by about 3 to 5, no, I take that back. I think Wisconsin had some of the worst polling. And if Trump is outperforming by like 3 to 5 points in places like Milwaukee, it makes it very difficult to anticipate a Harris win in Wisconsin, because Wisconsin has already been, getting a lot more difficult. So that's really.
I wanted to point out one more thing. So far in the House, we have gained 2 seats and they have lost 3 seats.
Yeah, that's it. We gained 2. They lost
I don't know
3.
how they
Did they
lose
lose to an
3.
independent?
Maybe.
All right, I'm looking up. So I apologize as you're watching me like flip through my screen on some of this stuff. Let me go up to House races.
Yeah, it's got to be somewhere where they've got like the more independence and everything.
I hate all these ads.
I will say it's really hard to kind of keep this thing going this long.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad that we'll probably know. We'll probably have a good idea as to which way this is going. I feel like we already kind of have a good idea, but
yeah.
But we'll know. It looks like Pennsylvania now flipped to Donald Trump with 57% reporting. He's at 51%, and Kamala is at 48%.
Yeah.
And all the big cities have reported.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. To anyone worried about joining the military and going to war, just know that the next war will primarily be naval air war. Pray for the Navy. Xavier, I think you might be right on that, because if we're looking at Taiwan or one, well, and I will say this: the only thing I disagree with is that might be the case if war becomes inevitable and it's a Trump administration. I think he's gonna use naval and air superiority in a way that achieves our objectives without requiring an invasion. If it's Kamala Harris, I'm not so sure. Taylor says, longtime listener, first time caller. Any downtime? Can you explain to me why Springfield over SIG? My wife likes Springfield, but I can't get on board. So I wouldn't necessarily. I picked Springfield over SIG. I like SIGs. But the reason why I like Springfield is because I feel like it's a lot of bang for your buck. Also, the thing on Springfield's that I like, especially for people that are maybe newer to using firearms, is that there's a couple of indicators on it that I think is good. So, for instance, I always think of pistols in terms of what am I keeping by my bedside? What is something that I'm comfortable with or my wife could be comfortable with? If you have small kids, you might want to have a semi-automatic, but you don't want one in the chamber. You still want them in the magazine, but not in the chamber. That way, if for some reason, God forbid, a toddler got something, you want to prevent that, right? You want to be safe. You want to be responsible. But the bottom line is a home defense weapon is not one in a safe. That just isn't. So the reason why I like the Springfield XD is you can keep one in the magazine. If you got to pick it up in the middle of the night and rack it, there's an indicator on the back of the slide to show that it's cocked. And there's an indicator on the top of the slide to show that a bullet is in the chamber. And so I just think about, okay, in the middle of the night, I'm picking it up, I rack around, check, I'm good to go, and I know it's loaded. I like little things like that, little features like that. Plus, you're going to be able to get a good Springfield XD for $500, and I think that's a good all around. So I'm not saying that one's better than the other. I just think bang for the buck. I usually like recommending Springfields. MJ says, love your channel, shorts, analysis, comedy, and whiskey choices. Throwing out Angel's Envy, Uncle Nearest Rye, and IW Harper Cabernet Cask. Cheers, brother. Angel's Envy I like. In fact, I just got Angel's Envy the other day when I was out visiting family. Okay, so I'm not big on the ryes. It's not that I won't drink a rye, but it's usually not my go-to. And then I haven't had the Harper. I'm not a huge fan of the Cabernet Cask when it comes to whiskeys. I don't know why. Like the people with a much more refined taste like some of the stuff. I just can't. It's not that it's not like I'm turning my nose up to it. I think I just have. Maybe I have a little bit more vulgar taste when it comes to that stuff. That's why I still drink like crappy black coffee. Brian said, for all Ohioans, the push to have the bureaucracy control our voting districts is currently 54.4% against. That sounds like a great decision because you don't want the bureaucracy controlling this stuff. Anytime they come up with stuff like, oh, this is nonpartisan, there's no such thing as nonpartisan, right? There's accountable and not accountable. Matthew Holloway said, I also have a vendetta with Bezos over Rings of Power, absolute butchering of Tolkien's work and ethos. This is another thing that turned me on to people like Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker when it came to analysis of popular culture, right? Because a lot of people say, why are you talking about popular culture? We're talking about election night stuff. Culture drives politics. And one of the most nefarious things a political ideology or a movement can do is not just create bad cultural content, but go back and destroy good cultural content that actually helped shape the culture in a positive direction. And that's what things like Lord of the Rings and Tolkien's work did. It created these really cool, interesting environments where there was objective truth, there was objective morality, there was good and evil. And your job was to be strong and capable so you could defeat evil regardless of what your strength was at the time. That's the whole story of the hobbits, versus the men versus the dwarves versus the elves. So I think this stuff is important. I don't think it's just flippant pop culture stuff. Who cares? And the fact that they have gone back and destroyed those heroes is a way of erasing history for a whole new generation, which is a lot more nefarious than I think people give it credit for. And so I'm with you. Totally pissed at Bezos for doing that. Rant complete. Okay, well, let me see. What do we...
Keep going through the super chats
Oh,
because
we got
we've
some
got
more?
a bunch.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You need to hit.
I gotta refresh.
You need to go up where it.
Babe,
and
that's not
choose
it.
it.
Like, my whole computer is like...
Okay, I'll
freezing
read the
up.
next one.
All right,
I
cool.
couldn't serve due to health. This is coming from the number 13 itself. I couldn't serve due to health, but I was able to be picked up for civilian service in the Air Force, so I can help those who can serve. There's always hope, so don't give up to the people out there. Give up out there, people.
No,
so
that's awesome.
that's a good word of encouragement because sometimes you can't do what you wanted to do or hope to do, but there are a lot of ways to find alternate avenues to make a difference. Speaking of Nerdrotic, this is Matthew Hutnick. Speaking of Nerdrotic, he recently joined the Pepperbox streaming service alongside people such as Brandon Herrera
cool.
and the Fat Electrician. Would you consider having those guys on at some point? I think Nick's going on.
We're going on theirs.
With the
we're-
Fat Electrician
We're
soon.
going on Unsubscribe podcast. And so
Yeah.
Brandon's on that. And we're going on Unsubscribe, I think, in... we're going on Unsubscribe in, I think, March.
Viola Callie says, please do a shout out to my sister Emma. She listens to your show daily and is one of your biggest fans. Hello, Emma.
Hello, Emma.
Thank you so much for watching.
Yeah,
and
thank
we're
you very
excited
much.
to know that you're a fan. And
Yeah.
gosh, without you guys watching, we wouldn't be doing any
No.
of this.
I'm getting some heat. Bennett Family Homestead said Springfield sold out gun owners in Illinois. I'm not aware of this. So now you're giving your money to. So know who you're giving your money to. I didn't know that they did that. So I'd be interested in reading it. I will say this. My favorite, I know this is going to sound cliche. My favorite will always be a Colt 1911. I don't think it's the most practical for a concealed carry. And I don't think it's the most practical for a lot of people that are just using it for like a home defense weapon, but I still will just always love the Colt 1911.
Josh Grumloff, I have to answer this one.
Yeah.
It says, good evening from Michigan. Would you like some chocolate covered cherries? Why, yes, we would. We love chocolate anything.
Gosh, I love chocolate covered cherries.
Hey, do we
especially,
have
like, my
our little
favorite.
P.O. box? We better get that to people because they're offering some fun things for us. 1777.
Well, you got to give like Culpeper.
P.O. Box 1777.
Box one.
Culpeper, Virginia.
1777. Okay,
22701 is the zip code.
I'm typing in right
Nick's
now.
going to type it into the comments.
Okay, there we go.
And then you can
Yeah.
send us all the crazy
I
things. Just
love
please don't
chocolate
send us any
cherries.
bombs or anthrax or any kind of weird powders.
So, okay, real quick. Dad the Defender, say it louder for Hamilton. We want Nick Freitas run and gun videos.
I've been saying that.
We need to do run and gun videos. I totally agree. I want to do more of them. Ammunition's pricey. We'll put it on the corporate card.
Oklahoma man here enjoying your content for the last year and a half.
Yeah.
That was from T-Man Gaming. Thank you so much for the super chat. Brandon Hollister, Trump voter from Colorado. Absolutely no hope of flipping red, but I do hope that the margin can at least get us into the single digits. That's the hope. We're
Yeah.
looking at these blue states, and we're really, really hoping that folks, even though you feel like your vote doesn't matter for the electoral votes from your state, here's where it matters is you could help deliver the popular vote, which would give more of a mandate to get done what we need to get done. One of the reasons there's always so much difficulty is because we struggle with the popular vote because so many people are in these massive bastions of blue. I mean, just like California is this insane. They have a ton of electoral votes, and they all go to Democrats every single time. So all in California, Colorado, various places like that, people are like, well, I mean, my electoral votes aren't going to go to a Republican anyway. Who really cares? Well, the thing is if the Republicans would vote in those areas, that could deliver the popular vote for us, and we could get a lot more done with that. And it also helps the down ballot. You've got to help by getting your congressmen, your senators, people. We need the down ballot in there too to provide the support. So I absolutely agree. Thank you.
Yeah. Janet Beckham says, assuming Trump wins, now the next hurdle. Nick, are the Electoral College voters required to vote in accordance to the general election results? I want to say in the vast majority of states they are. I don't know if some states have any leeway with that, but I believe that in most cases, states have requirements that their electors vote in accordance with the popular vote, either of the state or the proportional representation that you have in Nebraska and Maine. There might be some states that don't have that the same way, but I think most of them do at this point. In fact, some of them have laws that say if you don't vote that way, there's some pretty stiff penalties associated with it. So yeah, pretty sure that's the case. Across the board, but yeah, don't quote me on it. If you find one that isn't, it's not my fault. All right, Jake says, much love from Florida. Used to be a Fauquier County resident. Y'all accompany me on my 1 hour commute from Palm Beach to Fort Lauderdale most days. God bless. Hey, Jake, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening as you're driving too. Hopefully we're not saying anything too spicy that causes you to swerve. And if we are, it's probably Tina, right? It's probably Queen of the Bees coming off the top rope with something cool and yet a little bit crazy. All right, so Whitfield just said, Christian said the mood here in Pennsylvania is ecstatic. 63% of Philly is in. 87% of Allegheny is in. 62% of Pennsylvania as a whole is in. Trump is still leading by 3% statewide. He's going to win. Again, if Christian's saying it, I promise you it's not coming from a guy that is predisposed to believe that Republicans will win the election. It's someone who's highly skeptical, does really good data, and some of the best modeling in the country. Knight 742 says, Mexican living in Japan here while conservatives have tried to F everything. I like at a certain point you guys are the sanity party of the right now. No, thank you. We definitely try to be. I mean, there's certainly people in the Republican Party I have a hard time with. Mexican living in Japan. I got to tell you, man, I love Japan. It's been a long time since I was there. I actually first visited Japan when I was, I think I was 12 years old. It was like 11 or 12. I went over there for a judo competition. Yeah, so I went over there and I competed in judo and had a great time. I really did. I love it. It's incredibly clean, like very beautiful country. That, and I love sushi. I absolutely love sushi. And oh my gosh, it's just.
Which is why we do sushi Thanksgiving every Thanksgiving.
We do. Yeah.
We roll our own sushi. I know. You guys probably think we're crazy for it, but that's what we do. It's delicious.
Yeah. I'll explain that real quick. The reason why we did it is because Tina's parents divorced, remarried. My parents divorced, remarried. They all live close together, plus grandparents. Every time we went home for Thanksgiving from like the military, we'd have to have like 4 turkey dinners, and we just got so sick of it. And one year, Tina's parents said, hey, we have a person working in our coffee shop who's training to be a sushi don. We're going to have them, we're going to do sushi Thanksgiving. And it has become a tradition that we love. Tina and our friend Susie, bride of Nate, I am the DJ Nate, they are the ones that roll all the sushi, and it is delicioso. It is delicioso. Ace of Spades asks, will there be a super chat function on the Circle streams? I don't know. That's a question for the good Hamilton, and I'm not sure about that one. But we'll try to get an answer here. Mike Powers said, Nick, I live in Los Angeles. I'm a big 2A guy. Should I stay and fight or just move? I don't want to leave my friends and family. What would you do? Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you. Same thing I say to everybody, and I know this sounds like a cop-out, but I honestly believe it. Pray about it, right? Because family's important, and family may need you, and the whole deal, and I understand that. All things being equal, I would leave. I don't think you're saving California anytime soon. I think we need we need people that have those values to shore up the places that we can keep, because in the event we get into a situation where we really have to do pushback against the federal government, you don't do it by people doing stupid things like raiding the Capitol on January 6th, right? That is just, it's destructive, it's counterproductive, it doesn't work. The way you actually push back against the federal government is what things like Governor Abbott did, where Governor Abbott said, we're going to go down, secure our own border. Supreme Court said that's the jurisdiction of the federal government. The feds said, see, you have to comply. And Governor Abbott told them where to stick it. And what did the feds do? They backed off. Why? Because 25 other governors backed Governor Abbott. So if you're in a state that you just have no hope of winning anytime soon, I think it's better to take as many as your family that'll come along with you, go to a state where you can make a difference, have an impact, and support the sort of state legislatures and governors that will actually give not only effectiveness, but legitimacy to the sort of pushback that we might actually need against the feds. Because can you imagine a Newsom presidency with a Democrat Senate, Democrat House, stacking the Supreme Court? Believe me, you're not going to want to try to fight that alone with you and 4 of your best buddies in California. You're going to want to have a governor that's willing to stand up and say, that's overreach, that's unconstitutional, we're not going to put up with it. So that's what I would tell you. Anybody that we actually did a whole episode on this called Fight or Flight. You can look up that episode. We talked about this, and we kind of talked about what the criteria might be for choosing to flee, and not to flee forever, right? To fight in another day in a place that will actually respect the sort of fighting you're trying to do. Hey, Mr. Freitas, what's your favorite book of the Bible and why? Coming from a first-time voter for Trump from Minnesota. It's hard to argue with any of the Gospels. Hard to argue with that, right? Because that is the good news. That is the message. And so I would have to say that probably for me, it would either be probably Matthew or Luke. But if we break it into New Testament, Old Testament, now we get into, I love the books of history. So first and second, Joshua, Judges, I would say Joshua, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings. And if you forced me to pick one, it would probably either be Joshua or 2nd Samuel. In the Old Testament. In the New Testament, it's going to be either going to be Matthew or Luke. Yeah. So I'm sorry I couldn't just give you one. But hey, you need to read all 66, right? Unless you're Catholic, they have more. All right. my chief of staff, Gina, is going to get mad at me for that.
We've got Utah called. I mean, big shocker there, right?
Yeah. Laura. Okay, Lady Briar Rose. Bye, Laura. We'll see you later. We'll see you later.
Laura's leaving us.
We
love you, Laura.
Yeah. Will Crumb said, what should be done if Dems refuse to certify the election? That will be a really good question. So, first of all, I think they're going to put in a position where they're not going to have much of a choice. I don't really see them fighting that battle successfully in large part too, because they wouldn't just be fighting. First of all, it would be, you have the Republicans currently control the House, Democrats in control of the Senate. That's probably going to change tonight. But when it comes to certification and getting people signed in, that's going to be important, right? Who controls that? And then the Supreme Court is not going to. I don't think they're going to uplift what they're trying to do. Not to mention the fact that, again, when you have strong states that are willing to push back and say, look, if you're not willing to play nice, then it's not like you're going to get what you want. We're going to push back. And so I think the thing that I actually think Democrats are easy to push back against than we think they are. I think when they actually meet some genuine resistance, they're not quite as bold as they think, especially in a world now where they don't control all the media and they don't control all the sound bites. And so, yeah, I think there's going to be ways that we do that. But Kane says Nick needs to go on Joe Rogan Experience. I can't remember who, but Nick recently got a shout out on there. Yeah, I got a shout out from Joe Rogan, and I think it was Huberman on. It wasn't Huberman. I forget who it was. Who his guest was. But yeah, it was about a tweet I did, and it was when the debate happened where Trump talked about eating the cats and the dogs in Ohio, and I said, well, I said the press and everyone is saying this isn't happening, which means we're 2 weeks away from who cares if it's happening, 3 weeks away from it's actually a good thing that it's happening, and 4 weeks away from you're a white supremacist if you have a problem with people eating cats and dogs. So, yeah. All Tab Life, watching from Memphis. Have you read The Fourth Turning and any thoughts on the validity of the arguments? I have heard of it. I have not read it yet. So I apologize. I can't give you any better analysis than that at this particular point. But I have heard of it before. Yeah, let me see. Okay, let's do a quick update here. I want to go back and see what Christian has been saying. We're trying to get Christian back on the phone as well. Yeah, Christian tweeted out 5 minutes ago, what's happening? We are being unburdened by what has been. Oh, man. Oh, Christian.
Georgia has 90% reporting with Trump at 51.1%.
Yeah.
And they still haven't called it. Have they?
Well, no, we have one where they did call Georgia.
Oh, okay.
So 270 to win. Here, let's go up to there real quick. Let's go up to 270 win. We're going to put in president. Refresh just to make sure. And they have called Georgia.
Okay.
So North Carolina and Georgia have been called by them again.
I don't think I have that link up.
Yeah.
270 to win.
I have it. I think
Oh.
it's we got it on our screen. Yeah. So we got it up. Yeah. So they have called North Carolina, Georgia, which are two of the ones where Ohio. A lot of the other ones we're not surprised about: Utah, Wyoming, Montana on the presidential side. Now, I will say I am interested. Let me click on Montana here real quick because this is another possible pickup for the Senate. And so, yeah, it's really early on. They've called it for Donald Trump with only 5% reporting, in part because the indication based off of previous elections is that if the numbers are coming in the way they are in the places that have reported, plus the exit polling, this is just going to reinforce that Trump's going to win it. But as far as the U.S. Senate, let's see where that's at.
If I was in Kamala's campaign right now, because I don't know if you guys can see the screen on the 270 to win. I finally found it. Oh my gosh. You're sweating it because they'll pick up obviously California, Oregon, Washington, and New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll make up a huge swath. But all the way through the night, look at them. I mean, they're just sweating bullets right now. You just know they're probably already warming up for the Cry Fest.
Yeah. Oh, they got to be. They got to be. That's one thing I wish we could like.
I know.
Plug
I want to tap in and be able to watch them all cry.
Yeah.
I love this idea. It sounds so fun.
Oh my gosh,
Just-
that's not very Christian-like, baby.
I
Not very Christian-like. I do want to say
don't
thank you to
know.
all of our
think-
viewers
I
on
think
X
that
too. We got
there's weeping and gnashing of teeth over there.
we got 5,700 people viewing on X, and want to thank those.
I'm really
all for
surprised. This is our
participating.
very first time streaming to X. We stream to YouTube all the time. And we kind of got a wild hair and decided, hey, let's stream to X too. And I can't believe how well it's doing. So we're really
Yeah.
excited. We should do this all the time.
Yeah. So he said, Chris Martin said, please remember 2000. Fox is very conservative in their calls. They were the only ones who didn't call Florida for Gore and had to take it back. Yeah. But I mean, I'm looking at 270 to win, which I don't think is Fox affiliated. It's its own thing. So they're the ones that are they're the ones that have been a little bit more aggressive in their calling. Let's check Fox again. And maybe I misunderstood what he was saying there. But yeah, Trump is ahead of North Carolina by a couple points with 86.3. Don't see that changing. Yeah, ahead by a couple points. Pretty much Christian was spot on too with his analysis in Georgia and North Carolina. He predicted like basically 2-point wins in Georgia and North
He
Carolina.
gets it down to the
Yeah.
point percentage.
Yeah, he really does.
It's very
He really does.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's very
74% reporting in Virginia, and Harris has got 49 to Trump's 48. Again, that's just blowing my mind. I thought it'd be a lot closer than it was before, but I didn't think it would be this close. Yeah, so Wisconsin has got 59% reporting with Trump at 50 and Harris at 48.
You know, I just can't believe that Iowa was called because, you know, there was that one poll that
Oh, yeah.
said we were going to lose
gosh.
it by 3 points. Let's see what's the oh, you mean we're winning it by 8 points? Yeah, that's a little more like it. That's why we don't believe the polls anymore. Now, I don't know if you guys are watching the maps right now, but PA and Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota are all flipped red right now.
What?
Yep.
Where? Yeah, maybe it's like 11% reporting.
I don't care. They're still flipped red at the moment. Like, that's exactly what I said.
Maybe
right
don't
now,
care.
at the moment.
Maybe
But
like they flipped in my world.
I kind of like how this looks. I'd like it if it stayed like this.
All righty. All right, let me go back over here see if there's any. Oh, we got more
Although
questions.
Wisconsin has 60% reporting and Donald Trump's at 50%.
Yeah, I want to see who's reporting on that one right now. Okay, let me see.
There's some green or blue stuff up at the top there on the left.
Christopher said, "What are your thoughts on DOD 5240.133AC?"
Oh,
This
look,
basically has to do-
California's already called. They just closed the
Yeah.
polls and they're like, yeah, it's all Kamala's.
Yeah.
We've got it.
California's been called for insanity for a while now. Christopher Jordan said, "What do you feel about the DOD?" Again, this is the section within DOD that essentially I think potentially violates what do they call it? Basically it's the I forget what the Latin term is, but it's a term which prevents the United States military from being able to directly intervene in what they consider to be civil comitatus, posse comitatus, I think it's called. And yeah, no, I think it's disturbing. I think it's something we really need to take into consideration. There were certain things that were done under the Patriot Act that were meant to streamline activities and allow for greater collaboration when it came to countering terrorism. And I think, unfortunately, what we're seeing is the federal government. This is why I think we should repeal the Patriot Act. But we're seeing the federal government more and more get comfortable with the idea of opening up the possibility of not just information sharing in areas where it might be relevant, but allowing for domestic spying in a way that is horrible, and then also allowing for direct intervention of military forces into areas which should be reserved to civil authorities. And look, you have things like the Insurrection Act, where the president can call up the military in order to deal with insurrections, but that's not what I think that DOD section is about. And so, yeah, I think it's concerning. Banana Mags in pajamas says, sitting in my tractor right now, harvest is in full swing down here in Australia. I pray Trump wins the election so ammunition will come down in price. Good luck. Cheaper ammunition is what all of us are looking for. But I got to say, sitting in your tractor, sitting in your tractor waiting for the harvest to come in, man, that just kind of sounds good.
I have a
That sounds
question. Did we expect one of Maine's electoral votes to go to us? We did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. Denise, Mama 4, says, former Bay Area, California, living in Texas, 14 years now, in-laws live in California, have family from Paradise, now Chico, since fire. Yeah, we do too. Since fire.
My
Nice
parents
to see
still live in Paradise.
Yeah, nice to see the whole family. Miss Christian, thanks for all of you. Do California is making red strides through Boopins. God bless.
Boopins.
Stop encouraging Boopins.
Please
go.
please spam Boopins.
Oh
We
my
must
gosh.
convince him that they are a necessity.
Yeah, our family is from Chico as well. Tina's
Yeah.
folks were in the Paradise Fire. They lost everything in the Paradise Fire.
They did.
and,
They
yeah.
lost their entire
They
their
built it back.
business, their home.
Yeah.
They lost everything. But they just got their home, like the inspection just went through, and they're in their house now. Finally, after 5 years, they
Yeah.
finally were able to rebuild.
Yeah. All right, Leroy Jenkins says, can we expect a concession from Kamala if PA and Michigan go Trump? Thanks for keeping up the good work. Look, I think at a certain point this is going to be so overwhelming in the Electoral College that she's going to have to concede. I don't expect her to do it tonight. I think we could probably expect it, best case scenario, sometime tomorrow afternoon. Worst case scenario, I think sometime probably Thursday. But it depends on if they want to try to hold things up in legal questions. Again, if he wins enough of these states by a large enough margin, and that's only 100,000 plus votes, right? Not even that in some places. That's enough to kind of insulate him. And again, here's the fun part, right? Democrats spent how long, basically throwing everything out of court, saying Trump didn't have any standing for the voter fraud litigation he looked at. They did all of that. Now, what are they going to do? Come back now and say it all applies? Well, of course they are, right? Because there's no intellectual consistency. But the problem is that I don't think she's going to be able to get the support to do that long term. And you can't just, it's easy to say, we're going to fight this no matter what. Yeah, at some point you can't. You ran out of money. And donors aren't going to want to, I don't think donors are looking to spend, tens of millions of dollars in legal fees to try to prop up Kamala Harris. I just don't think she's that important to them. Taylor DeMont said, you got a shout out from Rogan, and then a month later when trigonometry was on, I'm liking space. Can you answer my question about chickens? Can you answer my question?
There's a question about chicken somewhere?
Okay, so Taylor, I see that. I appreciate the super chat. I don't really understand with the typo. I will. So I went on trigonometry. So I went on trigonometry. That episode is going to come out post-election. But I got to tell you, talking with Constantine and Francis, that was a blast, man. Absolutely love talking to those guys. Really smart, really funny. So trigonometry, go check that out. But yeah, hopefully going to do more with them in the future. Really good guys. But I apologize that I can't really make out what you wanted me to ask about or you wanted me to answer about the chickens. So if you want to do that, put in just like question, and it is. We're going to do another super chat. Just put in question and what it was, and if you can clear that up for me a little bit, I will try to. Oh my gosh, Cora Laka Edits is just spamming us with Boopin's comments.
It does appear that currently Boopins has the popular vote in the chat.
Yeah.
Tina, can you look for J Solar 590 super chat, please? Apparently I missed it. I want to go back and answer.
Solar
J Solar,
590.
J Solar. Yeah.
While we look for that, I will just take a moment to just inform the people As much as I want boopins, I also would like my cat to stay acting like a kitten and not change. And so, unfortunately, I will yield to not having boopins.
Is it J Solar 590 Bernie Moreno just flipped Ohio?
Oh, okay. Let me see here.
Is that the Senate?
Let me go up here. All right. Oh, yeah. They called it for Bernie Moreno. That flipped the Senate. That's awesome.
So we've got the Senate.
That's awesome.
Thank you for telling us.
And it's also so thank you for bringing that up, man. That's also awesome because Sherrod Brown was an incumbent that we flipped, and again, it doesn't look like it was a super close flip, right? It doesn't look like it was a super close one. So that's encouraging. That is definitely encouraging. Where's Trump at on this? Whoa. Okay, so here's also the power of incumbency. Bernie Moreno is at 50.9, where Sherrod Brown is at 45.7. You look up here with Trump and Kamala Harris. Trump is at 55.8 versus Kamala's 43.2. Man, that's a good sign for Ohio. I mean, it's been a conservative stronghold for a long time.
Oregon is firmly in the blue.
No.
For those of you who thought
Oregon, you mean Portland.
So basically, whoever thought that burning up those ballots in Vancouver and Portland was going to do something. Nope, it didn't. It's too blue. It's too blue.
No, it's Portland. It's Portland and Eugene. That's you go into the vast majority of Oregon just geographically, and you're going to find rural areas, nice people, beautiful area. Portland is just little Beirut. All right. Thomas Salata said, so how do you explain former military that vote blue? It seems to me that values instilled by the military tend to align with those on the right side of the aisle. So my experience in the military was, so I did 11 years active duty, a couple years guard. All of it was in combat arms. I was infantry and then I was special forces. What I found is that you had three people. You had people that were more on the right, people that were more on the left, and a whole lot of people that just did not care for the most part. Within the combat arms, it tended to be overwhelmingly conservative. So within infantry units, within special forces, overwhelmingly conservative. With some of the people, now again, I got out in 2009, which there was some craziness going on, but nothing compared to what's going on right now. So I knew some people that I respected that voted for Obama, in part because they really weren't politically active and they just seemed like, oh, he was new and fresh and cared about people and hope and change and blah blah blah. I think it gets a little bit more difficult to explain now. Because there's been this overwhelming drive to push certain ideologies onto the military. But here's what I will tell you. When you have senior commanders that have to play the political game in order to reach senior level rank, and part of the condition of them reaching that rank is they have to push certain ideologies through West Point and through the ROTC programs and onto basic troop training and sensitivity and whatnot. You end up with a military that is doing a little bit more to reflect that culture. And so, look, do I believe that someone could be on the left and still want to serve their military and serve effectively? Yeah, I think that's possible. I do think that the modern left, though, when we look at this, the modern left, which is rooted in critical theory. This is Frankfurt School critical theory, kind of with elements of postmodernism, deconstructionism. Kind of what we call woke, as far as looking at everything through the lens of disparity and oppressor and oppressed. That's not conducive to the military. Neither is it conducive to alienate young men and treat them like they're all, enemy number one. And so I do think it's becoming, for me, again, I can understand why somebody could be a Democrat in the 1990s, early 2000s and serve in the military. That wouldn't confuse me at all. It's becoming harder for me to intellectually rectify based off of what the mission of the military is. But by the same token, there's some people that go into the military and they absolutely adore the idea of a strong centralized power and structure and the whole deal. And they're like, yeah, why wouldn't we do this in the civilian world? Why wouldn't we manage the economy this way? So those are some of the ways, again, I don't agree with it, but those are some of the ways that I could potentially see somebody with a military perspective applying it in that way. I think it's a major departure from what you actually swear an oath to, and that's defending the Constitution. But hey.
I just wanted to chime in here off that topic. I'm sorry. But looking at Pennsylvania again, so there's a tweet from Christian, and this was a little while ago, right, where he said the mood here in Pennsylvania is ecstatic. 63% of Philly is in. Well, now it's 72% of, It says 62% of Pennsylvania as a whole is in. Now it's 70%, 72%. He said with 87% of Allegheny is in, 63% of Philly is in, which I think is higher than that now than when he said that. And Trump is still leading by 3%, which actually, you guys, he's leading by 4% right now in Pennsylvania. And everybody's super excited there. And I'm like, Christian is extremely confident that we've won Pennsylvania.
He just said, like, his latest tweet from 4 minutes ago said, why Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. That's not the one you just read, right? I don't think so.
I guess not. No,
Okay.
maybe.
Philly is
Hold
only
on.
coming in for Harris by 57 points when Biden carried it by over 63. Almost all of Pittsburgh is already in. Trump still leads by 3% over 140,000 votes statewide. Hardly any of Cambria County is in yet. Trump carried it by 26,000 in 2020. So this is the part where Christian is basically going, at some point, this is all about the math. And the math doesn't math for Kamala Harris at this point. So something absolutely insane would have to happen for her to be able to make up what is going on over there, because she is so underperforming what Biden did, and Trump's numbers are holding. So that's kind of where we're at.
And but like, I was looking at it and it says that 73% reporting in. No, it's. Oh, wait, hold on. I just switched states and got myself excited real quick. Hold on. Okay. 73% reporting, and Trump is up 4 percentage points. He's 4 percentage points up, or almost 4. Like, that's I'm excited. If we've got Pennsylvania, she has zero path to victory at this point.
They might call PA tonight. They might call PA tonight. If they could call PA tonight, that would be critical. Because at that point, it's hard for her to go back here. Nate Nunez says, greetings from New Jersey. Just happy to have found you all a year ago. We are very glad that you found us, and thank you very much for the super chat, brother. I appreciate it, man. A Destiny said, Amanda from Montana here, husband deployed with 25 Cav, 04, 05 OIF, and 06, 08 OIF after we got married. Wish we had your channel at that time, and marry you all so much. Thank you for all you do. We were his OIF, so we were in Iraq at the same time. I was in Iraq in 08. Actually, I was in Iraq in 06 too. Wow. Okay, so we were there right on the side. I was 06, 08. I was around Taji. I was in Taji, just north of Baghdad. Okay, so let me see here. Why is Illinois blue? If it says if a lot of black people said that they were going to be voting for Trump. Chicago's overwhelmingly liberal.
It's Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago's overwhelmingly liberal. Most of Illinois is red, but most of the votes in Illinois are in Chicago, and urban areas just tend to be overwhelmingly blue. It is going to be interesting. One of the crazy predictions that we all had to make, right? So I had to make one. Christian had to make one. Tina had to make one. Christian's, I didn't think was that crazy, if I remember correctly. Tina's crazy prediction was that we made these in March.
Yeah.
Tina's crazy prediction is that Joe Biden would not be the candidate. We all said, no, that's not going to happen. Well, she was right.
There's no way. This never happens.
Yeah. My crazy prediction was that 30% of the black male vote would go to Trump. That's probably, again, it was a crazy prediction, and it probably is a little bit crazy, but I don't think I'm going to be as far off as most people think I was going to be.
So far, Trump has the popular vote, too.
Yeah. Keith said, Nick Freitas, Ohio District 9, 11 years, UAW. Marcy kept her maybe gone. Oh, okay. We're talking about. Okay, so I'm trying to kind of figure out everything that's being talked about right here. Okay, 11 years, United Auto Workers. Marcy kept her maybe gone. Wow. Okay, so that would be. Let's go over to Ohio. I'm gonna go to the House, and then we're gonna look at Ohio here. Hopefully, it's just 4. Okay. Where were we at here? I had that right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, here it goes. So 92% reporting, House 9. Okay, so that would be a pickup for us. If Derek Marin gets rid of Marcy Kaptur, wow, it's super close, 48.2 to 47.8 as of right now. That one's probably going to go down to the wire. I'm going to go over here real quick. I'm going to look at where this seat was at. Okay, so this seat was actually, wow. Let me make sure I got it right, just to make sure. Yep, Captor. All right, so here's why this is relevant. These are the seats that we were hoping to win, Democrat toss-up seats, in order to maintain a House majority. If we're pulling off seats over here in the lean Democrat world, that's super good for us. Super good for us. So if we pick up that seat, that's a huge win. That's a huge win. Those are the sort of seats that if we win things like those and we win some over here and we have enough to keep the House, that's a big deal because the Senate's going Republican. So, gosh, if we can maintain the House, you're going to get at least 2 years of Trump-Vance with the House and the Senate. Now, Trump had that the first time. So what's different this time? Last time Trump went in, he was trying to make nice with the establishment. He, encouraged people like what's his face from Wisconsin. I can't remember his name now, but he was the Speaker of the House. And essentially it was plain nice with a bunch of establishment people that were just there about maintaining status quo. And so they kind of obstructed a lot of what Trump wanted to do because, we got to keep the House. Well, what happened? He lost. Because it turns out nobody rewards you for doing safe things that doesn't accomplish anything. They reward you for actually doing stuff. And so if he gets the House and the Senate, even if it's just by like one vote in the Senate and maybe 4 or 5 votes in the House, if we can keep that, I guarantee you Trump is going to that House leadership, to that Senate leadership and saying, we're not playing it safe. We are doing what we promised we would do. And if you got a problem with that because you think it's going to cost you your election, I'll guarantee you what will cost you your election is me going and campaigning against you and finding a primary challenger. So choose wisely. I honestly believe Trump will do that, and God bless him if he does, because that's what it's actually going to take to be able to get something significant done. So, hey, thanks for letting us know about that, Keith. That's really cool because that was not necessarily anticipated.
I was trying to figure out the discrepancy here because on 270 to win, they're showing 246 right now for Trump, but that's because, and I figured that out, they've called North Carolina and Georgia both for Trump, which gives you the disparity because, like, if you're looking at Fox News still has him at 216. But if you add in Georgia and North Carolina, which 270 to win has already locked those in for Trump, that brings us up to that 246. At this point, at 246, we need 270 to win. And I'm looking at the map going, we've got multiple pathways to get there. And she has, if Pennsylvania is not coming in for her, which we believe it's not. Christian's showing the numbers, and he's saying he doesn't see a way we don't win this. We're winning PA. So if we win PA, she has no path to victory, and this thing's over. That's it.
Yeah. Do me a favor, pick up some stuff. I gotta answer something here real quick. I will be right back. So, Tina, Queen of the Bees, and then Sweet Pea, songbird of the family. You guys are going to go ahead and talk here for a couple of minutes.
Oh, because Nick's probably got to go take a little break.
No, obviously it's because he's Batman.
The kids are just having fun, like being involved in the whole thing. So Christian over here on Twitter, 28 seconds ago, he said 75% of Philadelphia is already in. There's an estimated 172,873 votes remaining in Philly. Even if Harris won 100% of these votes, she would not lead Trump by she would only lead Trump by less than 8,000 votes statewide. Hardly any of Cambria is in. Less than half of York is in. These are overwhelmingly Trump counties, and there's thousands of votes still to be counted in other large red counties like Luzerne and Carbon. You guys, we've got Pennsylvania. That means this thing's over. I mean, I'm just gonna say, we may or may not get Nevada. I really hope we do. I think we're also gonna take Arizona. I have no idea if we're going to get Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Michigan. But frankly, if PA is going for us, and I'm seeing kind of the trends on some of these others, this is a good night. We are having a really good night. because Michigan is still only at 31% reporting, but Trump is ahead there. Wisconsin is at 65% reporting, and Trump is 3 points ahead there. Minnesota is only at 16% reporting. Donald Trump is at 61% there. But it looks like we get PA. The way that Christian has broken down the math, I don't know if you heard that, Nick, but even if the Democrats won 100% of the vote that's still outstanding in Philly, we still have a bunch of red counties that aren't in yet, and there's no path to victory for them in PA right now. And so we're getting PA. If we've got PA, I see multiple paths to victory for us on the board. We've got this thing in the bag. And right now, we still have the popular vote. Now, once all of California and Oregon and Washington come in, they count like they got all these illegals, doing their thing and probably voting too. And so who knows if we get the popular vote once that's all said and done. But right now, I mean, gosh, you guys, this is a good night. This feels a whole lot like 2016.
Yeah.
Although in 2016, we didn't really fully see it coming. I think we've been able to see this coming.
Sure. Hey, babe.
So the signs were there.
Do me a favor real quick. Can you look up John Thomas's super chat? Looks like we might have missed that one. Thanks, John, for letting us know. We'll go back and try to find it. Bowie says, but this is the same response we had seen in 2020 with the same states with the delays, and you folks are great from Alaska. This is different. We're starting to see things called earlier on. The polling going into it is much different. Remember, Joe Biden was like leading in all of the polls, and they were significant leads, and that was just not the case this time. So I don't think this is the same thing. I mean, yes, we're going to expect the similar, some similar issues with certain states where it's going to be a lot closer, but I don't think it's 2020, man. I just don't. I think there's a significant enough difference in what we're actually seeing that, kind of gives me hope with that. Yahweh Yeshua, thank you very much. Says, you dear, love you, dear brother. Keep speaking the truth. And a young man, Jesus is Lord. Thank you for all you do, the team included. No, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, brother, and couldn't agree more. Again, thank you to Jamie for the super chat. I have another question down here. Kane, question for Tina, Queen of the Bees. Do you think Nick should run for president or a higher position in politics? Go ahead, babe.
I hate the idea of president because of what they do to the family and what they like. That just sounds like utter exhaustion and frustration to me. I think there's other people that are much more, I think, temperamentally suited to the position. Our willingness to put up with the BS that these guys have to go through is maybe not quite high enough. And not only that, but I think that we're a little bit too far to the right for even the Republican Party at this point. So I don't know about that. Higher office, I could see that. I could see him running. Oh yeah, I could. Sorry, babe, but I'm being honest. I feel like Nick would be a great governor, and I also think he'd be a great congressman or senator.
I think, you know what I think? I think Tina should run. I think Tina should run for office. But no, she just wants to put that on me. So I think when Tina decides that she's going to step up, maybe I'll take all this more seriously.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think she stood up one time.
She did.
I did.
She
I
did.
ran once.
She did.
And the people decided they didn't
you're
want
my
me.
friend, Nate. Just keep this straight. You're my friend. Susie can come in and back up Tina.
Truth is truth.
I don't know why I cannot find this. I can't find this super chat from John Thomas.
Or from John Thomas. John, we apologize.
Is the handle John Thomas?
Yeah, I think so. Here's what you do. Just go in there and hit question, semicolon, and then do the question again, and we'll answer. You don't got to do another super chat. So I apologize we missed it. Another thing that happens is sometimes we have to refresh, and when we refresh, we lose some of the chats that were done before. That's why we're trying to get to them as quickly as possible. Let me see here. Oh yeah, but one thing for Kane. Look, if everything breaks down, I will be happy to run for regional warlord of a nice rural area in District 9. All right, Keanu Moon, theorizing that modern young Dems aren't voting down the ballot because they aren't as informed as Republicans in knowing how the House and Senate work. I don't know. I think it's possible. I think it's possible. If you've just pushed people to vote for a particular candidate and they're not really paying attention to the other stuff, we know that there's people that will vote at the top and then leave the rest of the ballot blank. Do I think that's more likely to happen with Democrats than Republicans? Historically, yes. We'll see what happens in the future, but no, I don't. I'll put it this way: I don't think it's a crazy theory. Okay, eyelids are heavy, so I'm calling it. Trump wins. This is my first time watching the cast, and I'll be back for more. Thank you all for you do, especially for using your voice to protect the preborn. God bless. We are all about protecting
Lagatha agrees.
Life, unborn and otherwise. But no, thank you very much, man. I understand it. Brian, to all Ohioans, issue 1 failed. No bureaucratic control of our districts. Guys, this is the sort of stuff that people really need to pay attention to, because a lot of times when it comes to ballot measures, we get our butts kicked. We get our butts kicked on ballot measures. And because they always like sound so good or confusing or whatnot. So the fact that you guys beat this in Ohio, that's really encouraging.
Oh, that's a good, that reminds me, did Florida beat the ballot measures for abortion up to birth?
I don't know. We'll have to look at it.
They defeated it? Awesome.
Yes, that's awesome. Way to go, Florida. Man, I got to tell you, again, props to Ron DeSantis.
I'm
and
so
the whole
happy
team
with
down
Florida
there.
right now.
Yeah. Mount Jotnar. Hey, Nick, was talking to my dad tonight, who has been longtime Den since the 70s, and made an interesting comment that not since Reagan has the Republican Party had a well-spoken and charismatic presidential candidate. Would you agree? So I would not describe Trump as like eloquent in the way that I would Reagan. I think Reagan was an incredibly effective communicator. However, I don't think Reagan's type of communication would be the most effective for the world that we live in right now. I think you need someone a little bit more rash. I think you need or brash, I should say. I think you need someone a little bit more in your face, and I think Trump does that. Now, but again, that's not necessarily. That's not the ideal, right? You want to have a situation where you can sit there and you can have reasonable conversations with people. But keep in mind, Reagan was serving at a time where you could work with the Democrat Speaker of the House and actually get tax cuts passed. You can't do that now. You're not making the same. You are not making the negotiations that Reagan did with Tip O'Neill when you take out Tip O'Neill and you put Nancy Pelosi in that place. That's not happening. So you need someone that's willing to be a little bit more of a brawler. And I think Trump fits that role. Now, I will say this. When it comes to people like J.D. Vance, I think J.D. Vance is very, very well spoken. J.D. Vance, I think J.D. Vance is more Reagan-esque than Trump is. I really think Trump is the only one that can do Trump, and everyone else that tries ends up kind of looking like a really cheap copy. So I think Trump is a very unique person for a very unique time. J.D. Vance is someone that I think has a lot of capabilities when it comes to communication. Vivek is another one that does as well. I think DeSantis has some eloquence as well. So I do think I'm happier with our bench than I've been in a long time.
Same here.
I'll put it that way. So I do think we have some eloquence right there, but I don't think Trump's skill is doing fireside chats. I think Trump has two skills. One, he's not afraid to fight. The other thing about Trump that I think needs to be properly understood, Trump's funny. Trump is funny. When you go to a Trump rally, that dude does not need a teleprompter because he's just having a conversation. He's joking around. He's talking about things that people care about. I remember I'm not a huge fan of political rallies. And so when everyone was glowing about Trump rallies, I'm like, who cares? And then I went to one. I was like, I see what people mean. This is actually a lot of fun. There's a lot of energy there. So that's
all right.
that's my
Let me
2
read
bits.
some of these super chats because they're piling up and we keep missing some. Did we read the one from Loretta? Sorry.
Okay,
Loretta?
real quick. I've got to jump on to something right now with live action. So Tina, take it away. Excuse me, Students for Life. Students for Life. Sorry, I got to jump on with Students for Life. I'll be right back.
Okay, so Loretta Farnsworth, she sent a super chat, and I'm not sure if we got to it or not. We have 3 kids and lost 3 in miscarriage. How do you cope with shout your abortion attitude while miscarriages are smears on a napkin? Look, I think that the left has sort of become this cult of death, and everything is there to prop up abortion. So if they lose, they're so terrified of their ability to tear apart their unborn being lost that they're going to minimize the unborn, babies inside the womb. They're going to minimize them as much as possible. I mean, even There have been situations where a pregnant woman gets killed and it ends up being a double homicide because she's pregnant. The left even hates the fact that it was be classified as a double homicide. They would prefer it be if the woman wanted the baby, then it would be a double homicide. If she didn't want the baby, then it's just a murder of one person. So they minimize human life in the womb no matter what, because they want to do whatever they want with that life in the womb. They'll call it healthcare, they'll call it whatever. And it's really sad because we've got a lot of people that, we were talking about this the other night on our monthly meetup. And we talked about miscarriage because Nick and I lost a baby between Lily and Luke. And I'll say, like, the minute you become pregnant, you are a mother, you are a father. And whether or not you carry the baby to term, it doesn't matter. You are a mother, you are a father. It doesn't matter how far along you were. And I feel like you have to be able to grieve that just like you lost a child, because you did lose a child. And it's weird that you have to caveat it or you have to do all these qualifiers. You are a mother, you are a father, you lost your child, you're allowed to mourn that. And the left has devalued human life in the womb so much that now women who have suffered miscarriage are just treated like, oh, well, no big deal. Who cares about that clump of cells? And that's just, it's awful. But I feel like, in your own family, you treat it the way it truly is. And that is, you are a mother or a father who lost your baby. And it doesn't matter how far along you were, you lost a child. And you are a mother forever. Once you conceive a child, you're forever a mother. Even the women who aborted their babies, you are a mother. You don't have a child anymore because you killed it. It's very different than you are a mother and your body, you lost the baby. It's very different. And I think that if we could start looking at it as you're a mother at the point of conception, you're a mother and you're a father, I think that we would erase a lot of the question marks surrounding this. And it's just kind of ridiculous to me what they have turned it into. I've got to go to the next one here. I'm sorry. I had to refresh my screen. It keeps booting me off. And then
Everybody gets the less exciting Nick here for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Well, the other Nick is doing interview with Students for Life.
Mm-hmm.
Next one is Huzzah Gamers.
Yep.
He said, hey, Nick, if you or your family ever end up in Spokane, Washington on a Sunday, come join us. That was nice. Thomas says, and Tini, you'll be able to answer this. So how do you explain former military that vote blue? It seems to me that values instilled by the military tend to align with those on the right.
Well, you're going to have idiots no matter where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, there's people have various reasons for voting blue. Usually it's either ignorance or they're just bad people. I'm to the point where I'm like, either you just kind of don't get what they really believe and you haven't really defined what you believe. It could be that, and just chalk it up to ignorance, going and voting once every 4 years and like, who are we voting for again? I mean, that accounts for a huge portion of the electorate, and you've got idiots everywhere, including in the military. I mean, we've got some running things right now that are just trash. And we knew plenty of people that were not very good people. And just because you're in a really honorable profession doesn't mean that you personally are honorable. And I'm not saying that every Democrat's a bad person. I'm just saying that at some point, we got to wonder, like, are you just a moron, or are you truly just evil? Because at this point, the Democrat Party, it's a culture of death. I mean, you're talking abortion is their sacred covenant. They're all about cutting perfectly healthy body parts off of children, whether they're in the womb or they're teenagers. And you got to kind of wonder about a party that thinks that's cool and they want to protect that. So, unfortunately, sure, you've got a handful of people that, but I would chalk it up to either ignorance or maybe they're just bad people.
There are a couple of these that, Tina, you might have already addressed. One of them says, love you, dear brother. Keep seeking the truth. Keep speaking the truth into young men. Jesus is Lord. Thank you for all you do, and the team included. Thank you very much. Tina, I think you already answered the question about Nick running for president, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about the one from MT?
I'm not sure. I think the way that Nick goes through the chats is really different than
Yeah.
I do, because I'll just click the fan funding so that I can see all of
Right,
them lined
right.
up, and he scours through, like, intermixed with all the other stuff. So let's see. Are we going to win the House? I'm not sure. I haven't broken down those numbers yet. I mean, we did pick up the Senate. So I mean, I feel like we're going to win the House, but I don't have numbers to back me up on that. So I can probably answer that in a few minutes once I have a chance to look at those races. I do know that, I mean, at the moment, the last time I looked, the Democrats had lost 3 seats in the House and we had picked up 2. So I think we're keeping the House, but we'll see.
This one's from the General. He said, Huzzah Gamers said you missed his super chat. What's the best advice on moving the culture to the center or right wing?
You know?
I will say a few things about that.
Yeah.
I think especially in this election cycle, we have seen the right fully utilize the new age of media being podcasts. And I think that in 2020, the right did not take advantage of that, but we've seen Trump, we've seen Vance both go on very mainstream podcasts that traditionally do not talk about politics, millions upon millions upon millions of views.
Yeah.
And both of them have had the opportunity to share a side of them that would never come out on Fox News. And I think that that's very beneficial. But I think we need people like our team, more of us, who are investing in podcasts and media and our ability to speak on these issues and speak on them well. You know, part of the reason why I partnered up with Nick was because of his ability to do that and do so selflessly. And so I think that we need to create as good a content as we can.
I would say also a lot of what we need to do is actually what the left has done. They've shifted the Overton window, their direction so far. And they've chased the extreme elements of their party so far to the left. We need to do the same thing to the right. Like, for the past couple of decades, Republicans have constantly been like, we don't want to touch that issue. We don't want to touch that issue. It's too divisive. It's too divisive. I'm sorry, but unless we want to chase the left to the left also, we can't worry about how divisive an issue is. We need to learn how to argue it, learn how to articulate it, and push the Overton window back to the right. And one of the ways to do that is to not let them shut you up. For too long, people on the right feel like, okay, you're not allowed to say anything at work. You're not allowed to say anything at family dinners. You don't want to upset everybody. You're basically going to muzzle yourself and try to moderate yourself. Well, here's the thing. The left doesn't put any such limit on themselves. They will blast you with whatever it is they believe. I mean, I know people who are in the nursing field where if they mention that they're conservative, they'll be getting reported. But you've got these hardcore leftists who constantly talk politics and constantly talk about how bad the right is, and they never get reported. So here's what I'm saying. First of all, if you've got leftists in your where you work, go ahead and start reporting them for doing things that they would report you for. They need to feel the pain of whatever it is they do. And then on top of that, like, don't be muzzled. At a family dinner, go ahead and speak your piece. Do it kindly. Do it, do it with care and love. But don't let people off the hook just because you want to have a comfortable family dinner. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices. And some of that is you're going to sacrifice a little bit of peace if you're going to get some truth out there. People hate the truth. I mean, even biblically, it talks about, these things were spoken to them and then there was gnashing of teeth and they were all like freaking out, right? Well, of course, people hate the truth when they don't want to believe the truth. But you've got to advocate for it. And so my thing is, don't muzzle yourself. talk about what you believe. Talk about it with intelligence. Don't, some people get a little crazy. Try not to get crazy, but don't shy away from what you believe. Speak it out. And so I feel like that's one of the ways we do it is we win back the culture by saying, hey, we don't care if you try to cancel us. We don't care if you're uncomfortable with me speaking the truth, but I'm going to speak it. I'm not going to be ashamed of it. And if you don't like it, then you can leave. And I feel like if we've got more people that are willing to do that, then we can see that Overton window shift back to the right. And I think we're actually seeing the beginnings of that right now, especially with Hollywood dying. They've basically pulled out the entire Diddy party in order to try to win this thing. And it's not working for them. People universally hate Hollywood at this point. We're all done with them. They're a bunch of, greater than thou, just they're sheep that follow each other, and they want to sit here and act like wax intellectual and act like they're smarter than the rest of us. No, they're not. They're actors. In fact, I just want you to go act. And I don't want to hate you. Don't make me hate you by coming out and saying stupid crap. Why don't you just do your freaking job? But see, so typically we're getting to the point where we're all doing these alternative methods of entertainment like YouTube and, all these different, video platforms and things like that. And I just think that Hollywood's dying. They're doing their death rattle right now, actually. Do we have another question?
We've got another super chat from Taylor. She says, we have 4 living kids, lost one due to stillbirth. Sorry for the language, but that was hard as crap. Do you honestly think women that have abortions feel anything different from miscarriage, different from stillbirth? I know we've kind of...
it's really interesting because your body... when you have an abortion, your body goes through everything hormonally that you would go through if you miscarry, but it happens much more fast and there's a much bigger crash. And nobody talks about how gut wrenching and horrible it is on women who have abortions. They don't counsel you that you're going to feel the way you feel. And I've seen testimony after testimony of women that they regret what they did, and they had no idea that they would feel the loss so heavily on the other side of it. So I think they do feel the loss still. There's certain things your body is just wired to do. Your body is made to do certain things. And so even if your brain, your conscience is seared, I think that your body still is grieving. I think that it's a natural thing. And I think there's a lot of women who have had abortions who don't understand why they are grieving, but they are. And it's because, they killed their baby.
Joe sent a super chat. He said, love the show. Thank you for your service. And you've made me rethink my politics and even reconsider having faith for the first time in
I love
years.
it. That is the best thing we can ever hear. Anytime somebody says that something we did helped impact them in that way, that is why we do this. That is the best thing we can possibly hear. Nick's back.
I'm
Look
back.
at him.
I'm back. All right, so 2 of my kids are gone, and then my youngest, Sweet Pea, the songbird of the family, she's still here. She's stuck with us, which is why you're our favorite.
Yes. Well, amongst everything else, that makes me your favorite child. If first you don't succeed, try again.
Oh, man. All right. So where are we at? What I missed? I was just on with Students for Life.
We were doing some super chats. There's another one saying, what's your opinion on tariffs, Nick?
Uh-oh. Puppy dog's
That's
upset.
David Maloney.
That's how Lagatha doesn't like tariffs. Here's what I'm going to say on tariffs. Good, bad, and the ugly, right? I want tariffs to be understood for what they properly are. A tariff is a tax on American consumers. That's ultimately what it is. We say it's a tax on foreign-produced goods entering into the United States, but who's the one buying those goods? It's Americans. So what it is we're taxing Americans to buy foreign goods. Fundamentally, I don't think that's a good idea. Now, is there ever any benefit to a tariff, to a tax like that? I think if you're trying to use it as a way to support American business or to, whatever else, I'm very skeptical of that, because a lot of times what U.S. companies will do, and I'm obviously very pro U.S. companies, but what U.S. companies will do is they will attempt to use the government to give themselves competitive advantage. When you're giving yourself a competitive advantage over American consumers, that's Americans versus Americans. That's Americans on American, regulation. I don't like that. However, there are situations where tariffs are appropriate. For instance, if you have a country that is engaging in theft, if you have an engagement that is engaging in corporate espionage, they're stealing patents, they're engaging in slave labor, there's any number of reasons why the government might look at a particular country and say, nope, we're going to create certain restrictions because you are doing things which we either find to be illegal, immoral, or wrong on a very fundamental basis. The other reason why you can potentially do a tariff is if you are trying to, so for instance, a lot of the trade deals that we have worked out with various countries open up our markets to their goods and services, but doesn't open up their markets to our goods and services, right? And that's obviously unfair. Now, you can make an intellectual argument how even unilateral free trade is superior to a trade war. You can make that argument, and there's actually very, very sound reasoning behind that. However, if you can strategically use the threat of a tariff or the temporary use of a tariff in order to achieve better free trade, I think that's a net benefit. So there's two reasons for tariffs, in my opinion. One is security risks or overwhelming, moral hazard. The other is in order to negotiate for a better deal where, again, American citizens are have the opportunity to buy goods and services from, made overseas, and people overseas have the opportunity to buy American goods and services. And I think that's the ideal thing. That's the ideal thing that you want to achieve. So I believe that Trump is trying to strategically use tariffs in such a way as to achieve a better trading environment. But look, I'm not surrendering on this issue. I've seen people, to include people I respect, like Tucker Carlson, suggest that we need to engage in protectionist trade policy. If you want to read more on this, I would really recommend Thomas Sowell, Milton Friedman, and Frederick Bastiat. Frederick Bastiat wrote a pamphlet. He actually wrote it in the 1800s, when this is really, you think it's an issue now, it was significantly an issue then, especially for France. But he called it the Petition of the Candlemakers. And I would encourage you to read that. To take a look at kind of the overall logical argument for and against tariffs, and just see what you think. So again, I'm not someone that believes that they have no utility whatsoever. I'm not someone that believes that they're never appropriate, but I do think we need to properly understand what they are and understand that it is not fundamentally good trade policy unless it's working to achieve something, better. Hope that answer. That was kind of a long answer.
It's kind of interesting, you guys, that we're looking at the map right now, and holy crap. I mean, right now we're to the point where, okay, let's see. 270 to win has Trump at 247 electoral votes. At this point, if we win PA, which all signs point to we're going to win Pennsylvania, and it's not going to be close enough to have a recount. Like, we're really winning. All we need at that point in order to win would be like 6 points from Nevada. That's all we need at that point. Yep. And that puts us at 272. However, we're probably picking up Arizona. We're probably picking up either Michigan or Wisconsin. They're both looking pretty good for us right now. Minnesota's finally flipped to the blue side, but we expected that. We win tonight, you guys. We win. I'm calling it. I don't care if no one else is calling it. I'm calling it.
I was really hoping. I wasn't overly optimistic. But I was hoping that we could probably get some indication tonight. Again, I was really hoping that we could get Pennsylvania in tonight.
Apparently, CNN is eulogizing Kamala right now.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's exciting.
Gosh, that is exciting.
Darn it, I want to watch them cry.
Somebody
Where's
watch
that
Young Turks.
airing
Where's
right
Young
now?
Turks?
Yeah.
They always get the best.
That was the best. 2016, when throughout the night, that compilation, I'm sure everybody's seen that. That is just so hilarious.
I'll tell you
because I was going to say, the reason I bring up PA again is because Christian came up again with, I've projected out all of the collar counties and the city of Philadelphia itself. Even if Harris wins the remaining outstanding vote by the same margin she's currently leading by, and if she wins 88% of the remaining vote in Philadelphia itself, she would still be down nearly 40,000 votes statewide. And this doesn't count any of the outstanding votes in York or Cambria, which are red. We're winning.
Yeah.
We got PA. And at that point, all we need is one other state.
It looks like they just called the 7th Congressional District for Vindman.
Ugh.
VPAP called it. Yeah, that's our congressman.
Oh,
and,
man.
I could not be more disgusted by that.
Yeah.
Because
you remember earlier how I was saying there are crappy people in every profession, even if the profession is honorable. Well, Vindman is one of those where it's like, I don't care if he has military service. He's just a bad person.
Well, not only that, but the way that he talked about his military service. This becomes so common among certain people. And I'm not saying that Republicans haven't done it as well, but I've seen it become very common lately among Democrats, where it's this embellishment of their military service. And the thing I always say is like, look, military service is honorable in and of itself. You don't need to embellish. And the moment you do embellish it, you create problems. And I had someone saying, well, how dare you question another veteran? What do you mean, how dare I question another veteran? When Tim Walz goes out there and says, guns I carried in combat, and he did his combat tour where? Italy? Okay, well, unless it was World War II, that's just not real impressive. Right? And then you had Eugene Vindman talking around about his combat time. Really? Where'd you see any combat? Did you see a little on TV? Like, just amazing with some of these guys. I mean, I and there's other examples too at the state level as well. Again, I'm not saying there's been Republicans that have been caught in this as well, but it's just disgusting. And honestly, combat vets need to call out vets when they do this. Gosh dang, it just drives me nuts. Well, Tina. Jack Tolson says Tina better not have jinked us.
Good thing we don't believe in jinx.
That's right. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Votes
right.
are already made, you know?
Yeah. David Maloney, thank you for that. God bless you. Air assault. Yeah. I went to air assault. I was an 82nd Airborne guy, and the 101st Airborne came down and did our air assault school. They loved us. MT Jotner. Didn't Clinton's removal of tariffs cause the breaking of the Haitian agricultural industry, or was that something else? I don't know on that one, but again, here's the question that I would ask. If you remove a tariff and it causes a problem with respect to a certain industry, what that ultimately means is that industry was being held up by a tariff. Now, if the only way your industry can succeed is through heavy regulations or taxation, then that's the government manipulating the market in order to give your industry or your particular business a strategic advantage. And again, it's always the advantage at the expense of the consumers or your competition. That's not free markets. Right? Like I am a free market guy. I believe that is not only the best economic position to take, it's also the moral position to take. And so if the government comes in and says, hey, we're going to raise a tax or we're going to raise a regulation in order to protect you from your competition, which ultimately costs Americans more, I'm sorry, I don't see how that's patriotic. I just don't see how it's patriotic. I am not happy about this 7th Congressional District. Derek Anderson ran a hard race. That was a difficult seat. We knew it was going to be. He put himself out there. I'm very appreciative, when people run in difficult seats. And believe me, I know what it's like. I know what it's like. We need a Christian now to start. He keeps talking about Pennsylvania. It's like, look, you already called it, brother. We need you to move on. Give us some Wisconsin news. Give us some Arizona predictions. We need our prognosticator. We need our oracle.
Yeah, I know. I wish he was on.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So Allie, are in the future, you're obviously going to be. You're turning 17 in December.
Indeed.
And so you're just a little over a year away from getting to vote, but because you were born in December, we have an election every year in Virginia. And so I'm doing the math right now, but I'm tired. You're going to get to vote in 2026. So the midterms will be the first time you get to vote,
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to get to vote for me
That's crazy.
next time around. Nope.
Bold of you
All-
to assume I would.
I know. All of my kids, I assume my kids have voted for me. When I asked Luke had one of his first votes, and I was like, hey, he had his first vote, and he voted for me, right, son? And he gave me this look like, sure. Yeah, I voted for you. I'm still living here, right?
I will say it's very interesting. I was thinking about all of the different presidents that have been elected while I've been alive, and I'm like, most of them have been Democrats. So like
Yep.
for most of it was Obama and then Trump and then Biden, and so then I believe so from my
you
memory.
were born in
7
07.
in
Yeah.
December.
So Bush was president when you were born. Yeah, then Obama. So yeah, you had Obama, and then Trump. Yeah, yeah. Wood, metal, leather, and moto. Nick, thank you for your military service and your continued service to our country as an elected official. The VA people stand behind you and your future governor race. Dude, I don't think so. I don't think so. I know Winsome Sears has declared that she's running this next time around, and I think we may have some other people running as well. We don't know quite yet on that one. Winsome's a strong candidate. We'll see what happens on that one, but we're definitely gonna need some strong candidates. Because we're going up against Abigail Spanberger. And Abigail Spanberger is one of these people that does a very good job pretending to be a moderate when in reality her voting record is pretty liberal. It may not be as liberal as some of the most liberal ones, but pretty liberal. Huzzah Gamer said, important fact, regardless of what happens, God has a plan. Don't lose faith. Please give a shout out to Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Thanks. Happy to give a shout out to Christ every single time. And you're right. This is one of those things where I think it's so. I think it's so important. We talk. I'm trying to remember where we talked about this before, where we said that look, when you get your identity through Christ. Oh, it was on our monthly meetup. When you get your identity through Christ, you don't have identity crisis, right? It doesn't matter how bad things get. You can be rich, you can be poor, you can be successful, not successful. You don't have an identity crisis. Our whole country is going through an identity crisis right now, especially the youth. And I'm not surprised because when you try to get your identity through your occupation or your status or how many followers you have on social media, all of that can be taken away pretty quick. And so, yeah, definitely, man. Couldn't agree more with you, Huzzah Games.
I wonder when they're going to call Wisconsin. They have 75% reporting.
Man, they're quick.
75% reporting, and we are 4 points ahead.
Mm-hmm.
4 points ahead with 75% reporting.
That's impressive. The General Lee said, with the two sides of the nation having trouble seeing and agreeing and on one reality anymore, what are the likelihoods of this causing physical conflict in the nation? It's a great question. We've spent a lot of time on this. We'll probably spend some more time. We've actually talked with our good friend Rudyard Lynch. He has the channel What If Alt Hist. We also talked with our friends over at Mentis Wave. That's another great channel that I encourage people to check out. Here's the deal. When you have two major political movements in the country, and people think of them as Republican and Democrat, but it's a little bit more nuanced than that. But let's just say you have two major movements. When one major movement, let me put it this way. If you're a liberal, but you subscribe to objective morality and objective truth, and you believe in the laws of logic and the scientific method, I can have a conversation with that. And you're honest, right? You're honest. You believe in truth. I can have an honest conversation with that person. I can disagree. I'm happy to live and let live on those areas for which we both agree that, hey, there's no government involvement here. But those are preconditions. Those are preconditions of civil debate. For all this talk on the left about our democracy and this idea of civil discourse and having deliberative bodies, that only works if you actually agree on a platform from which you can deliberate from. And what that platform has always been, or I shouldn't say always, but for the United States, it's been objective truth, objective morality, and these are the tools we use to get there. We use things like the laws of logic, the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction. We use empiricism, right? We use these things because they don't belong to the left or the right. They just exist. And if we're willing to be honest with one another, then we may come to different conclusions based off of our experiences or perspectives, but we can be won over through empirical data. We can be won over through good argumentation. But when one side of this debate has now decided that those things don't exist, that reality is subjective, that self-actualization is your chief objective, that there's no such thing as objective morality or truth, And that the moment that their argument falls apart, they can discard logic, linear thinking, or the scientific method as tools of the patriarchy designed to oppress people. How am I supposed to coexist with that? Because you haven't given me an area for which we can have civil deliberation. You've just said that I can either surrender to your will, which you do intend to impose upon me, or I can fight you. Well, I'll tell you this much. I'm not surrendering to your will. So, yeah, if we don't figure this out, and it really starts in the schools, it starts in our education system, it starts with how we raise our children to think about reality. If we don't fix that, we are headed to a fight. We are headed to a physical conflict because these two worldviews cannot peacefully coexist. You and I can disagree on tax policy, we can disagree on education policy, provided that we actually believe that there's objective reality. But I'm dealing with people right now that will 1 minute make this incredibly moralistic argument for what they believe. And the moment I demonstrate logically or empirically on why it doesn't work or why it's not intellectually consistent, and they look at me and say, well, of course you'd say that, you're a white man. You've just told me that logic and empiricism doesn't matter. You can discard my opinion because of my skin color or because of my sex. What am I supposed to do with that? Change my skin color? Change my sex? No. I will not sit there and attempt to negotiate with people that deny objective reality. In that case, you leave me no choice. We have to win. We have to win. But hopefully we can have enough kids that we actually raise up to once again value these things. Not so I can impose everybody or force everyone to think exactly like I do about tax policy or healthcare policy, but so that we can actually have a framework for which civil debate is possible. And the modern, progressive, woke left does not provide a framework for that. The biggest mistake they made was they completely alienated young men. And good luck imposing your random will on others if you don't have young men to fight your battles. Kind of a big mistake they made. Anyway, hope that answers that question. I got a little bit spicy there, I guess. Huzzah Gamers, Nick, United States Air Force veteran here, 2002 to 2008. I want you to know you've been a huge encouragement to me and my family in Washington State. God bless you. What homeschool curriculum do you guys use? We are homeschooling ours. So Tina, do you want to go in a little bit on some of the things that we used? Tuttle Twins was part of the curriculum that we used. What were some other things?
I really liked Matthew C. for math, mainly because my kids were really big on being able to touch and feel their math and see manipulatives, and it goes very heavy into the decimal system and mastery, and it builds upon it from there. And so I feel like it was really, really good. They could see the math happening in front of them. It wasn't super abstract. The other one was I used to use My Father's World that had a lot of really good historical activities to do, science. It kind of was all encompassing. Except for math. And so I put Matthew C. with it. So that was most of their upbringing. There were some others that I sort of wove in and out. And then Allie did Liberty University Online Academy for 2 years. And so we've used several different methods, and each kid was a little bit different, and different things worked for them and other things did not. So
yeah,
I'd say as a homeschooler, probably my most favorite one was doing Liberty University Online Academy, because the resources were really good. Now, obviously, it's just different on how you work, if you're better hands-on or not. But they have very good resources if you're considering it.
yeah.
They did. I like Liberty. They also give you credit for the college if you decide to go that route.
They do.
Michigan now has 46% reporting, which is still not that high, but Donald Trump's at 51.6% and Kamala is at 46.7%. Michigan. She's at 46. He's at 51.
Wow. Michael Osmond says, I once asked my grandma, still living, the earliest president she remembered. She replied, I can remember Eisenhower. I asked if she remembered his warning speech. She said no. I think the warning speech you're talking about is the military-industrial complex. The military-industrial complex is a big problem. And I'll tell you why. And the reason why I say it's a problem, I mean that in the most genuine sense, that it's not as easy as either side makes it out to be. Some people say, well, this is just a part of the process. And of course, you need to be able to create weapons and you need to be able to create munitions. And we need an industry to do that. And then you have people say, well, no, this is just a way that we actually, perpetuate forever wars. And both sides have a point. We obviously have to have a robust weapons industry in the United States in order to make sure that we have the capacity to do the things that our military needs to do to be able to protect us. We also need to be able to protect against perpetually intervening in wars or perpetually getting involved in wars. And so Eisenhower gave a very good warning, and I do think that we need to do a better job of figuring out what are the boundaries on that in order to make sure that we have what is needed in order to provide for our own defense, but not perpetuate conflict just to be able to keep, our munitions industry satisfied.
Taylor Dumont did a super chat for $199.99.
Oh, thank you very much.
What is your opinion on people posting their ballots on social media? I hate it, but
I hate it, but
I was raised in the 80s and 90s when you didn't do that. Basically, didn't take politics. I don't like people posting how they voted. I wish they all voted R on this one, but it's supposed to be a sacred secret. So I'm
going to say this. I understand. I think I understand where you're coming from on that. On the idea that there used to be this concept of you went there, you did your civic duty, but it wasn't this flashy process, and it wasn't about.
I don't think anybody should feel pressured to do it.
It wasn't this flashy process, right? Like I get that. And to Tina's point, yeah, I don't think anybody should be pressured to do it. However, I don't see there's anything wrong with people showing their ballot. I mean, when you put a yard sign out, you're essentially showing your ballot. When you put a bumper sticker on your car, you're essentially showing your ballot. When you talk about it publicly, you're essentially showing your ballot. So I don't know. Like I guess maybe in the terms of not creating social pressure around it, maybe. But I guess for me, it's not an issue. As long as you're doing it of your own free will and volition, then I don't really have a problem with it. But here's what I will say: I can understand maybe a sense of decorum lost, maybe, but I also think we're in a pretty significant fight right now, and so it's not the battle I'm going to have with people. I think it's perfectly fine. I've certainly taken pictures of my ballot before. I don't know if I've ever posted one, but
I did one time. One of the reasons I posted a ballot is because Nick was running the biggest spelling bee in Virginia history.
I ran a write-in campaign.
He did a write-in campaign because some things happened to his paperwork, which were we felt like were kind of nefarious. But anyway, and so we ran a write-in campaign. It was the largest write-in campaign in Virginia history, and there were, here's the thing is people sometimes don't know how some of this works. And so I did a video of me doing my ballot and showing them exactly how to fill it in order to give Nick that vote. And so, I mean, I've done it before. And then we've also had times when I took a picture of my ballot because we had been accused of being never Trumpers. Yeah. And so because we were accused of that, I wanted to show my ballot and show that, nope, I voted for Trump because you get some people that are a little bit, kooky sometimes, and they don't want to give you, they get this idea about you that isn't true. And sometimes you just have to show them the receipts. And so, there's a lot of different reasons to do it, but I feel like if you're going to share your ballot for good reasons, go ahead. It's up to you. Some states have laws against it. Virginia does not.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of up to you on that, but no one should feel pressured.
Yeah. Critter Killer said, "Hey, Nick, I was born with a bum heart, so never got to serve myself. Thank you for your service. I enjoy listening to your podcast on those long coast-to-coast hauls. I recommend you to everyone I know." Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I hope, look, on those long coast-to-coast hauls, I hope we say things that can keep you awake. I know that can get sleepy at times. Please check out Matt Christensen. He's always been a very principled thinker. You two are my main listens. I will do that. Matt Christensen. I'm going to look that up right now.
It looks like, Allie, can you show me that again? It looks like Taylor Dumont had another question that I missed. So let me look at this real quick. Can't find previous super chat. Do you still train? If so, I'll trade 60 chickens, 2 goats, or a cow for a day or two from earlier. Sorry. So
What sort of training?
I'm not sure.
You said you still train?
Do you still train?
If you mean train, so like I weight train. I haven't been able to do MMA as much lately, simply because I've been traveling so much. In fact, I called up my gym, and Eric Zamora in Culpeper, great gym, great guy. And I basically had to say, okay, hey, look, we have to, I'm gonna have to cancel here for a couple of months because I'm just not gonna be able to make it in between travel and work. So I do that, and then I'm trying to get back into training too with like pistol and whatnot. So we'll do that. But I know Whitfield's saying, "Where's Christian Hines? We want Christian. We want Christian. We want Christian." Christian's in Pennsylvania.
I agree.
We want him here too. Where's what? Yeah, I know.
Okay, so Christian was so right on his prediction right now, because Virginia is called, and Donald Trump got 47% of the vote and Kamala got 51.4. He said it would be, I think, like 4.7.
Yeah, something like
that. And
that.
so, holy moly, is that man close. That means his model really, truly works.
Mm-hmm. It does.
That's good stuff right there. That just, obviously we all wish that Virginia would flip, but none of us were under any delusions that it would, for real. And Christian called it like to the percentage.
Yeah.
And
close.
Think about how amazing that is, that we're at 4.7% in Virginia when last time we lost by 10 points.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's, I mean, look, it's not as encouraging as I would have liked. And I mean, obviously when you're, Jen Kagan's, I think she's going to win her race. I don't know why they haven't called that yet. It's just really frustrating. It's really frustrating that, we couldn't get Derek Anderson across the line. But yeah, the way the districts have been drawn, I think we're kind of starting to look at it falling into races. They're going to be the 7th district is going to still continue to be competitive, but difficult. The 10th district is going to be really tough. Again, ones we can still fight for, but they're gonna be tough. That's just the reality in Virginia right now with the current districting that we have. All right, I think we're going to look at a couple more here. We are probably going to call it in here in just a few minutes. We're, again, really hoping that we could get the results that we wanted out of Pennsylvania, so we could kind of call that. Let me click this one more time. All right, yeah, I don't think we're going to see it. What's Wisconsin at? Wisconsin's got 79% reporting with Trump at 51.2. So it looks like he's ahead by almost 100,000 votes. Yeah. I don't know. Like, looking at who still needs to come in.
It's just a big, I think it was Cambria. It's the one that got the extra time because their machines went down. Was
that in Wisconsin or Pennsylvania?
That was PA. Were you just talking about
Talking about Wisconsin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
was talking about Wisconsin. This actually looks encouraging for Wisconsin, though. I think we got a real shot at winning. Again, we thought we could probably win Wisconsin, and I think that's going to hold up. Let me go ahead and look one more time. I just want to see if do we got anything? Polls close 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Oh my gosh, Arizona's 55% reporting.
Yeah, but all of Arizona's heavy blue areas came in.
Well, yeah,
and we were also blowing them out of the water in the early vote.
63% in Flagstaff areas in, 56% in Phoenix is in, 52% in Tucson is in.
A Christian called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Okay.
And I believe him.
If we win Pennsylvania, I just don't see a scenario. I just have a hard time seeing a scenario where we don't.
All we need after getting Pennsylvania, all we need is one more state.
Yeah.
And it could even be a little tiny state like Nevada. We could get those 6 points.
This
That
state
puts us at 272,
is a tiny
and
state.
we win. And so, but chances are we'll probably also win Arizona. We'll probably win either Michigan or Wisconsin or both. But we really only need to win the one. And so, I don't know. I think it's going our direction here. I think this thing's ours. We win.
All right, so let's do. I got a couple more super chats here. I want to get to. Okay, let me scroll down here. The General Lee said the ideology says you are perfect, but also miserable. If that's so, then what has to change? Well, obviously it isn't you. Then it must be the other of this world. Explain the leftist violence. Yeah. So again, if I think I can sum that up, I think it's this idea that you are perfect, but also miserable. So again, the concept is that you're not the problem, society's the problem, right? Because if you're not the problem and you're miserable, then clearly something is making you miserable that's external from you. And so therefore you need to bind up with these other people because now we're going to reorient society or reorient trends or traditions or whatnot in order to validate you. And I think you're right. I think that's at the heart of a lot of things. And you actually see it within some of the bad therapy. In fact, Tina's reading Abigail Schreier's book, Bad Therapy, right now. We want to have her on. Can you remind me to invite her, Hamilton? We want to have Abby Schreier on to talk about that. It's amazing, too, because the solutions that are offered to people right now who are genuinely miserable and trying to make sense of the world is always this idea that you're perfect, you're enough, you're all this. And it's like... That's depressing on some level because if you have no control over the things that are affecting you and impacting you, and it's all about, well, of course you have to form these alliances or these political alliances in order to drastically alter society, in order to make yourself happy. That works out real well for the politicians that are trying to manipulate people in order to get more power. I don't know that it works out very well in reality for people. And it does. It just creates more misery and more frustration. Okay, let me see here. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to go one more. I'm going to check with, we're going to check back with Christian here real quick. I want to check with Christian's Twitter. If you haven't already followed, all right, yeah, Christian, as Tina mentioned, she's saying that, or he is saying that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania. So what Christian said, and again, he's up in Pennsylvania right now on the ground working the numbers on this particular thing. This has been his focus for the last, 3 months, Hamilton? 4 months? This has been his focus. Like I said before, Christian is naturally pessimistic about Republicans winning. He does not give us the benefit of the doubt. He does not play the polls always get it wrong game. He does his own modeling. He looks at his own data. He's very rigorous on it. If he says that Trump won Pennsylvania, I'd bet my next paycheck on it. Now, what we also talked about is that if Trump won Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, there was almost no scenario where he doesn't win the Electoral College. Because the idea that he would win Pennsylvania, win Georgia, and not be able to pick up a win in either Arizona or Nevada or Wisconsin, right? Which if he gets any one of those states, he wins, on top of, obviously, Pennsylvania. The idea that he would win that one and not win any of the others just doesn't make a lot of sense based off of trends and history and everything else. So I think it's reasonable to assume at this point that Republicans are going to take the Senate. We're going to take the presidency. And I think we got a good shot at keeping the House. I'm not prepared to say that we are because, again, going back here to the House seats, actually, let's do this really quick. Do we know what happened in Nebraska 2?
Oh, has that come in yet?
Let me see. Nebraska. All right, let's go into here. I want to look at Nebraska. Okay, right now it's looking like...
It went blue.
It went blue?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it is. Well, they haven't called it yet, though.
It looks
Tony
like...
Vargas is ahead.
It looks like Fox called it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Let me.
Like Fox is calling some things fine and not other things, and I'm not sure why. Like, why hasn't Fox called Georgia?
I don't know.
That is so weird. I think it's because they're just terrified to make the mistake.
Yeah, maybe. Let me see if we can pull this up. So the other one were the 2 New York House races. So let's look at those real quick because that'll give you some indication of where we're at on this. Because right now the Republicans were at net 3. Okay. Pulling up New York. Let's look at the races that we were looking at there. New York 4 and New York 22. All right. New York 4. New York 4 is probably going to be a loss. New York 22. Let's scroll down and take a look at that. That one is already lost. All right, so
It shows the Democrats lost a seat and we gained a seat on the House
so far.
so far.
Yeah, so far. It's going to be really close on the House. I'm going to say that right now. I still think we can hold it. 95% reporting, 50.9 to 49.2. I'd have to look at what it is. Okay. Let me see. And then the Alabama 2 seat, we're not getting. Michigan, let's just make sure we got the Michigan 7.
Yeah, and we've been going for 5 hours. We should probably call it a night.
Baby, that's what I'm doing. I'm just
Okay.
trying to leave everybody. Make sure that we
I know it
deliver.
sucks that we have to stop like before we can actually
Make
call
sure that we
anything.
deliver. Okay. Michigan 7. All right. Yeah, we're definitely going to pick up Michigan 7. Was that the one? Yeah, Michigan 7 we're going to pick up. All right. So it looks like we lost the 4 seats that we thought we were going to lose. We lost. Picked up a Michigan seat. We didn't pick up the Virginia 7 seat. So again, it's going to be close, but chances are we could have a Republican House, Republican Senate. I'm going to say right now, I think Trump wins this. Trump wins this. We take the Senate. I'm just not sure about the House right now. Yeah. That's
Apparently in Detroit at 11 p.m., there were boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates. Go figure.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, ladies and gentlemen, we have stuck with this for a while. I want to thank everybody for watching along with us. Hope we gave you a good night. Gave you a good night watching this. Again, we got to get some rest because we are. Well, I got to do some more of this tomorrow. And I know we got some other questions we're going to do. But once again, thank you very much for joining us. Also, thank you for our audience on X. First time we've gone live on X. This is actually a lot of fun. I think we'll do this again in the future. We'll start including X in on what we're doing because that was a good time. And quite frankly, I want to reward Elon Musk for the hard work that he's done and for the work that I think he's going to continue to do on that platform. So we'll continue to be a regular feature over there. Once again, thank you very much to our audience. Here's what I would ask you to do too. Go check out our community in the show notes page. Check out that community. This is the last day that you can sign up if you do want to sign up for one of our subscription packages. Allows us to make sure that the show can be supported. If for some reason one day, we all got shut down, we would still have a place to go and we still have a place to talk and to chat. And we have some additional features on there. For instance, Tina and I spent 2 hours last night just talking with our community, answering whatever questions they wanted. We had a blast. We always enjoy it. And it also gives us an opportunity to be able to dig deep into questions that sometimes are a little bit more personal. People can ask anonymous questions about relationships, about marriage, about raising kids. And we certainly enjoy talking with our community about that. Again, can't thank everyone enough for all the support that you've given us here tonight. We really appreciate it. And, we look forward to waking up tomorrow, sure, that Donald Trump's going to be the next president, that we have the Senate, and hopefully that we have the House as well. And then the real work is going to begin with respect to ensuring that we make good on all the promises that were made. Because the bottom line is, if you can't trust us to do what we say we're going to do when you elect us, then quite frankly, we don't deserve to be there. But thank you for everyone that put in all of the hard work that they did to make what looks like is going to be a pretty good night possible. It does come with a lot of hard work. Thank you very much, and we will see you next episode.